So rather than like what, the past 5 years now, or like 5 years in the past? No, but like you've not been doing gears for that long, right? Not for a while now.
Each year, the competitors give everything they've got to reach this very stage, to compete for the bulk of $1 million and etch their names into the history books of esports. Welcome into the 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Final.
The shots are ringing on out. Come on! Adrian, he's there on the wall. He finds IQ. Adrian, it does it! Nice, boys. Come on! It's a 1v1 and Jesse. He's trying to Louis.
Squad is wiped.
The Falcons are the best Warzone team of all time.
Welcome in, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone Global Finals. We are back, and it feels so good. This room is incredible, by the way. This is our home, I guess, for the next 50, 60 matches. We get it as match point after all. So excited to be back here in sunny Las Vegas, of course, with you gentlemen. Of course, Dandro, Enigma. Dan, dude, we're back once again in Vegas. We've had one winner the past two World Series of Warzone Global Finals. Let's see what happens this year.
Hey man, it's a whole year of hard work and competition that leads up here. I know everybody has been looking forward to the World Series of Warzone. It's been great to be a part of Call of Duty next and watch everything go on. But this is what had me excited all week long, man. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top at the end of our match point data here today.
That's what we've been debating. Who's it going to be? Well, Enigma, we're going to be watching it the entire time.
We will indeed, and very closely, because of course this is the best we've seen Warzone competitive, with so many different storylines. We are literally in a situation where 10 or 15 teams today could walk away with it, and we wouldn't be surprised. So we are in an incredible position, and I'm hoping that we get the deliverance of a wonderful day, and of course alongside you two fantastic gentlemen. Can't wait.
There we go. Fantastic. Already the compliments starting to pour out. So, hey, look, it is the finals after all, but it doesn't mean this was the start. This is the ending, the finale, if you will. We've had a long road to get to this point.
Yeah, we start with our regional in-game open where everybody could go ahead and sign on up. We then took the top 100 players and split them into our 4 groups. Top 50 after groups made it to that upper bracket, where the top 25 from that made it to our regional final. Now, if you weren't so lucky in the group stages, guess what? You weren't out yet. You could still fight your way through the lower round 1, through the lower round 2 to get to that regional final. That's where we sent a lot of our teams from North America and EMEA. And if you fell short there, guess what? You still had one last shot in our LCQ, where we sent 5 more teams, including one wild card team from both of those regions. But those weren't the only people joining us here today. We had teams from, of course, APAC, LATAM South, and LATAM North, all finding themselves here in the global final for our match point day. 125 points is what you're looking to get to, and it is not going to be easy, my friend.
Not going to be easy at all. The scoring stays the same. 50 squads will drop in Verdansk. It's 1 point per elimination, but the big thing we always watch out for, Enigma, is that 2x multiplier.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about these multipliers off to the right. We have a little bit of a phrase inside Warzone, is that kills are something, but placement is everything. And you can see how it's broken down there on the right. You're aiming for that 2x, of course, as the winner. 1.8 is usually the sweet spot for the top teams for the early stages, but that 2x, very important. But of course, the most important thing of today today, gentlemen, is who is walking home with the share of the $1 million. And first, you'll take away $300K. That's 6 figures each if you're splitting it neatly. And then you're off down to $150 for second. Some people would say that's a sharp drop-off, as it should be. Our champion should be walking home with their pockets lined. It's then $100,000 for third and trickle on down. But it's the top 25 that are paid out. You finish in the bottom half today, you're walking away with absolutely nothing. It's been a great trip. It's been a solid year to get yourself here.
That's
You
it.
don't deserve anything for being bottom of the pack.
Yeah, well, look, it's a massive achievement just to make it to the stage, but you're absolutely right. Top 25, that's where you get paid. The competitors are playing for obviously a lot of money, prestige, legacy. But of course, you all, as viewers, we appreciate you being here, and therefore drops will be given throughout the entirety of this broadcast. Black Ops 7, I don't know if you guys have heard about it. Well, it's actually coming out, and you have a chance to get yourself one of those nice codes. But of course, though, again, we talk about legacy, all right? That is a big, heavy term. The World Series Warzone, one of the biggest events whenever it comes out there to obviously Warzone. EWC is also massive in its own right. But we're about to start talking about these wonderful, wonderful teams. But in just a few minutes, we'll talk to Aiden about reliving his magical moment at EWC, his legacy, and what making it back-to-back events in the winning circle means to one of the world's most popular players. Legacy Lane with Twisted Minds Aiden coming up shortly. That man on your screen has done so much whenever it comes to competitive Warzone, and he's looking to do even more this very weekend. But like I said, we've got a lot of teams to talk about. I'm ready to break down at least 4 of them. Let's talk EMEA with Gentlemates.
Absolutely. Now, this is the squad that have the pressure, but also the hopes of the region on their back. And this is Hollow, Gromalok, Enkyo, and as you said, my little Frenchman. This has been an interesting year for them. They made a drop of a player last year, brought in Hollow, and they've had a tumultuous time. They suffered a lot, struggled a lot, but they've changed their landing spot, moved on over to Quarry, and bullied everyone to give themselves that POI, plenty of space to see them off through the rest of the season. You're getting a look here at some of the performances that they put up in the Esports World Cup, where they came second, shocked everyone with their performances. You have got an issue in sense of closing. They saw that out in Saudi Arabia. They have also seen it in the build-up to this tournament. They get to match point 5, but it's about the finishing moments. They're just not able to see it off. Can you finally change that? A little bit of tidbit to the conversation. Of course, very important. However, they are expected to get to that match point. That's the most important thing. That's step 1 of the checkboxes here today. And if you are going to make it there, it's largely going to be the back of Enkyo. 31 kills in regional finals, first out of everybody, and that's not a surprise. We will more than likely see him in the top 5 today, consistently up there, knows how to take on not just his individual fights, but entire teams. This guy is a slayer. He's called the Little Demon, the French Prince. You can add any sort of nickname to him. Either way, you don't want to be looking back at him when he's shooting.
That's
right.
right.
If you are going to be gentlemates and you are going to get to the point where you could win today, you need him on full form.
The Gentlemates, watching them at EWC was sensational. The fans came out in troves, beating the drums, getting loud, and of course making a lifelong fan of you. But winning EWC was Twisted Minds. They absolutely dominated the competition. Let's talk Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they found themselves here at the World Series of Warzone last year, of course, with DJ Moss instead of Allman, and they were able to get third. They need a little bit more firepower coming into this year, so unfortunately they do drop DJ, but they pick up one of the best IGLs in the game in Allman, and I feel like this is what really unlocked this team throughout the course of this year. They've been looking fantastic, and especially leading up to the Esports World Cup, where they had that fantastic moment on top of Control Center, where they're able to lock it on out. But leading up here to the World Series, it's been a little bit of a different story because they've been contested by one of the best teams in the game, the Falcons, at their drop spot at Hospital. It's been a little bit mixy, where even if they win the contest, they're not always converting it into points on the board. So that's what I'm going to be looking at here today. Can they manage to win this contest, number 1, and can they put points on the board? And when you're looking to put points on the board, the best way to do it, it's you gotta fly and you gotta fry, my friend. And there's no better player in the game that does that than the man on your screen right there, Z Smith. He's Mr. Do-It-All for his team. It doesn't matter what needs to be done. He will put his life on the line. He will go ahead. He'll bait for Aiden. He'll try and make the hero play. He'll try and stay alive in those end game moments as long as he possibly can to up that multiplier all the way towards the top. Twisted Minds, they have a lot of eyes on them here today.
Z Smith does his research. I found that out at EWC. More importantly, Allman comes from TBE, a storied roster in the past, now looking to once again be on top of the food chain. He already is at the moment anyways. He just needs the World Series of Warzone title. And of course, Aiden could be one of the top earners if he can secure a victory. This roster has a lot going for them. Twisted Minds are looking great. But you mentioned a big team. Enigma, let's talk about them. Team Falcons returning, trying to reclaim their crown.
Absolutely. We cannot talk about legacy. That cannot be the theme for today without talking about the Falcons. And they have it for very good reasons. This is the Dynasty roster. They won 95% of all tournaments they touched over an 18-month period, including every major we had. These gentlemen are the flag bearers, the standard, for very good reason. This is what everyone else has tried to chase over the year. And although that gap has closed, they are still the team that everyone looks to and fears out there on the map. However, this season, they lost at the Esports World Cup. They came 5th in the end, and we have seen chinks in the armor. We've seen that gods do indeed bleed. Now, for these gentlemen, it's a case of how do you bounce back from that? What does the attitude to that threat look like? Well, we talked about contesting Twisted Minds. They will have no issue pushing people out, and it will be a case of needing to remember who you are. Now, we talk a lot about Hisoka, the IGL. We talk a lot about Biffle, who puts up a lot of the kills. But it's this man that I think is the most important player to them today, Shifty. He will sit and he will flex between the roles depending on where his team needs. His IGL will ask him to jump and he will say how high. Now, a lot of our squads have that player, but they do it at the sacrifice of kills, at the expense of themselves, if you will. He's going to do it in style, still put up big kills. He's going to be a huge factor in whether the Falcons can defend their throne.
You know, this is the thing, Shifty, unwavering confidence. Every time we're talking to him, he never doubts himself. You know, you go back to London, the first World Series of Warzone. He wins the chip, and I said, what's next, man? He says, well, I'm looking to at least get maybe 2, and then I'm going to retire, okay? Well, he's already gotten 3, and now he's looking to go for 4. That's his goal. When's retirement? Nobody knows. This roster is wonderful, but you know, there is a good point. It's like Falcons. They've been flying high for the longest time, but have their wings finally been clipped? That's what everybody's asking.
I'm really kind of concerned about here today, man, because in a couple of the recent tournaments, we've really seen them. They are not the classic Falcons that we've seen, where they just get this massive lead on the leaderboard and they buy themselves a 2 or 3 game buffer to be able to close out match point. What they're doing, they're kind of like laying in wait. They're kind of seeing how the map plays on out. And if I fully expect, if we get to 8, 9, 10 games here today, you have to keep looking at the Falcons as a team that is going to surge from behind, find themselves across that match point threshold, and go ahead and win the game. We casted a tournament not too long ago where that's exactly what happened. We saw Virtus Pro, they crossed the match point threshold, and where were Falcons? 17th. Oh, who won the game? It was the Falcons not too long after that.
Well, speaking of Virtus Pro, by the way, I said it, for World Series of Warzone, there's been 4 winners, and one of them is on this very roster. That is Sage. Let's talk Virtus Pro and how they're going to do this week.
Yeah, so Virtus Pro, they're one of the first teams signed in this new competitive season, and for a good reason. You have 3 absolute heavyweights, like you mentioned. You have Sage, who is a previous World Series of Warzone winner. You have Noobs, who are part of that original dynasty in TBE, and basically the hottest kid on the block, Dongi, one of the top fraggers that we have in the scene that is here. One of the things I love about Virtus Pro is that they've really gone through this identity crisis over the year, and it feels like as we are finding ourselves here at the World Series of Warzone, they have really figured out how each player fits into this system that they have. There was a quote where they said, we're letting Sage off the leash, baby, and we've seen a lot of that through, of course, our regional finals, through things like the Esports World Cup, where Sage is getting mixy. He's getting on in there, and I gotta say, this is also not the TBE Noobs of old. He's been hitting a new level. I told him when I saw him, I said, I don't know what you did to leading up to this, but your shots are looking a little too straight, brother. They are crazy, but they are all led by Dongi. Led the North American Regional Finals with 43 kills. A 3.91 KD, dude, is a little insane when you compare it to a lot of the other competitors we are looking at here today. I think at Virtus Pro, if they are going to make some of the moves that we've seen them make all year long, it's going to be back all on Dongi.
Well, Dongi's on the set, and so is SpiderTiff. Let's hear how Dongi is sounding going into today's competition.
Thank you so much, guys. It's been an absolute blast, and I was able to snag Dongi from BP. Dude, they were just gassing you up. But I gotta hear, how are the vibes with you and the team feeling this morning?
Honestly, we're feeling great. LAN day is always the best day for us. We love it. It's our element. We vibe in this area. Team morale is overall at an all-time high. I think we're chilling, honestly.
That's what I love to hear. Now, listen here. You exploded onto the scene last year in Vegas. You were a household staple. How has your game evolved since then?
I've just gotten older. I've gotten a lot more disciplined, gotten older. My gunning hasn't changed. Honestly, I've just gotten smarter over the years. That's about it.
Look, smarts are great, honestly. You guys have yet to snag a LAN win, though. What's it going to take to accomplish that here today?
Our biggest enemy is ourselves. We have to believe in ourselves, believe in each other, stick to the game plan. We can't overreact in situations, and then honestly, just chill out. We don't play the game the wrong way. We play it better than everybody else. We just have to stick to what we do.
So you believe you can stop Twisted Minds and the Falcons?
Easily, honestly.
What about the French?
They're not great, honestly. I mean, M8's pretty good. They just have a free POI. I don't know how. The other French team that lands on us, they're pretty bad. Honestly, I don't really care about them. It is what it is. It's just 3 free kills, honestly.
3 free kills. All right, last one. What do you want to say to your fans at home and even your rivals?
Honestly, I appreciate everybody, all the support, all my family, my loved ones. I appreciate and love all of you. Rivals, honestly, it is what it is. I don't really care. But I appreciate everybody. I love you all.
It is what it is. Des, back to you.
How can you not appreciate Dongy in that case? And I actually big fan of him now because he says getting older is actually okay. And everybody over here roasts me for getting older, even though I'm not the oldest one on the desk. Excuse me, let me get off that topic. Hey, Dongy is a phenomenal competitor, and I love the fact that, yes, Tiff did break it down. He ended up emerging onto the scene. He's obviously been in Warzone for quite some time, but breaking out at the World Series of Warzone last year in Las Vegas, he now returns to hallowed grounds. He is one of the most consistent players out there. You said IGL. The fact that he's in IGL and can slay out that well is sensational. Yeah. Dongy, a player that could very well change the course of the World Series of Warzone.
No, absolutely. I think there's a lot of what he's saying in that interview that's very important. He talks about getting old. I think what he means is more experience.
That's right.
He's managed to turn himself into a more mature player, which is important. But it's the answer off the back of that, which is our biggest problem is ourselves. So many teams cannot look internally and see that. And what we mean by that largely is going to be that contest. We know that they've got that space over in Boneyard. They have this little pocket. There's a little French team that likes to contest them sometimes. And what we've seen them profit from is often just going, you guys have your side, we'll have our side, we'll set up and we'll go about our game. It's ensuring that they don't invest in that fight for too long. If they do, it can be their undoing. It's keeping that mental locked in and making sure they see out their game plan.
Well, Dan, let's talk about it because when you go back to EWC, Virtus Pro was one of the first teams to reach match point, but they couldn't close it out. And I've been hearing when it comes to big map, it's the same story.
It is, but I will say, kind of thinking back to the $60,000 tournament we just had recently, yes, we went to 11 games. Yes, Virtus Pro crossed it at about map 5. But of the next 6 maps, they were second, I think, in 3 of them. Yes. So it's just a little mistakes that they were able to make. And I think that's exactly what you hear Dongy saying right there. It's like, we are our own enemy, right? We're overthinking things. We're trying to get too fancy with it. All we need to do is just play some simple, smart Warzone. And when you have 3 talented members like that, the kills are going to come to you.
Well, so Hisoka was brought into Falcons to be the closer. That's what he's known at. Who is the closer for VP?
For me, I think it's got to be Noobs, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of Sage, of course, with everything he's achieved. Obviously, we're huge fans of Dongy, but he's leading that line. For me, it's got to be Noobs sitting on that back line. I agree with you. He's shooting so straight at the minute that it's almost eerie. But it's a case of looking at him and thinking, okay, you were part of the previous dynasty, the only one we had really before the Falcons, that TBE roster, of course. You've got all this experience, but he's a very calming presence as well. He's no longer playing around Almond and such. So he's this player that if I'm looking to slow things down, understand what my final position needs to be, he's the man I'm leaning on.
I mentioned TBE, Noobs on that roster. You also have Almond. Everybody's finding success. Noobs also wants to find his own. World Series Warzone is about to be underway. We're going to take a quick break, and then the action will return. And welcome back in, everybody, to the 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Final. We're just moments away from the action starting, but we got some things setting up nicely for you. Like we've been saying, right? Black Ops 7 is just around the corner, and I don't want you to miss out on any of the Black Ops 7 action. Grab your beta code right now if you can. Make sure to scan that QR code, baby. Get involved. Hey, we're going to have it all day long, okay? So make sure you're keeping your eyes peeled not only on the games taking place, but also on your screen for that QR code. We've got a lot of great teams here, right? But again, let's go back to the team that ends up winning EWC. Twisted Minds. We mentioned Z Smith. We broke him down and what makes him a powerful player. But Almond, coming from TBE, one of the most successful roster in the early days of Warzone. Now Almond trying to be back at the top. He already is, but can he claim World Series of Warzone? Talk to me about Almond.
Yeah, I mean, when I think about a couple of teams that I would love to see the World Series of Warzone, there's probably 8 I think I can list off the top of my head. But Twisted Minds is one of them, and it's honestly because of Almond's story, right?
Sure.
You mentioned it. He was part of that original team that was so good when we had Verdansk the first time, right? But leading into the first World Series of Warzone when we were back in London on Al Mazrah, it was sort of the end of TBE. They didn't do great. It wasn't, maybe the TBE that we all expected them to be. He then comes in last year, right? He's part of that Fnatic roster alongside Noobs and Skullface. They don't even manage to qualify for the World Series of Warzone last year. He has to play as a sub on Team Vitality last year, right? So it's like you have this player who's always been considered as one of the best in the game, but he's never gotten his flowers for it. He's never had that huge win to really cement it. And it feels like coming in here into this year, playing alongside obviously Aiden and Z Smith, this is finally his team that he can really make that happen with. And I would love to see that. When we have these storied players, it's all about having that win that they can maybe look back on when their career is all said and done and say, that's the one that felt good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case with Almond, like we keep going on about this theme of legacy. He was part of the very early days of competitive Warzone. I think a lot of people kind of look at that and go, well, your competition wasn't very good. It is now, and this guy has never looked better. So this is definitely him setting himself up to be remembered for a long time as one of the very best.
Well, legacy, it's a heavy word. And look, it comes from close wins, high frags, and intense action. This year has built moments and memories that have brought our players here to Las Vegas, right? But what's left behind? It's the World's Finals. And as they get underway, let's stroll down Legacy Lane.
Go, the bullets going through the truck. 100 Thieves, they're still alive below. A Molotov will finally be able to bring down Echo. Lennon, he is finished. We are about to come down to our final 2 teams. As Faith the kill goes huge. Almond jumps on down. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through. It will reap them their reward. Our motto this year, Enigma, is rise above all. They couldn't do it last year. And when the competition was greatest, the Twisted Minds were able to rise above their competition and secure a match point victory.
My man, Aiden. I see the smile on your face, man. What's the emotion walking down this lane right now?
Oh man, I'm just reliving it. I waited to get so long for a LAN win, and just like the buildup of everything, like all the practice and the scrims, just all led to that moment. So I'm just trying to relive this a little bit and try to manifest so we could try to make it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously emotional. We got a lot looking forward, but where does this rank? I mean, you've won a lot, but a LAN win like this, where does this rank amongst your wins?
Right now, that's my prized possession of wins. Probably my most memorable moment in all of my gaming career, if I'm being honest. So that was something special, and just finally being on the stage and having the confetti and like being the person to experience that, I'd probably rank that #1.
I mean, looking at the confetti, your team, you've got the same roster today. What was the energy like walking into the stadium today?
I feel like when we walk in, we're not super like chatty. I think we just kind of lock in, listen to music, focus. I just try to think of all the reasons I'm here and all the reasons I have like to win. Like I think about my family, and I think about just being a young, like when I was 19 or 18, how much, I would have appreciated being at this level now. And I just try to think of that stuff when I'm coming here.
Man, this was such a big moment, and you've got a chance for another big moment today. I want to give you an opportunity to talk to the people at home about how you're feeling, but can you do it? Can you clean sweep?
I think we could. I think we're very confident in each other. I think we trust each other, and we're all very individually talented. Just got to stick to our game plan. We've been practicing a lot and working on ways that we can improve even after EWC. So, yeah, we're just going to trust in each other and do our thing. I think we can do it and bring home another win for our friends and family.
Dude, I'm proud of you guys. A lot more work to do. Really looking forward to it. Want you to get settled, get your team right, man. Good to see you. We're going to head over to Tiff for another interview.
Thank you guys so much. I was able to grab Biffle from the Falcons, and it's kind of a touching moment, right? Because we just get to see that live on the screen, all the celebrations that just came from that Aiden moment, their win over in Riyadh. What goes through your mind when you're sitting over here on the side kind of watching that one back?
You know, it kind of brings me back to sitting down at Riyadh and, you know, right after we lost. It was a really tough moment because, you know, that was my first loss on land. So hoping to never feel like that ever again. So trying to come out of here with the win.
This is the chance for you to pull the hat trick. You won in 2023, you won in 2024, you would potentially win in 2025. What are you going to do to make sure that happens?
Well, we pulled it off in the last Verdansk tournament, so we know we have it in us after 11 long maps. You know, it was a grueler, but we got it done, and I think we just got to replicate exactly what we did last time, and, you know, Soka's got to call the end game.
Soka the closer, you're the silent assassin. I love it, but hear me out. Are you channeling Twisted Minds at Hospital?
Yeah, we'll be seeing them at Hospi.
You'll be seeing them. All right. Well, hear me out. Another thing. The dynasty could be potentially ending here. Are you officially retiring?
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be my last one. You know, thank you to all the fans supporting me throughout the entire 5 years of competing. But, yeah, this is it for me.
If this is it for you, what do you want to say to your teammates behind you before we drop into today's matches? What do those boys mean to you?
I mean, these boys are, you know, they mean a lot to me. You know, this is the best roster that I think has ever been created for Warzone. And, you know, I think it'll go down as that, especially considering last year after we won, you know, 28 out of like 30 tournaments. So, you know, I'm just excited. I'm just excited.
Describe your career in 3 words.
Greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time. Okay, there's a potential for that desk. Back to you.
Tiff, thank you very much. That's Biffle. And ask the question, we're all on our minds, retirement. Would retirement be happening? Well, it seems to be the case. Biffle, one of the greatest players out there, one of the top earners when it comes to Warzone competitive, someone who has refused to relinquish control of the World Series of Warzone. This could very well be his last dance.
It could be. I don't blame him for wanting to ride off into the content sunset after having such an incredible career that he has. And I kind of like what he says. You know, it's one thing, you know, we kind of were at the end of the World Series last year, like, oh, is Biffle going to retire? Right. What are we going to do? Right. And I just like that he's like, nah, no, this is the last one. So like, I'm going out with a bang. We're going to catch a win here today. We're going to feel good, go out on top. So I like that he's at least being real with themselves. And at least, like, it's a good conversation to have with your team before coming into an event like this.
I think right now, Enigma, like, he doesn't have time to truly process the understanding of what retirement really means. He has to, you know, literally focus on the event. He's got to focus on winning. But afterwards, especially if they win and lift that trophy, and he knows that truly was his final opportunity to compete on stage, it's going to be emotional.
Well, I'd argue greatly that this is his biggest tournament, if anything, because he walked it in 2023, walked it in 2024. This is the first time you've really been put under pressure.
Sure.
How much he'd love to walk it today if he is retiring and see himself off into that sunset. No such luxuries. He's going to be put immediately under pressure, and all the conversations after this point in the future eras of Warzone are going to be, okay, Biffle, yes, one of the greatest of all time, by the way, forwards, not 3, but it's also a case of you are kind of like depending on today to see just how soft or strong that claim truly is.
Sure. Well, you know what the thing to matter is that was the first time he lost on land. That's what he said at EWC. That's tough, right? You know, your first time you lose, right? Everybody's expecting you to win. You're also the home team out there, and it's a tough break. But does that make you crumble? Does that turn you into a diamond? We're going to find out very shortly. Biffle, a competitor that we fully believe in. The Falcons have that ability to snap back. And I agree with what Enigma said, Dandro. This win could be more instrumental than all the other wins because they were won in World Series of Warzone Global Finals in London. They won in Las Vegas last year. They won at EWC, right, 2 years ago. So everybody was like, God, they're already on top. Everybody's got to catch up to them. Now, can they snap back?
I think they definitely can, right? You have three fantastic competitors. I think when we talk about mental fortitude, one of my favorite things to talk about in Warzone is like the soft skills, right? It's the intangibles that you have. And when it comes to having that mental fortitude to lock in moments of despair, in when you're looking down, you're halfway through a leaderboard, it hasn't been your day, what do you do to turn it around? This is the #1 team to do that. You listen to Hisoka talk for 30 seconds and you're like, oh, this guy's built different in a mental sort of way.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be just a little bit of a trip up in their road to glory.
Well, talking about trip, let's talk about Legacy Lane. Aiden replaying his EWC win. You boys actually casting that very moment. I know you guys were getting choked up, right? Obviously, he was as well. His family was there to watch him, too. Just such a big moment for him to finally, because like he said, to be on so many lands, he's had success in other esports. He comes over to Warzone. He's been so close to victory. It's so far away. Finally, he gets over that hurdle. He becomes a champion. He said the confetti was for him. I mean, come on. Such a magical moment. And when we were replaying it and he was watching it, you can tell it meant a lot to him.
Yeah, well, he says it's like the most memorable moment that he's had. Now, of course, recency can kind of play into that, but it is a fact of, like, he has been at the top for a very long time. He's done incredible things. He's in that position, and we see it in every esport, in everything that we see in this world. It's a case you get to the top, and sometimes that standard can slip. Right. And we so rarely see people then bounce back. It's a case of, okay, you've had your moment, your time in the sunshine, and now it's, okay, well, it's going to start to be a bit of a sliding scale.
Sure.
Aiden's bounced back big. He's proven yet again who he is at the very highest level. He's took a team and fought against a dynasty. He's really had to scrabble for that and scrape for that. And they've gone through a journey to get to the point that they are now. It's not a case that they walked into, as a 3, this really successful team. On paper, it's great, but they've had to put in the hard yards. And for him to sit there and say that's his most important moment, that's the most memorable victory he has had, well, that's a wonderful thing to see. But can he make it the Grand Slam today?
That's the question on everybody's mind. Obviously, it's up to them to decide how far they would like to go. But there is one roster that also shook things up over at EWC and going to shake things up this time around. FIFA, of course, my boy. We got to talk about it. We do every single World Series Warzone. Let's talk Vision.
Yeah, I mean, I love this squad. FIFA Kill, Echo, and Lennon. I think when you're talking EMEA, EU specifically, sort of Warzone royalty, these are 3 players that are going to be at the top of your list, right? FIFA and Lennon, they've been around forever, but it's really Echo that has elevated this team, right? They obviously played with Jukies last year. They bring in Echo because I think they needed just that strong voice to really kind of rein the squad in. And they have just such a unique strategy when it comes into how do they want to play this map, right? They're the only team that goes ahead and drops prison. We see them grab that helicopter, they get their loadout, and they are looking to fly at teams, which is going to be especially fun when we think about here today because we have so many teams farm, we have so many teams port, and then even if you do get one of these wacky zones that pulls all the way to the north side, complete opposite area of them, they have that helicopter to make that rotate. They've played a lot of their tournaments off ping. They're on here on land today. The Bradford Biffle is looking to shoot here today, my friends. Lennon, I'm very excited to see what kind of numbers he can put up.
Well, I think there's a couple of things to add on there. I think individually the 3 stories here are very interesting. FIFA Kill, this is a redemption arc, right? I think that he's another one of those players who's had a huge amount of success in content, and it's a case of, okay, well, do you have the passion? Proven this year that he damn well does. For Lennon, this was rising from the ashes, essentially, and proving that he's actually a superstar, no longer the sidekick. Definitely has had his moments to show who he is. But then it's Echo as well. He was seen as this IGL, given a lot of respect. He's able to have those tough conversations with his teammates in a way that builds them and is constructive. And now it's a case of, okay, well, he's getting a lot of respect over in North America because, like, you're actually doing a wonderful job of fixing your problems. However, they have got that issue with farmland, as you mentioned. There's a lot of teams in there. They're playing very well through the southern side of the map. If we end up going north, it's harder for them to kind of figure it out, and that's where Echo's going to show his real strong suit. Have they got a game plan today?
I think my favorite thing of Echo that he says is, I hate playing with FIFA Kill because all of his chatters come in and they like to roast me when I'm just trying to like get him to lock in and have some type of sort of gameplay.
Shed Gang or something
Shed
like that?
Gang. The Shed Gang comes in and roasts him, and he's like, I hate playing. He's like, I wish we didn't have to stream at all.
You know, FIFA though is awesome. By the way, we got some in-venue viewers. They're going to be watching through throughout all day today. That's pretty cool. The plus ones started to come in. That includes Mom and Dad Skullface, for example. We were talking to them last night. Lovely, lovely mother and father that are here to support. I hope the dad was able to get in today. I know the mom had the wristband. We'll see if she's out there along with the father. But FIFA, by the way, I want to shout out him. He ended up winning with RAF during Kobo and also won the solo YOLO against his very teammate who was the MVP. So shout out to FIFA. He's already won out there on that stage. He's looking to now, win a little bit of money with the 300,000. But I love the redemption arc story for sure. But it's not just Vision, is it? It's not just Falcons, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, Gentlemates. We have plenty of other rosters. And one of those rosters that have made great headway throughout their competitive history is 100 Thieves. This roster, a lot of eyes on them. They performed very well at EWC, a lot better than I thought they were going to, especially during the qualification stages, but they fixed it up. And they've got some game plans underway where maybe they've got the game figured out.
Yeah, look, these gentlemen might not like me speaking about them right now because I roasted them on the timeline just a little bit. Yeah, gentlemen. But it's a case of they are three ridiculously talented individual players. However, as a trio, Big Map has been interesting for them. There was a period where they looked really good. They've then moved away from Twins with the whole buy-station reassessment when it came to Verdansk. They moved up north. And since then, it was kind of a case of you're not really there. There's not really anything for us to write home about when it comes to 100 Thieves. Again, as a three, they've got the ability to turn up on their day, walk away with this tournament without a shadow of a doubt. However, as a squad right now, there's nothing that gives me faith in them. They represent obviously a massive legacy organization here in esports. There's a lot of pressure on those shoulders. Can we see them kind of mount that and, if anything, do better with it? For sure, but they've got to prove something very early today.
By the way, I was out there doing a rehearsal piece. They're literally scrimming, and Skullface is screaming at the top of his lungs. I can't repeat what he said. I can't repeat what he said, but he was screaming at the competition. And that's actually one of the things we've been talking about consistently with the players out there. Trash talk. Get loud out there. You're so close to everyone. Why not get up and get in their face?
That's what I literally told everybody as I saw them kind of going in. I said, hey, look who's around you, because when you watch that kill feed, you can get up and spit on whoever you actually just managed to take on in game if you wanted to. But this is so fun. You're so jam-packed. Reminds me of the passion pits of old, right? Yes. Everybody is here and looking to get wild. I love the 100 Thieves roster, though, because I think you can't overlook them. As a reminder, folks, Blast and Gabe, they played together last year on that FaZe Black roster with Flank. And going in, nobody really had them probably. It's like, yeah, maybe they'll be top 10. Maybe they'll do pretty okay. And they showed out. And so now you have Skullface, who's come on in, who he didn't have a great year last year, and he's really on this same sort of redemption arc, similarly we talked about with FIFA Kill, where he's trying to prove that, hey, I am the Warzone player that you all know me to be, and he's backed up by two phenomenal people. Now, the thing is that they got a little bit of a tough fight up there in the military. You have Community, that's there. They have SAUL not too far away from them as well. So for 100 Thieves, I think they have to start off hot. So many times we see them have some duds.
And I think they figured out the spawns, by the way, the zones.
The zone.
A little conversation a little bit later. By the way, it takes a lot to make this competition run. And we, of course, would love to shout out AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7, and Scuff. Gear up for COD with the official controller for Call of Duty. Like I said, it takes a lot. We love our wonderful partners making this entire event possible. But 100 Thieves, figuring the game out, Enigma. This is a roster that I'm personally so excited for. We're getting very close to game number one.
Well, absolutely. And I think when it comes to the 100 Thieves situation that we've got going on there, I'm looking for them to, first of all, if you want to prove me wrong, as said on the timeline, please, I'd love that. There's nothing better than watching that happen because it's at the benefit of somebody else. That's an amazing thing. So it's a case for me of, though, have you put the hard yards in? You struggled massively in the recent 60K that Biffle mentioned that they won recently. And it's a case of, have you managed to figure out how to defend that area, that military base? Their drop, can you win it consistently? Obviously a huge, very important talking point. It's difficult against Community and the likes that are up there. But it's also a case of, we saw a lot of northern zones during that tournament. They really struggled to figure out how to lock that down. People walking into that massive POI and essentially taking it from them. Well, the problem is, if the circle's coming there, you've not gone out to find points. So you're then hoping to defend that. If you don't manage to figure that out, you're relying on southern zones where you can go on the hunt. So have you come up with a strategy for this today?
That's the question. By the way, they are using you as motivation. They printed off a picture of you. It's sitting right in front of them. So every single time they perform well, they're going to be looking at you and saying, we're proving you wrong, dude. Let's bring in our casters, man. It's actually great. We got Spider Tooth. We have Goj. We've been talking so much about so many talented rosters. By the way, shout out to Inner Circle. Just want to say, I think they're going to be doing very, very well today. I think they proved themselves quite well over at EWC, just short of the grand finals. finals, but today they're looking to right the wrongs at the World Series of Warzone. Reflame was also out there. I've been casting over him from the LATAM side like 5-6 years across different titles. Love that he was able to transfer.
Yeah, you're old.
Okay, so go ahead and you step up.
Experience.
I like experience. We learned that earlier from Doggy.
It's good to be with you guys. I got to jab Taylor a little bit. It's good to be with you, man. You guys have been talking a lot about some really good teams.
That's right.
Again, that's the best part about this competition, right? We have 50 trios sitting right out there, all ready to win this whole
Getting
dang
sweaty.
thing.
Getting
Crazy.
sweaty out there, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
And Tiff, are you looking forward to any particular team stuff? You had a chance to talk to a couple of them. Who do you think is going to dominate the day?
Okay, I did get actually asked this question just yesterday. I was flagged down by Soka, and his brother Sir Taylor was out there filming it. He's like, hey, who do you think's gonna win this? And I was like, oh, I just want everyone to have a good time. Someone's gonna win a large amount of money.
Too nice.
He goes, so you think we're gonna lose? And I was like, I didn't say that. He goes, yo, Shifty, she thinks we're gonna lose. And I was like, can you close it out in 6? And he's like, I don't know, maybe. I was like, do it or someone else is winning.
So put you on the spot. Do you think they're going to lose? Okay, you don't have to answer that. You really don't. But, you know, obviously Falcons, we're obviously looking out for them. But is there like a team, maybe not necessarily you think can win, right, the competition, but that you're like, I'm so happy they're here?
I'm happy that this is the most competitive year of Warzone that we have ever had. There is such a large majority of the teams that do have the actual potential to close it out. And I know I did get to speak to Dongy earlier, and I kind of want a VP win.
VP?
I do. I kind of want them to be able to solidify that back out. I mean, Sage, he wants to return back to form. It's Noobs, one of the things that has kind of eclipsed him of late. And of course, Dongy burst on the scene last year in Vegas, one of the highest fraggers. Like, yes.
Yeah, every single time we do a World Series of Warzone, I'm always trying to set the storyline up. Sage, again, incredible, right? One of the only 4 people to ever win the World Series of Warzone. It's been monopolized, right, from, of course.
By Biffle.
Well, by Biffle, right? Shifty as well. Biffle, Shifty, and of course,
can't
Soka in there, right? Because, Biffle, Shifty, 2 for themselves. But, yeah, Sage is awesome. Much respect. He's been able to win. His story is incredible. His come-up is wonderful, and just a great guy. Every time we see him, he's always coming up talking to us. Big smiles, good positivity. Vicious, though, whenever he's competing. I asked Tiff Goj, favorite team, maybe to win, maybe that you're just happy he's here. What do you think?
Look, I've got a lot of opinions. Okay? I'm going to keep most.
You know what they call them?
Yeah, I'm going to keep most of them to myself. The one I will bring up is I want to remind everybody about this Optic roster.
Okay.
Because this is a really interesting story about what they've been able to accomplish. Frankly, adversity, and self-inflicted to some degree. They tried to figure it out, couldn't quite figure it out in some of our other formats, but in World Series of Warzone, they did it. Sure. You have to watch out for Optic, man. Jowo, Z-Laner, Oak, these guys are different. They've been playing the game forever, and they're really dang good. Watch out for this trio.
No, I actually love the call. I think it's great because these 3 exemplify something that we don't see too much in the other rosters, and that is a ridiculous level of teamwork on such a micro scale. They're very much so sitting themselves in roles that just complement each other. They're not relying on individual flashiness, but also they set up their perks, interestingly, to cover gaps across each other. It's a case of, okay, if we're up as a 4-3, we should have no problems being covered, whether it comes to awareness, whether it comes to restock, etc., etc. They're a very strong team in that department, and as such, I think they could be real dark horses.
Dark horses in a great breakdown, my friend. There's no reason you
He's an analyst, baby.
You hit the whole gambit of everything I'm thinking about with this team. It's a really good breakdown. Watch out for this trio. The way they play is extremely good. And I think the last thing I will say about them is that they also can clutch up and ice up. They care about this competition a ton. That's not what I'm saying. But they're going to have the confidence to say, we can shoot anybody. I don't care if your name's Biffle. You're going down.
They kicked me out of their spot. I told you. I was in there talking to Biffle, and Jowo was right there, and he was just hanging out, and I was like, look at my tactical Labubu. And he looked at me, and he goes, get that thing away from me.
You actually got one.
Yeah, I got one.
Shout out to you.
It's the Pulse Check Princess.
Okay, it took forever for you to get one, by the way.
It did. Thank you,
Hard work
Jared.
pays off.
You're welcome. Consistency.
Consistency is key. Yes,
it is.
Learn that in the Army.
There it is.
Yo, honestly, now I get it. I didn't get it before Labubu. I don't know what that is, but now I do, and I'm all for it.
You're so old.
Everyone say hello to little Pulse Check Princess.
You're older than me.
It's terrifying, man. This is supposed to be for kids or something. I don't know what they are. I have no idea. I'm sorry, you're making me feel old over here. But the amount of work Tiff's gone to try and get one of those, I'm just very glad that you've got it on show today.
By the way, a lot of watch parties. Repulse is in the house, of course, right out there. One of our official watch parties. Shout out to them, breaking everything down, maybe getting a little weird as they typically do out there, dancing. I don't know. They even have a little bit of a live crowd out there too. You can get involved for the people in venue. We mentioned the moms and the dads. You were there last night, right, to meet Skullface mom and dad? Right?
100%.
Wonderful. And again, that support system goes a long way.
Well, and I want to talk a little bit about the support that Europe does have as well, because I think there's a ton of people watching from the Europe region.
Yes.
We talked about a couple of those teams. I'm excited to highlight a little bit more about them later.
Well, we're going to be highlighting teams all day long. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game one coming your way. And welcome back in, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone Global Final here in 2025 in sunny Las Vegas. Beautiful stuff underway. I know you guys won game one. We did too, right? We're just fixing some things out there. Competitive integrity. Don't worry. We'll be underway very, very shortly. And as soon as that game is ready, we're going to be sending it through, baby. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Dandro Enigma. We've talked a lot about many different rosters. I want to expand this conversation about Optic. An org. Call of Duty wouldn't be what it is without Optic. Let's just face it, right? It's a great organization who has really defined what Call of Duty is about, from the quick scoping days to now their competitive, Call of Duty days, right? Whether it be multiplayer or Warzone. They've got a talented roster here. We mentioned self-infliction, maybe, a little bit of struggles, right, because of themselves, but I think they've really come together and figured it out. And Joe Woe is a wonderful guy who obviously has a great competitive history. We're always pumping him up on the broadcast. And I believe Coach is on site with Joe Woe, if I'm not mistaken. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and the whole. Joe, I was hyping you up on the desk, man. How's the mental right now? You ready to play?
Oh, I'm feeling incredible. I mean, it's been a little bit of a slow start right now, but I'm feeling great. Team's feeling great, so I can't complain.
Okay, I want us to walk back a little bit, man. The conversation about getting picked up with Optic. What does it mean to represent an org in general, but also Optic? The green wall, man, they're cheering you on.
I mean, they are the absolute GOATs. obviously, like, our team's feeling good. I mean, the green wall is insane. So obviously I saw Scump, Hex, all the boys. So we're feeling good right now.
Yeah, you guys have been in the lab, I mean, and it's paid off. I mean, you're at this stage, everything's changed. This is a brand new team that's put in the work. How does it feel going into the competition with the confidence that you obviously have? I was talking to all three of you.
I mean, it honestly feels great. Obviously, there's a lot of doubters sometimes, and that's all good, but that honestly just fuels our team. So obviously the VOD review's been paying off, the scrim's been paying off, so now it's time to prove it today.
I see Z behind you getting ready. Talk to me about your teammates, man. You got a special roster.
Oh, I got a super special roster. Obviously, our team, our vibes and stuff like that. We got Big Z here right now. Like, our team feeds off vibes a lot. If we're flowing and we're grooving, I feel like our team's unstoppable. I got the confidence in these guys, so I can't complain.
Number one team you want to take down today?
Probably Ryder, man. Probably Unk, because that's my guy. So probably, I would say Unk, personally.
All right. Unk status is all of us, but the true Unk is getting down. Well, we're going to head over to Tiff, who's going standby, I think, with FIFA Kill.
I was able to find FIFA, who's had a pretty impressive week thus far here in Vegas. So welcome to Vegas, my guy. Congrats on winning Code Bowl. Congrats on winning the solo YOLO. What are the vibes like this morning with the team today, though?
Well, there's a bit of a bit of stress going on, a little pre-game nerves, everyone trying to get everything set up, super frantic, but we're feeling good, shooting in the firing range, everyone's shooting straight. We're just ready to get in the map, We played yesterday, one warm-up game, and we cooked, so.
You guys cooked. All right, what's the best way to shake off those nerves ahead of a really gnarly day like this?
Biggest thing's a big game one. You just want to, there's two big moments, I'd say, going into the tournament that really set the tone. You want to win the first fight. That's a big gain of momentum for the team. And then, just make sure you have a good first game, because you don't want to go out game 1, 0 points. You start down yourself. You just want a big first game for sure.
All right, well, I hope you guys get that big first game. Well, you guys like to land down in prison, and that's not oftentimes in the zone, so you really have to focus on those rotations and maybe playing out in the gas. I'm getting word that you do love a little stim gas play. Talk to me about that.
I do love a gas play, but the prison circle's a bit of a sleeper POI. They don't realize, because we finish looting up. We got a Lodi and an advance every single game. We got a helicopter, so we just pop that fly wherever we want, and we got just as much info as anyone that landed in the zone. So we gotta sort it out.
I was gonna say, this is live. Players can probably hear you saying that. Are you worried about them knowing a little bit more of your strat?
Hey, they already know what we're about to do. We're gonna land on their heads. It doesn't matter.
So you're feeling pretty confident. Who is the #1 team you're looking forward to taking out here today?
Honestly, I got a couple. Just all the people that land around us and try and play us at the start. I'll take down anyone in port, anyone in farmland. I'm coming for them all.
He's coming for you all. Watch it out here. Good luck today, FIFA.
Thank you very much.
Des, back to you.
Hey, Ghost Tiff, thank you so much for the on-the-floor reporting. First to start, Joe, that smile melts my heart every single time that he's on. And he said it, good vibes all around. That's what makes him so strong. Even getting a massage right before the game. Where's mine? I've been waiting, boys.
It ain't coming from us, that's for sure.
Sorry, man. Bro, what do you mean? Off camera? No, hold up. Off camera, these guys are wild. Now, on camera, they're like, oh, yeah, we're good, man. Okay, whatever. Anyways, Z later out there, Joe, smiles galore, feeling good. And again, mentioning Optic, the way they've been treated. Yeah. Green Wall, all right? This
Green Wall, baby.
Green Wall, they're going to be out there supporting big time.
Well, I think that one of the most impressive things is they did start slowly, let's face it. They had the whole UWC qualification where they fell short. And one of the things is you are underneath that Green Wall, a fantastic group, but they do, very fairly, apply a lot of pressure on results. They want to see results for sure. And they got off to that start. It wasn't really what you wanted, but it's been the bounce back for me, the growth. Yeah. You're seeing this whole game plan come together, the development that they've had despite that pressure, despite those setbacks. Sure. Very impressive. But also, you're seeing the vibes out there, and we've seen that all the way through the week when we've been with those players. They do genuinely feel good right now, and that's why we're touting them a little bit as dark horses.
And they're actually landing TV, and it's a very interesting situation because for the leading up to this, they've only had one team really kind of near them, right? Being Louis, CM, Liam, and their third as well. But now they've also had Movistar Koi start making their way into TV as well. And we saw Louis today, and he was kind of frustrated about that. I feel like for those boys, they're welcoming it because TV can kind of sometimes be one of these POIs that you're just hoping somebody's trying to regain it. You're not going to find necessarily a lot of kills unless you flex down to Village, right? So now they're kind of some free kills near them. We're seeing Joe with the sniper in hand looking fantastic.
Well, Ghosh is on site with Skullface, one of my favorite players out there who always brings the energy. Ghosh, what's Skullface have to say?
All right, thank you, Taylor Reflections Noble, and everybody on the desk. I've got Skullface with 100 Thieves. My man, the calm before the storm is what you just said to me. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty nice right now. Got some liquid IV drip yesterday, feeling hydrated, feeling good. Woke up today, pissed excellence, so hopefully, I'm sure we'll play some excellence too today.
I think you will, man. Look, the desk was talking that you got a little bit amped during even some of the scrims. Talk to me about energy. Is trash talking just a part of your blood as well?
Yeah. And we're so close to each other, everyone's going to hear me. So the louder I am, the more people are going to be afraid. So just be as loud as I can.
Look, I think that's all we can ask for you, man. Just get as loud as you can, loud as you want. We don't care. We love it. All right, I want to walk us back a little bit. Similar question. I just talked to Joe about this. Representing an organization like 100 Thieves, man, this has obviously now become a staple in the gaming space. What does that mean to you to represent them?
I think it's great to represent 100 Thieves, and especially just any org. But 100 Thieves, you know, Nate Shot's the GOAT. Got me on, like, I literally have a video of Nate Shot, like, clipped way back in the day. So been a big fan, and just to represent 100 Thieves in Warzone and have orgs in Warzone, it's huge. And hopefully it just keeps on going up from here.
All right, one more quick shout. You've got your literal family sitting out in the wings here, just a couple meters away. You got a lot of supporters at home for you guys and your whole roster. Anything you want to say to those people out there and at home?
Drink as much as you want, get lit, have a good time, and just enjoy the show.
Just enjoy the show. That is Skullface with 100 Thieves. Let's head over to Spider Tiff and see who she's talking to.
Some crazy words of wisdom there from Skullface, but here's the deal. I actually was so excited to speak to Trixie Vibes here. This roster coming in from the NA wild card, so barely making it here to Las Vegas. Is this your first time in a major competitive LAN?
Correct. This is my first year competing. I turned 18 last year, so I took the year off to, start getting better. And 19, I figured it was the year to start competing.
A little young gun here. Okay, so here's what you gotta do now. Introduce yourself to the world and the people at home, because this is the time to make a name for yourself.
So my name's Trixie Vibes. These are my teammates, Kizzy and Whiplash. We're representing Rowdy. I come from a small town in New York, so, this isn't really heard of, so this is actually insane, but, I just keep my head down, keep grinding. I play a lot of Warzone, a lot of Call of Duty, just 24/7. I go to school, but mainly just grinding, trying to make this become a living. It's dreams. You see this in the movies, so it's all we can hope. Keep grinding.
What does it mean to you and your teammates to be here?
I mean, we came from a long way. We just made this team probably 2 weeks before World Series. We had, struggles with, our other teammates, so we kind of just gave it our all. We ended up combining. We found Kizzy on Twitter, and we kind of just, threw the team together, and it came out. So we ended up clutching that wild card game, so it's absolutely insane in the middle of damn.
All right, 1 second. Hey, Kizzy, come here for a second. I heard you laugh when he said he found you on Twitter.
Yeah, he did find me on Twitter.
Did you ignore that DM at first?
No. I didn't ignore him. See, on Twitter, they said they needed one, so I texted them. I DM'd them. It was like, hey, why not?
Why not? And look at you now. Now, what does the family and friends think about you being here in Vegas competing for the potential of a $1 million prize pool?
I'm not going to lie. I have my whole family watching me. They love it. They're supporting it. They just want me to give my 100%.
What do you want to say to them?
I love all of y'all. I love all the support. I love it. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Keep doing what you're doing. All right, let's get the third member up here. I do want to speak to you real quick. We got to give everyone a little bit of the limelight. All right, go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from. Give me the goods.
My name's Whiplash, or Sam. I'm from Tennessee, Nashville. These are my two sons, Kizzy and Trixie. I'm like the unk of the squad, you know what I mean? Like, they bait me, I get in there. They get my trades, though. They get my trades sometimes. But, yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do.
What do you want to say to everyone competing here against you today? Because some people might look at you and think, hey, you guys are the underdogs. You came in as the wild card, and you want to make yourself known because this is just the beginning, right?
Yep. Yeah, we put in a lot of work to get here, honestly, and I think that goes kind of unsaid sometimes, and we put in a lot of work to get here. Even though we are a wild card team, we want to make some upsets, I can't lie. So we definitely want to make some upsets, and yeah, it means a lot. I can't lie. I want to thank you to my family and my friends for supporting, and that's about it.
All right, last question. Yeah. Who are you looking forward to killing the most out here on LAN?
That's an op question. Oh my God.
Say the name.
Probably so. They were talking, can I curse in this? They were talking a lot of trash.
There we go, I like that.
I got you. That's all I got.
All right, hear me out. Thank you so much. Good luck today. I hope you guys have an absolute blast. Goj, I hear you got someone cool over there too.
Thank you so much, Tiff. Well done over there. And I've got Foulnets right next to me here with Citadel Gaming. My man, how are you feeling going into a competition of this scale?
feeling good. I'm just blessed to be here. First time playing with these boys. We just loaded up the week of quals and we made it here. So just here to give it everything we got.
Look, Cinderella story means that no expectations. You just swing for the fences. Talk to me a little bit about this roster, your two teammates, how you guys know each other, and how you guys kind of linked up before the competition.
So the way it all came about, I just wanted to find a team, and them two as a duo needed one. I jumped on, started IGLing, and we got all the way here.
You got all the way here, and you also got one of the most iconic clips in the competition. Talk to me about that moment. What happened for the people at home that didn't see it, and how did that feel?
So game 5 of the NA finals, we rotated all the way over to Lumber. We were sitting up on a hill, about third zone, had 0 kills, ended the game with 17 kills, collided Falcons, got the win, and that really just propelled us up into qualling here.
Yeah, it got you to qual to here, and also iconic. You collat snipe the Falcons and wipe them. It was unbelievable, man. Well, I want to give you a moment. Tell the people at home. Obviously, you got a lot of people at home probably cheering you guys on. Talk to me about them and what that means to you.
Yeah, I got a lot of family, friends, a lot of people in the stream. Shout out the Foul Pals. Been supporting me for the better part of 5 years. It's been a fun ride, and to finally make it to land, it just means the world to me.
I appreciate that a lot. Last question. You got picked up kind of last second a little bit with Citadel Gaming. What does that mean to represent an organization like that?
It's awesome to represent an org, and especially just feeling so welcomed by them. Like, they sent us a bunch of care packages. They're taking care of us very well, and it's just some good-looking colors, good-looking jersey.
Good-looking colors, good-looking jersey. Really pumped about this, but we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, World Series of Warzone. My man, Aiden. I see the smile on your face, man. What's the emotion walking down this lane right now?
Oh man, I'm just reliving it. I waited to get so long for a LAN win, and just like the buildup of everything, like all the practice and the scrims, just all led to that moment. So I'm just trying to relive this a little bit and try to manifest so we could try to make it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously emotional. We got a lot looking forward, but where does this rank? I mean, you've won a lot, but a LAN win like this, where does this rank amongst your wins?
Right now, that's my prized possession of wins. Probably my most memorable moment in all of my gaming career, if I'm being honest. So that was something special, and just finally being on the stage and having the confetti and like being the person to experience that, I'd probably rank that #1.
I mean, looking at the confetti, your team, you've got the same roster today. What was the energy like walking into the stadium today?
I feel like when we walk in, we're not super like chatty. I think we just kind of lock in, listen to music, focus. I just try to think of all the reasons I'm here and all the reasons I have like to win. Like I think about my family, and I think about just being a young, like when I was 19 or 18, how much, you know, I would have appreciated being at this level now. And I just try to think of that stuff when I'm coming here.
Man, this was such a big moment, and you've got a chance for another big moment today. I want to give you an opportunity to talk to the people at home about how you're feeling, but can you do it? Can you clean sweep?
I think we could. I think we're very confident in each other. I think we trust each other, and we're all very individually talented. Just got to stick to our game plan. We've been practicing a lot and working on ways that we can improve even after EWC. So yeah, we're just going to trust in each other and do our thing. I think we can do it and bring home another win for our friends and family.
Dude, I'm proud of you guys. A lot more work to do. Really looking forward to it. Want you to get settled, get your team right, man. Good to see you. We're going to head over to Tiff for another interview.
Thank you guys so much. I was able to grab Biffle from the Falcons, and it's kind of a touching moment, right? Because we just get to see that live on the screen, all the celebrations that just came from that Aiden moment, their win over in Riyadh. What goes through your mind when you're sitting over here on the side kind of watching that one back?
You know, it kind of brings me back to sitting down at Riyadh, and you know, right after we lost, it was a really tough moment because you know that was my first loss on LAN, so hoping to never feel like that ever again. So trying to come out of here with the win.
This is the chance for you to pull the hat trick. You won in 2023, you won in 2024, you would potentially win in 2025. What are you going to do to make sure that happens?
Well, we pulled it off in the last Verdansk tournament, so we know we have it in us after 11 long maps. You know, it was a grueler, but we got it done, and I think we just got to replicate exactly what we did last time, and, you know, Soka's got to call the end game.
Soka the closer, you're the silent assassin. I love it, but hear me out. Are you channeling Twisted Minds at Hospital?
Yeah, we'll be seeing them at Hospi.
You'll be seeing them. All right. Well, hear me out. Another thing. The dynasty could be potentially ending here. Are you officially retiring?
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be my last one. You know, thank you to all the fans supporting me throughout the entire 5 years of competing. But yeah, this is it for me.
If this is it for you, what do you want to say to your teammates behind you before we drop into today's matches? What do those boys mean to you?
I mean, these boys are, you know, they mean a lot to me. You know, this is the best roster that I think has ever been created for Warzone. And, you know, I think it'll go down as that, especially considering last year after we won, you know, 28 out of like 30 tournaments. So, you know, I'm just excited. I'm just excited.
Describe your career in 3 words.
Greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time. Okay, there's a potential for that desk. Back to you.
Once again, reliving those interviews, talking to Biffle. Big announcement, right? Potentially retiring. He says he is. He did this last year and then he didn't retire. I honestly feel this year might be different. Granted, he wins this entire event. Maybe he doesn't. Okay, we'll have to see at the very, very end. Either way, Biff was so instrumental in Warzone competitive. But let's take it a little bit more of a funnier route. I want to go back to Skullface. Pissing excellence. That's why I like this guy. To quote. Well, yeah, literally. That's what he said, not me. This guy is just one of the funniest competitors out there. One of the most intense competitors, too, especially when he starts trash talking. Undeniable confidence in his ability to control the stage. Also a big dude, by the way, like in gamer standards, right? He's kind of a big guy. So when he starts trash talking, I think a lot of people start to get a little bit intimidated out there. They got them noodle arms, all right? Skullface is that guy. I'm being honest, okay? I'm being honest. Skullface, though, love the guy. And also, we had a chance to speak to another roster that was just incredibly funny, bro.
I mean, Rowdy is basically I say this every single year. There's always one team that is the epitome of the World Series of Warzone. And I think this year, it's got to be Rowdy, right? He said, like, yeah, we literally formed the week of open quals. Right. You're picking up random dudes off Twitter to play with you, and then you're making your way all the way to the NA, LCQ, and you win the wild card map to be here. You're talking about the ride over. I'm like, just no matter how you do here today, that's still just like such a cool thing to be able to say, like, yeah, I got paid to go to Vegas to play Warzone against some of the best players in the world. There's not too many other people who can say that same type of thing.
And I think one of the things I love about it as well, they're relaxed. They're like, okay, there's nothing to lose here. We're having a great time. Whiplash is doing the mewing thing, whatever the young kids do these days. And like, they're having a great time. They're just here to enjoy themselves. Sure. Which you could walk into that room and feel incredibly intimidated. Sure. Like, they're doing great work with the camera angles. Let me tell you guys, it is packed in there. You are going to hear everything. You're going to feel everything through that room. Sure. So like, they're just enjoying themselves. They're here for the vibes. And it's a case of, all right, well, what can that do? Anything that isn't bottom 5 is this massive success story today, quite frankly. These are 3 guys that have just come together last second, had a great time to get themselves through. And that, I love that you're bringing it up, my friend. That is the epitome of what the World Series of Warzone is supposed to do. There's so many people that could step up in those open qualifiers and prove who they are.
No, I would love to be able to see them at least just have some type of success. I think when we kind of come here into our event here today, there's so many things that we can talk about with some of these teams that on the land you can't overlook any of these different squads that are trying to go on in, right? You have to respect everybody that's here. There's going to be no rotation that's free. There's going to be no gunfight that is just so incredibly easy. Next thing you know, you can think like, oh, we can absolutely go from point A to point B. No worries at all. But then you could just have a team lurking that catches you off the rip. Yep. We've seen the Falcons. That's happened to them a number of times, right? Where they think they have this nice, big, long rotation that's absolutely free. Next thing you know, it's a team like Five Fears or a team like Rowdy who's just being able to get some shots in from an angle that they're not expecting.
No, absolutely. I mean, you hear that come from Citadel Gaming, right? Falness. He found a collat on Falcons. There's no such thing as a free rotation anymore. All these teams have earned their place here. They all have the ability. And even if it was wildcard, you were still into the finals. So you still found your way through to that point of passage. So, yeah, very much so an opportunity for some upsets to come through. A lot of our teams here looking to stake a claim and make a statement about who they are. Why should we know your names? Right. Prove it to us today.
Rowdy, again, a great competitor. I just love their interview, the energy that they're giving out. Obviously, Skullface. The players are getting geared up, ready to play today. Obviously, we have a little bit of a delay. We do apologize for that, but we want competitive integrity and everything to be perfect going into the World Series of Warzone competition. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the action will continue.
boys. Come on. It's a 1v1 and Jesse, he's trying to Louis.
The Falcons are the best Warzone team of all time.
And welcome back into the 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Final. We are back after a bit of a long break. We appreciate your patience, but hopefully we'll be underway very shortly. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Dandro and Enigma. Boys, let's get it started. We're back for the World Series of Warzone. We've got match point, right? 125 points being the threshold. We don't know how many games we're going to get. Maybe we'll get 10, maybe we'll get 20, maybe we'll get 80. Who knows? But either way, let's talk. Well, we'll see, okay? Let's talk about how today is going to work because it's been a long road to get to this point.
Yeah, we kickstarted, of course, with our regional in-game open. We took our top 100. We went through a nice little fancy group stage where we put the top 50 into an upper bracket and the bottom 50 into lower round one. You had to fight your way through all of these different stages in order to make it to your regional final for both North America and EMEA. Top 15, well, they booked their ticket to the global final. If you weren't one of those top 15, the bottom 25 dropped to the LCQ, where we got top 5 and, of course, our wildcard map sent to the global final.
Well, let's talk about scoring. It's the same as it's always been, but just to get you up to speed, 50 squads, drop in Verdansk, 1 point per elimination. The big thing is placement multiplier. You want to make sure you get first. You get a 2x on all the eliminations you were able to accumulate. So you got to find the nice balance. And of course, we're here for a reason, not only to become a champion, but also to win a bulk of the $1 million.
Yeah, absolutely. First, we'll walk away with $300,000, nearly a third of what we have available here today. And of course, if you're splitting that up nice and tidy, it is 6 figures per player. Beautiful stuff. Second, 150, third, 100K. And then it scales on down there, but to your top 25 are getting paid out. Your bottom 25, you're getting nothing. You've had a lovely trip. It's been a great year to get here for many of you. But for that is all we're going to hand out if you're getting bottom half.
That's it. But it's still an accomplishment to be at this point in time. Now, I do want to say we're giving away drops all throughout the broadcast. Make sure you're paying attention. Get that QR code scan. Black Ops 7 beta codes. I see you all out there. You're hungry for one. I am too. Maybe I'll get one after. I don't know how I'm going to get one, but we're going to figure out a way, boys. Drops throughout the entirety of the broadcast. So many talented teams competing today. One of them, representing EMEA, is Gentleman's. Let's start talking about them. They're about to hop into map 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, Gramalock and Enkyo, of course, representing that region, and a lot of the EMEA regions, to be quite honest with you. They put up a lot of kills. They have a huge amount of space up in their POI towards top right there. They're going to be in Quarry, relatively uncontested unless someone decides to go back to them today. Their problem has always been about closing. They even saw this out in the Esports World Cup. You're seeing their performances there on your screen. They came second, and it's a case of sometimes I don't think they know when to slow down enough in order to see out match point. You have to be very disciplined. Instead, these three like to get very aggressive and hungry on the map. So it's a case of today, can you fix that? Can you right your wrongs? But the one thing for certain is they will get to that match point because they have some superstars, and a superstar slayer in particular in Enkyo, that little man that you can see there on your screen, the little demon, the French prince, all of those things. But he is the man who led the line when it came to the EMEA regional finals, first overall with 31 kills, and he is a phenomenal player. He will get you those moments where you pop off, maybe take on 1v3s, turn the tide in fight, and get to match point. It's just about closing.
They surprised everybody at EWC, not only because of their playability, but also because of the fan base. They're rabid, they're hungry. They want more Gentlemates, and they're going to get exactly that. And we want more Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds were on fire. In fact, they win the championship at EWC. They're looking to go for gold at the World Series of Warzone.
Hey, Twisted Minds, they are looking really, really solid right now. You have the IGL, A. Almond. You have, of course, the support player, Aiden, and that fragger, Z. Smith. This has been a really fun team to watch progress over the entire year. I've run into a little bit of a sticky situation recently where they've been getting contested at Hospital by the Falcons in some recent events. It hasn't always looked the best for them, but I am sure here today on LAN, they're going to be coming a little bit different. We heard Biffle in an interview earlier saying Falcons, they want to land on Twisted Minds. They want to try and bring it to them, and it's because you're trying to control Hospital in that area of the map. But for Twisted Minds to be successful, Z Smith's got to be able to come on the line. He is able to do whatever he needs to do to help enable the rest of his teammates so that way they can be finding those points and be getting those placement multipliers.
Well, let's talk about the ones trying to reclaim their crown. Falcons looking to go all the way. This would be big for them because not only Biffle retiring potentially, but also getting back on top would be even better than potentially their previous 3 championships.
Yeah, 100%. What does your reaction look like when you are finally threatened, when you are contested? We're going to see that today. How do you stand up when you are no longer the invincible god in the sky? What are you? And for these Falcons players, it's about proving exactly what they are, exactly why they've earned the reputations that they have, why they were called a dynasty in the very first place. Of course, EWC, they came 5th there. Underwhelming for them. It's just a case of not managing to pull. They talked a lot about those zones and stuff, but still, there was just an air there where they would underwhelming in terms of the energy that they could bring to the map, but they can indeed turn that around today. And you've got the man on your screen there that I think will make a difference. He'll be that player who fits in between where he needs to be for his team. Do you lead the line with Biffle? Do you sit back and play alongside Soka? His IGL will ask, he will deliver, and he will put up big kills at the same time.
I believe in him, I really do. He's got a lot of energy. He's feeling confident. Let's get game 1 started. Goj and Spider Tiff, let's get it underway.
All right.
I think we're dropping.
Yeah,
you think we're doing it?
Dropping in, folks. We're dropping in not only here in our booth, but also I think in game.
This is, by the way, the most epic thing I've ever seen. This is incredible. If you guys knew how big this room truly is, and the plane opens up, question is, who's diving first?
Not me. It's a bad time to say I'm afraid of heights, but good thing our players are not. This is where I am so excited to get into the mix of things. The boys broke it down perfectly. $300,000 for first place. Now, here's the deal. Soka. That doesn't look like hospital.
Yeah, as we take a look at what's happening here, folks, it's map number 1. And the Falcons were talking a lot of mess about where they may or may not land. It has looked like they are headed back to train station, back where they have inhabited for so long. The first game is underway, and I can't believe it, and I'm so excited.
Bubble, my man, why are we coming over here to train station? Sure, you thought it was potentially going to be uncontested, right? If the Falcons go hospital, hey, train station, large enough for multiple teams, but they have returned home and Robstar Showstopper down below. This is gonna be really interesting. And of course, these boys, they're probably thinking they're free kills.
Yeah, the Falcons have returned to form, and a couple other teams said, oh, wait, I thought you weren't supposed to be here. They might back off in the next couple. We got to turn our eyes to TV station. We talked a lot about the Optic boys before our first break, and they've got a chance to do something here against Louis CM. A contested drop spot as per the usual. Optic lying in wait. They know it. See who's first to trade blood, and first shots laying down will be on the side of Walker, connecting actually quite strong. Louis CM pushes in, they've got the advantage. That's going to go 2, 3,
Louis.
Optic up, Optic down, all to the gulag.
You were talking to them earlier, Goj, and they were feeling pretty confident, but if you just got bodied by Louis CM like that, that's not a great way to kick off map number 1. Hopefully they can survive the gulag and not go 3 for 3 there.
A lot of action to start, a lot of kills exchanging hands. If you see a squad wiped on the left side of your screen, doesn't necessarily mean they're out of this lobby. We'll watch top middle. Still have all 50 of our trios alive.
I was curious about this one, though. Honestly, we were talking to King AJ, and he was saying, you know, yeah, of course, we're going train station. All is going to be just fine there. But, of course, with the Falcons returning back, things are going to get mixy earlier. And with the heartbeat sensor, you're going to be able to get that information and a nice peek to pick up one. But there's the flank. Soka down, but not before King AJ falls as well. Can Shifty clutch up here?
Slight advantage. Shifty's going to capitalize on it. Should be able to pick up both of these, no problem. Slow start for some, but a fast start for the Falcons as they pick up a couple of kills. This will be nice. You start thinking about scores.
Nice little move here, and the free cam to show us Robstar getting out of the way. Now, here's the deal. When they had the buy stations reshuffle, things get peculiar when it turns of waiting for your teams to come back out of the gulag, making sure that you have the cash to buy them back. But as we turn towards the north, over at Lumber, Mayhem, Swizzin, Marco on the other side, Decky, Sukex, and Lays, it's kind of an interesting one, right? Because do you take these smart engagements? Do you feel like you have an isolated fight? Because you want to put yourself in power positions to take this without losing that gulag early.
So you continue to swing around. There's a lot of kills happening in the feed. It did look like Twisted Minds picked up a full trio wipe.
Savvy.
Same for many others, but we go to downtown. Von Butt in a bit of trouble. It's Jesus Jr. and the Italians move their way through this downtown position. I think the big question in my mind, as per the usual, Tiff, is what does this litmus test of a first map bring us? Got a bit of an icing of the kicker, if you will, leading up to our first map. As our players are thrown in, everybody having differing mentals,
different conversations they've had with their team. It's finals day, and the only thing that matters is who can execute on main stage. So as we continue to dip and dive between multiple different pieces of action, first look here for Stukex on screen with Decky, our Germans. Looking to stare down their competition, a high ground position, but I'm not sure they know where Swizzin is.
Swizzin, he's exercising a lot of trigger discipline and picks up a nice one on the Stukex. We're not alone here. You can keep an eye out. You see Omnic has moved in, and he's been going crazy in some recent online tournaments, and I'm just not sure which Omnic is going to show up today. Either he's dropping 15 kills or we're going down swinging. So playing the pacing forward, right? We're going to go hit this big sandwich and keep on moving.
And did you see Optic get wiped again? That means Optic is out of this map early. Unfortunate start for them, but Decky trading blows as Mayhem's a sub for the squad. On main right now, getting cut down, unfortunately. It's going to be Marco Sancho, last alive for his team, and down they go. A third party, Omnic, been fighting with this team for a little while, and Decky comes in to play with it. Omnic gets the full wipe.
I think it's really smart for Decky and Laze to both kind of back off here, wait to get a full power of 3, because there's strength in numbers when it comes to these lobbies. But I love that you were talking earlier in particular about this litmus test. We always talk about what that first match number 1 is going to look like, especially coming into LAN on the global stage. Everyone's on the same ping, and they feel very confident. So how do they approach it? We saw Vombot get lit on up. He's back in. We don't have Clutch Belt just yet, but Devo does see the fire signal of a recent loadout, which could give them a moment in time to be able to capitalize on that.
Well, what you don't see is our zone. We actually, Tiff, have a fairly central zone for the most part. As you can tell, everything in downtown in the middle of the map is going to be inside of that zone. The extremities of this map will not. Prison being bisected in half, so I can only assume FIFA Kill and Co. are moving their way closer and closer to the middle of the map. We're still very early in this one, and plenty of time to work on this map for most every single team. And again, I am confirming that with 48 teams on the map, Team Optic unfortunately dropped out very early in this one.
Well, Clutch Belt dropping back on in. We saw the buyback come on through just a couple of months ago, and I love that you're talking about the center zone right here as we go ahead and pull up the map. It's going to reiterate everything that Goj said. You can see train stations still large there in the center, one team occupying that spot, but all the teams in downtown and kind of clustered up by TV station. I'm going to go ahead and hedge my bet that it does go towards the left. So if you're looking for teams like the Falcons, VP operating in Boneyard, you've got the people up there in the north, you just have to make sure that you're smart about this. Get your the recons up, right? Yeah. We're going to play the long game here. Get the power position and let those kills come to you.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Speaking of kills, here's Twisted Minds. Yes, they may start in Hospital, but they're trying to get active here in downtown. They've got to fight up above. They crack one. And a nice trade here as per the usual. The fights inside of these stairwells are brutal. These date back to 5 years, a half a decade of taking these fights and a trading of blows and actually a kill going the way of Stussy. But Z Smith does get the trade.
He does, but just before Aiden gets fooled. Now Allman's going to have to contend with Kami out here, but look at the trap they're setting up. Z Smith jumps down onto the next level and makes sure that they play for the pinch. I love that they left a player out. You can see Crystal Shots in the distance, who's going to say, basically, Kami, you're sandwiched between 2 of the Twisted Minds. I'll see what I can do, but that is going to be too little too late for Kami.
Setting up a pinch here, going to try to execute this squad if they can. Could be a 1v1. Crystal Shots has no chance. Allman shooting bodies and get out of this map right now. Promenade. Nice and free for the side of Twisted Minds. They've got pretty much every piece of the map they want and more. And take a look at your kill feed briefly. Right up Brax. Holy cow, that is a full wipe, and it almost looked like even more, but triple knock, triple wipe. Send that team to the gulag.
Well, Bling CJ, I see Bryce. They're moving on straight forward, straight to Savvy Ultras. Jesus Jr. out on the horizon. And something that I'm noticing, and it could be just because it's game number 1, Goj, some of our players feel a bit hesitant, kind of nervous, right? It seems as soon as one gets lit up, they're already looking for a disengagement on the fight, saying, no, we're not ready to go yet.
And as you can tell, I totally agree. No one wanting to make the first mistake, and sometimes that is the mistake. Confidence is 100% key to success, especially because it's finals day. There is no more qualifications. It is all about making it to today. Here's a quick look at the zone again. Very centrally located zone. We have pulled everybody outside of the prison and now farmland, lumber, etc. side, east side of the map. We are headed to the west. Spells great news if you're a VP fan. Twisted Minds obviously have a ton of room to work with as well.
Something to note here. I want to look particularly at Team BBJ. It is going to be down there. And you can see this is a squad that really likes to play for positioning. So I really want to make sure that we can go ahead, tackle them. But outskirts port, heavily populated area right off the drop. This is going to be one of those rotations that I'm most nervous for because crossing into the downtown area with all the teams occupying the roofs, it's so open. And with these sightlines in Verdansk, you are basically about to get picked.
Yeah, and obviously a centrally located zone like this is going to leave a lot of room to work for most of our teams. Should see a lot of teams alive moving into our third circle. Our next circle will truly dictate what type of a map we're going to be playing, so everybody's staying really patient right now. We kind of break down Warzone maps in general and the pace of play often to the early game, mid game, and late game. The mid game is where you've got to get your resources up. Now we're seeing kills fly in the kill feed. We're taking a look at some of the high ground positions that some of our teams afford
okay,
to
Brett.
hold. Oh, gosh.
No, you put a sniper into Bread's hand, all is well. If you look up at their setup here, they've got 2 spring mines on each side of the building guarding the zips. They're just looking for some really clean kills that they can get to kind of boost their numbers going into the end of the game. Because mind you, they're looking for at least a 1.6x, maybe even a 1.8, but that coveted 2x for a win is going to do the most good. So we'll see, we'll check in with them later. Chances are they're going to lead into kind of that dead center of zone. But for a most wanted here, Ericsson, Tabix, Nano. Outside of Stadium, you don't really have a ton of people just close by for them, but they are technically surrounded, so having a vehicle will be critical for their rotations.
We take a look at many of our teams. Boneyard area, this is where you expect to see Virtus Pro, of course. They drop here, they hang out here, especially on a Western Zone.
Hear me out. I was with Dongy earlier. You guys saw the interview. You know how they feel about the French. He got pretty passionate about it. This is one fight that definitely heats them up. And my biggest issue with this fight over here in North Boneyard is the timing. It delays their rotations. It can completely chalk the VP game. So will they be able to deal with them early on, or are they just going to say, no, this is not even worth my fight? Or will Ego say, we're not backing down?
Here's a look at the French. Said they weren't really anybody to worry about, and they've moved all the way down to Stadium. Again, Enigma talks about this team often for good reason. One of the best teams here on paper. They've moved all the way from Quarry all the way down to Stadium. This is a fairly traditional rotation, and they found kills along the way. Down goes one member. Axidas out of here.
Oh, they're hunting. People are scared. If the Gentlemates are coming running, I mean, here's the deal. You had Enigma calling him the Little Prince. That man drinks chocolate milk, hits a backflip, and he's feeling good.
He certainly does. There's Savvy Ultras in the kill feed, picking up a couple as well. Back to VP we go. These two teams have been jockeying against each other for a little while here. This is pretty standard for both of these squads, actually, to play in this area. And you're right, yeah, it's going to be a standoff for a while. I don't think really anybody will make a mistake like this.
Wait, Noobs is going, though. He's going to lay first dibs here. Master Five immediately dives down to a lower level. It's a trap that they're looking to collapse on for VP, kind of bring them into their world and control the engagement. But the thing is, you can't even give them an inch. But look how they went ahead and had this. Dongy, he's holding the cross from a back in the way. Sage just behind Noobs. I think this is really smart here. But Noobs, even if you do a 1v3, it's going to be difficult. They're turtled up in there.
Yeah, and again, nice advantage for Noobs to take the roof. It actually forces them to stay below. I think that breakdown's fantastic, but still doesn't mean anybody's going to fight here, frankly.
Ooh.
Just taking the high ground position would be a true mistake for Noobs to try to chow this in the stairs. Dongy maybe could lay a trap here. Looks like we're going to sit and watch this, so 2v3 potential with a little bit of help from the back end. A pinch is nice, but again, this is not a fight that needs to happen anytime soon. We'll check back in with it as we need to. On the edge of zone, King Matty getting mixy. Raul goes down. This is Huskers in a bit of trouble. Community trying to figure out where do we go from here. Edge of zone, unfortunately, did not prove to be successful for them. Intex will get out, I believe, on the far side.
Look, Community, they're a fantastic team, and Huskers were looking great in the Code Bowl just a few days ago, putting in the reps, prepping for today's performance. And honestly, starting over at Military Base, it would be a nice rotation for them up in the north. The issue is hitting a regain, because we know just how healthy this lobby will stay with 41 teams still remaining. It's time to check out a different French roster. Eisen, Hydra, Vidat. We are out here on the edge of the gas line. We've got a couple of trees to work with, but we've already laid the groundwork onto the team in front of us. So what are we going to do? Because backing off and trying to play off this disparity
Vortex says, bro, if you're going to shoot at me, I'm going to come swinging.
If you shoot at me, I'm going to shoot back.
Yeah, basically, that's
what all the kids
do.
are saying these days. From distance, though, Aison's going to make them think twice about it. Used to be a keyboard and mouse player, I think. Switched over to controller.
Oh, tap. You got Prospect in the mix. There's our boys at Team Vision. Spoke to FIFA earlier. Echo, Lennon. Oh, Super Ev. That was actually really quick. Okay. FIFA also did really strong performance there in the Code Bowl earlier. Won that, won the solo YOLO, and wants to go for a clean sweep here today in Vegas. And at that point, you might as well run over towards the casinos and throw it all on black.
I'm going to be honest, that is a huge missed opportunity for Tapulator and OP marked inside of Fire. They could have very easily taken down one member of that FIFA kill roster and unfortunately couldn't get anybody's blood, and therefore they get wiped instead. Foul Nets, Almighty TJ also getting wiped. Not 100% positive whether or not they've used their gulags, but either way you look at it, the mid game fairly slow for the most part, but some ancillary fights on the edge of maps as per the usual. Again, we were headed to the west, but a look at the map view from our side of things does seem like we were actually aired back down to the south. If I would have wagered where we'd be ending our very first map, I would not have guessed downtown, but that looks like where we are headed. Downtown likely our end zone, or at least the late game will be there. Talk about a quagmire, I say it every single time. A lot of teams can sit inside this downtown POI. We're going to have a lot of folks fighting for these multipliers as we see another one on screen.
Ooh, some explosions there. One down and out. Nice little 3v2, but Enkyo's trying to hit the self-res. A UAV coming on in, but not before Gromalok hits the slide through, makes a slight mistake on the opposing side, and they see them thermite themselves. Enkyo, Gromalok, Hollow. The Gentlemates are out for Fire right now, looking to boost those numbers.
Somehow that thermite did not hit him in the face.
Where are we going? How are
again,
you think you're going to climb up and escape them? You can't escape fate.
Land jitters, I don't know what it is, but the Frenchmen are getting away with murder right now. They're doing it for free. All three up there is diabolical, but they will take that every day of the week, and all their supporters will as well. A couple kills go their way. They're going to totally restabilize, and only a couple flyers in the sky. Here's a quick look at our overall map feed. I think it's big to notice, obviously, that we're headed to likely this downtown promenade area. It actually looks like it's pulled over to the promenade side, so hospital, downtown, out of it. Take a look at where you see Twisted Minds, of course, hospital. This is gonna be right here. Looks like the only folks contesting it, it's gonna be Team 22. Now, the numbers on the left side of your screen, this is going to be the actual rank of this squad, but pending this next zone, rotating out of hospital for them will be free on the north side if we do pull up towards Superstore. There is just about no one on the north side. If we do end up pulling to the south, this is where it might spell trouble for Twisted Minds. This zone will dictate everything. If you're a Twisted Minds fan, you want it to pull to the east. You want our zone to be over here in hospital, and they're going to sit here for free and wait for this new zone. Let's take a look at it. There it is. Uh-oh, Twisted Mind's gonna have to rotate in. Luckily, not quite as far as it could have been.
Okay, well, if you want to talk about them, I want to go ahead and highlight Virtus Pro. You saw them all alone in Promenade. Of course, there's a couple teams looking to go for that wide wrap on the outskirts of the circle, but that pool will be in their favor. For the teams that are rotating in from the north, like Five Fears here on your screen, S8UL was up there in the mix as well, so they're definitely going to start contending throughout that rotation. It's not going to be easy for the teams in Train Station. They'll have the high ground and a ton of line of sights to pick them off.
With that new zone moving to the south, Twisted Minds have already begun to move out of hospital. They want to rotate early if they can. It looks like they're likely going to be running into the side of the Gentlemates here shortly, just off screen. You should see them pop on screen here in just a second. We'll see where they go from here, but quick look at Five Fears. They're going to be moving up. Anxiety, Scythe, Big Man. Crossing these wide open spaces. You got to have smokes, and unfortunately, if you're late to the party, oftentimes you won't even make it there.
Couple smokes going on out. Big Man, can we get Scythe back together? You're daisy chaining, and if I'm Nathan here, I'm just gonna let it fly through the smoke. It seems that standoff for VP was just waving a big giant white flag as both of them are still up and at it in the lobby, looking for a potential top 30 here. Just on the outskirts of that circle, we're safe for now. What I'm worried about is that squad number 50 on the screen. That's gonna be Movistar Koi. Neto, Clamp, Volcom, they're going to be able to shoot down upon this, but they're not the only team in Train.
Five Fears still battling on the edge of this zone. Scythe, Big Man, Anxiety, just trying to figure out how the heck did we get in. Everyone trying to hold.
Oh, Bread!
Oh no, Breadman gets cut down there. Nick Cool, Colony 2K. Finding angle on Bread. We still got two members of his BBJ squad alive. They're technically inside of zones. They don't have to move, not yet, but with Train Station, our first zone that still technically has Train still in it, the Falcons are alive. I'm not sure if they're well or not. Haven't seen them in a little while, but they're on your screen. Just barely off screen. There they are. That's that orange number 3. Looking pretty healthy to me.
Soka looks like he's got a most wanted kind of going on. This is something that they're known for. Think back to Urzikstan and their dominating performance throughout that competitive year. Their object was to make sure that they have enough cash, clear out a side of a circle, rotate off advanced UAVs, and doing that most wanted and grabbing the cash in that is going to allow them a success level in their mid game to prep for closing things out.
Got the high ground position here in Train, and again, we talk about this every single time. If you're able to win your POI, you have a huge advantage, especially if the zone pulls to you. The Falcons, of course, decide to go to Train, and it's paid off for them, but we are lying in wait and waiting on this next zone, and it has pulled deeper into Promenade. Train Station is out of the zone. So the Falcons will have to move, as well as many of our teams. Twisted Minds moving in the north side, but on screen, watch Waldo in a bit of trouble. No, the one causing the trouble. He cuts down one member of this trio and finds the other lying in wait, and unfortunately, Juju is able to get that blood, finally able to stay alive. BBJ still alive, but not well.
That was a massive clutch, definitely needed for Juju. I was going to speak to him early on just to see how he's feeling here on land. You think back, he's had some really powerful performances over the course of his competitive year, but this would be a staple if they could get a nice top 3 here, and even better yet, if they win.
Here's the edge of the hills. Again, you can see kind of where our zone has pulled. It's kind of this area between Promenade, edge of hills, kind of right in between, honestly, Promenade East and West. There's a lot of wide open spaces in the center of that, but still plenty of structures to support our teams. As it looks like our Frenchman in a bit of trouble off screen, and a well-placed C4 from Heeds will clean up the French off screen.
That's dirty. That's dirty. French on French violence. And some more here, just in front of us. Clutchbelk looking for a rotation, but it looks like Aizen's gonna try to pop up onto the roof if he can. Not sure if he missed it, because we come on the free cam here. Devo and Vombot are gonna stick together, and Clutchbelk's gonna take the wide wrap. You can see, can Hydra pick off one of them? And they are just playing with them, putting them into a position that benefits this fight. And they'll be able to clean this up and hit a rotate.
It's one down, obviously a clear advantage. There's the second. It's all up to Clutchbelk to try to stay alive for his team in a 1v3 on the edge of zone. I can't imagine the kid could do it. A slow play here and a cleanup of Clutchbelk will be nice for the side of Hydra because they're going to line wait. So we're going to move over to some action. Twisted Minds, they're pushing through the east. I told you it was going to be a hard rotation. They're having to go through every single team in this lobby to get to the center of zone. From Hospital through Promenade. From Promenade East into Promenade West, we'll see what they're able to do. A vehicle extremely valuable for the rotations, having to burn some of their resources fairly early. They will not likely have gas mask moving into the final couple zones. They want a power position in this zone, and they believe the only way to do it is through this vehicle, and unfortunately, there might just be too many of them. Twisted Minds in deep trouble. Twisted Minds nearly fully cut down.
There it is. There's the final nail in the Twisted Minds coffin. The French at the helm of it. The thing is, we are tucked in just between the gas, trying to regain here. You see Rated from Gen G trying to reset back on the map and gets picked apart. Swag, Booyah, Adrian, a full team of 3 still in the mix, but Louis CM, he's been a menace this game here for match number 1, and he's got the high ground straight above Heeds.
Look how many teams are on this side of the map. The north side of this new zone is an utter bloodbath, and it's what you're seeing on your screen right now. What, 5-6 teams on the north side? Here's a look at the folks that are inside of zone. There's only a couple of them, and one of them are the Falcons. A couple kills to their name, nothing insane to write home about necessarily, but one of the best power positions in this new zone. They've played this perfectly, and frankly, we're also blessed. I said that this south rotation, this south zone, was going to be brutal for the side of Twisted Minds and many others, and that was absolutely the case. But for the fans of Falcons, you are thanking our first zone gods that we pulled this one.
This is what I love about it, because not only are the Falcons here, Virtus Pro, those big red number 1s, just actually rotated straight around Falcons, and now there's a chance they have to push through them. The job's not done for Luis CM. He's looking to pad those stats. 5 kills already, and they've claimed this space for their own. The coolest part about zones pulling this way and it being the first one here, that kill feed, we're going to cut to top 6 here in just a second. As you see, we've got a long rotate, and this building on your screen is packed.
Yeah, it's like a pharmacy receipt, and you picked up a bunch of snacks as well. Holy cow, that thing just keeps going and going and going. Down to 13 trios here, folks. Virtus Pro, red 1. Falcons, Orange 3. LWL Louis CM finding kill after kill. Watch out for that trio off screen. They are cooking in the kill feed.
Gen G wiped. Falcons in charge. Into the top 10 we go. You can see Dongy, Virtus Pro just on the other side, but Biffle trying to play the angles. This is the move they're looking to make. I think this fight needs to happen. One of the things they love to do is clean out a side. We spoke to Biffle and Dongy early on at the top of the show. Sure, it costs you your life, but you're not fooled just yet. Can you get back out of the gas? Can Shifty get you on your feet?
Yes, Dongy lost his life, but he also took a life as well with the PA. Hisoka down as well. They're able to get the revive, but again, low on resources, having to burn a lot of that gas mask early. High ground is massive for every moment except for right this second. They may have an angle for now, but they're going to have to jump down. They're going to have to jump out down into the waiting arms of many other players, including a couple members of Virtus Pro. We burn all of our resources now to try to get the win. We're into the top 5, which is 1.8x multi. We still got a lot of teams still lying in wait. 5 in total, now make it 3.
Falcons down and out, wiped by noobs at the hand. Here's the deal though, BBJ all alive on the other side of this, and with Virtus Pro fighting Havocs, Vortex, and Cams, this should be a BBJ win.
Somehow Breadman, Believe, and Juju have fully restabilized. They picked back up Bread, and they've taken down the other side of the zone. They will likely get this win as the third party, especially as they get the zone pulled and they lose Cams. Breadman in the perfect position. A little bit of luck and a ton of skill has set them up for success. It's going to have to be a hero play on the side of Vortex or Havocs to get back into the zone and try to make a play for BBJ.
We've got Bread keeping an eye on the other side. Sage and Co. We're rotating throughout, but Juju gets picked. He has a self-res in pocket, Believe down as well. Breadman down. This is not what you want. What in the world? Sage, the LAN champion in 2023, wants to start off game number 1 with a bang. It shouldn't have been in their favor, but they're doing work.
Shoot first with 3 teams left and you usually get cut down. That's the exact same thing that's happened time and time again. And now it's a 2v1 for Virtus Pro to clutch the victory. They were patient, they played it slow, and now they have the advantage. They struck when the iron was hot. They've executed on it thus far, and it's all down to the Spaniard. Havocs gets cut down, and unfortunately for Havocs, that means Virtus Pro is gonna be on top. Somehow, some way, came from Boneyard. And now they're burying all the bones of their opponents.
And as we look on over at Dongy, Sage, and Noobs, not a lot of celebrations going on, but you can tell just how locked in they are. When we spoke to Dongy earlier, he was talking about things that he hadn't been able to accomplish yet, LAN win in particular. And after bursting onto the scene at LAN last year, being that top fragger, Sage, a storied LAN champion, and then even Noobs, famous for that big TBE vibe. Let me tell you, I'm excited as you run it back.
Let's take a look at that victory moment. We saw a very hair of a glimpse of the actual mistake from BBJ with Havocs and Cams on the left side of the map. They just tried to take that shot, try to take that fight, try to take an advantage, and unfortunately it opened up their backside to VP. When you open up your backside to VP, VP will strike, get the kills. VP should pick up not only all of those kills, but also a 2x multiplier, which is massive. We're going to head down to the stage with Enigma, and I'm sure an excited VP.
Sage, my friend, you take map 1 of the 2025 World Series Global Final. We've talked a lot about how you're one of the only players who has won the Global Finals. How does it feel to be defending what is clearly also partly your crown through this?
I mean, it's grateful to be here. I mean, shout out to World Series and stuff bringing us out here. I mean, all the competitors out here are amped up and stuff like that, but nothing beats the passion that like all of us VP have. I mean, nothing beats us. So we're going to take this home. I mean, we'll try our hardest game by game, make sure that we're disciplined and we're taking this straight to the win, you know?
Okay, well, let's take it right from the start then. You're talking about your game plan, game by game. We saw that you pushed up against the Frenchman last couple of weeks. We've seen a little bit of here and there. Why have you decided to get aggressive today?
I mean, it just comes down to them. I mean, we've been rinsing them every single day since scrims, and I mean, we're still doing that before the games, and now they're just scared to land on us or scared to fight us. It just comes down to, like, breaking them down one by one. And I mean, they're wasting their time getting dead last, just wasting their time on us. And I mean, we're going to come back and win these games. You know, we have enough practice, and we're very, very disciplined in our game. You know, we don't take this for short. We're here to be great, you know?
Okay, I mean, here to be great, you certainly are. You've certainly achieved plenty of course, as a full roster. But what does it mean for you right now, having these boys alongside you off the back of that one going on through the rest of today?
These boys are my boys, you know. I love these guys to death. I mean, competing with them alongside them, I'll do anything for them the same way they do anything for me, you know. We go into this war together, we die together in this war, you know. Win or lose, we're still together as a team.
Well, win together, die together. My friend, you look fantastic, map 1. Congratulations on a solid start. Well, I guess that's that. VP looking good. Starting off, straight back to the desk.
Thank you, Enigma, catching them right on the scene. VP, such a tremendous game. Won Sage, confident as ever. You know, one thing we talked about, VP starts so very strong, but they struggle to close out. We're not at that point just yet, but they're still keeping the narrative true about starting strong. I mean, you couldn't get any stronger than this.
I mean, you can't get stronger than also being in a 2v2v3 and still somehow being the team to come out on top. But what I really love from Virtus.pro there in the very moments of that end game, they showed why they're one of the best teams in the game. They don't freak out. You heard Dongi say it earlier. The only thing we have to worry about is ourselves. We're our biggest enemy. I think that was a great moment where they kept their cool.
Plenty of great moments throughout game number 1. It took a little bit to get here, but now that we have, it was exciting as ever. Starting off, though, let's talk Gentlemates. Because Gentlemates off the rip get wiped out, or should we at least get into some trouble by their ex-teammate?
Yeah, I mean, eventually at some point, we see them on this rotation. They're super aggressive, and they actually get taken down by Heeds from, of course, like you mentioned, their ex-teammate from last year. But for so many of these teams, I think the real dichotomy that we saw for some of the squads like Team Vision on your screen right now, they are going all out, baby. They are bringing the aggression nice and early on. And Gentlemates were definitely one of those teams that did that as well. They land in Quarry. And next thing we know, we're cutting to their POV. They're in downtown. They're in Promenade. They're using and rotating with LTVs. Just absolutely running amok across the map. Absolutely going crazy.
You know, going over towards Falcons, though, they end up making this rotate through gas. They get taken down. But one of the highlights that I noticed from this first game was their regain ability.
Yeah, and I mean, that regain ability is incredibly important. We talk a lot about the floor of your performance inside Warzone. And one of those things is if you do fall early, it's still a very long map. You've got to find your way back into it. Teams that can turn games from 5 points into 10, 15, we tend to see them up towards the higher stages of prize money, obviously approaching that match point much quicker. So to see them pull that out this early as well, those land jitters shifting very quickly, that's a great sign.
Yeah. Definitely so. Twisted Minds also had an opportunity to show their regain. Granted, Hospital for free, but as they rotated in, things started to get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, they're such like an interesting team. This is what we've seen a little bit recently, right? They get Hospital for free, what it seems like, or at least they walk out with whatever contest that wasn't the Falcons there. We saw Aiden with 4 or 5 kills at one point, but they even get sort of zone pull, right? It's pulling over towards Promenade, not too far away from Hospital where they're landing, and they still get caught on the rotation that's there. And this what kind of has me concerned with the Twisted Minds, right? Is that can they make these reads early? Because while they're getting dropped, where do we see the Falcons? Right on the edge of zone. They're one of the few buildings and power positions that's there. So I'd love to see Twisted Minds give up the idea of some of these kills to kind of set themselves up for that end game. Because I think that was a game, if they make that early rotation, they're farming.
You know, Twisted Minds, even going back to EWC, one of the things that I've kind of always mentioned about them is they know how to get high eliminations, but they fizzle out a little bit too early. And they fixed that during their EWC run, but World Series of Warzone, got to come back to square one, get some fixes in too. But again, game 1, just the start, I still think they did a solid job. Super happy with their performance. They get plenty of eliminations. But VP, though, you were actually just out there talking with Sage. Again, one of the things we discussed was online, as well as even online at EWC, they start off very strong. Usually the first team to reach the threshold, and then they, struggle to close out. But I don't know. You talking to Sage, it seems like he's got something else in mind. He doesn't seem like the same Sage we usually see.
No, I mean, he sounds good out there, man. Like, he feels very confident. There's a look in his eyes as well that just says that he's feeling that he can actually do this today. And of course, the story always is at the minute about the Falcons, about their dynasty, about Twisted Minds. But we do have to keep bringing up the fact that Sage won the first global final alongside Soka, alongside Biffle, alongside Shifty, and was then replaced by Soka. And of course, there's a bit of blood there to kind of settle, a little bit of a score to kind of draw up. So yeah, I mean, Sage feeling good, looking good, and obviously that's going to help there. But that question remains: you get a lot of points early, sure. But will this be deja vu where we see you struggle once you get to match point?
Who was it I asked the question? Who is the closer? And I believe Noobs was the answer, if I'm not mistaken. Noobs did close out Falcons in that game. Granted, still a decent game, but we were looking at the elimination feed. You were losing your mind because Noobs took them all out.
Yeah, Noobs just sets himself up in a beautiful position. And I also love how they take that 2v1 at the end. It's very calm. It's very composed. We've seen and time again, so many teams have thrown a 2v1 because they filter in one after the other. You see it right there. Noobs, he's kind of throwing a shoulder at Havix at the very end. Havix has a nasty heady that's there, which normally probably doesn't go in Noob's favor, but Sage has found his way on top of the bus to the left, has found the off angle, which is, I just love that the way they're able to do that. Just the fact that those two play together till the very end. And then we also have BBJ kind of on the high ground, right? Who's this 3 who realistically should win that map that's there, but they just get picked apart by both of those squads going ahead and taking them on down, not really committing to either one of those fights. If they do, I actually think they probably win that map, but Virtus Pro is just the timing is so beautiful.
Absolutely. It was a tough fight though, for sure, because that end zone was diabolical. Out in the open, gas plays needed to happen. It was rough for sure. Hey, but it's been a good day so far, and of course, we would like to shout out Corsair. Prepare for battle with the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty, and Elgato. Share the wins. Elgato is the official creator gear for Call of Duty. Game number 2 is about to be underway shortly, and I tell you what, if it's anything like game 1, I'm incredibly excited. For the others, though, they might need to clean up their act a little bit. We did see some glimpses of hope. For example, FIFA and his crew of Vision, they were slaying out at one point. They were looking pretty decent. I was excited for them, but they did fizzle out a little bit early. Game 1, you want to start off strong. FIFA actually said that in his interview. I still think it was a decent game.
Yeah.
For some rosters, though, that might have had a lackluster start, going into game 2, who do you want to step up?
I mean, it's a tough one when it comes to...
I know it's early.
I mean, it's really tough to kind of pick an individual here because I think this has to be a team conversation about, we're talking about the great things that VP have done there, and I think that one of the things they have across them is, again, calming presence of noobs, the player that's going to lead the comms, both when it comes to the macro of the strategy, but micro, whereas a couple of these teams, I think they lean a little bit one trick in the sense of, like, this is our strategy, this is our game plan, this is what we got to try and unfold. We're not seeing that adaptability come through, and I think that that's what you've got to do very early here. Could be a long day, could be a short day. If you're going to make those fixes, it has to happen now.
I know a team I want to see maybe have a little bit of a better game 2 is Optic. I think we were literally just walking from here in our room, our nice little desk room, over to our green room, and in the span of that time, we watch Optic get wiped, sent to the gulag, immediately off drop, and you just can't be having that happen, right? Especially here on the global stage. It's one thing, like we saw with Twisted Minds, to get caught on rotation, it happens, right? But to lose that fight immediately early on is very, very rough, and that's a fight that they're accustomed to. It isn't like this is a random team that just decided to drop TV station against them. No, Louis, Walker, and Liam, this is like the team they have to fight every single game, and hopefully they can go into game number 2 with a little bit more confidence.
But was there, because one of the big discussions, especially even off broadcast, was landing spots, right? We did have some changes. I think Falcons was one of them who ended up changing up their location. Were there any other locations that might have changed that you think might become an issue for other rosters?
Well, I think the domino effect there that happens is that what that does is it bullies teams away. You did see, for example, Onyx rotate in there thinking it would be relatively easier to contest. They soon find that they won't be able to, so they'll have to find somewhere else. What that also does is teams like King AJ's roster, that's going to move them off towards Stadium likely. There's already 2 teams contesting Stadium. And this is the domino effect that we get inside Warzone. So the fact that Falcons early have gone to train suddenly shifts so many other pieces across the chessboard. It's going to make things very different coming in through today. One thing I will say, we get that southern zone here in first map. Second map, if we get something more north pulling, we might see the Falcons switch because Hospital obviously further up that map.
Yeah, and one thing that we've even seen too, kind of piggyback off your point, is that with Falcons now going back to train station for Virtus Pro, right? They've kind of had control of this entire southwest side of the map for the last couple of months because Falcons have been spending all their time trying to contest Twisted Minds at Hospital. So we've seen them have time and time again where they say, okay, if we can't manage to take this fight against ESC to our north, we now have so much space that we can rotate through on a different side. You don't have as easy of a rotation now that you have Falcons back in train. And even realistically, we know how the Falcons like to play. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Falcons win out train, get that advanced UAV and loadout we know that they love, and immediately start flying at Boneyard because it's only a hop, skip, and a jump away. So we'd love to be able to see, Virtus Pro still be able to play well, even with Falcons in their vicinity.
It was a fun game number 1, and I have to assume, obviously, VP are going to have a decent lead. Now, can they close that? That's the question for a little bit later in the discussion. But already, some big changes in game 1 in terms of landing location, some early exits. 100 Thieves, for example, right? We didn't even really talk or even hear them talked about often at all, which, them, they're a team, they're an emotional team. When everything is going right, things are great. When things start to get a little bit rocky, things get tough. We had a little bit of a delay, so now they're going into into it, and they've got to now reset their mind. Short-term memory from before. Game 1 is over with, going to Game 2 even stronger, because they are a roster that, just like Falcons, just like Virtus Pro, just like Twisted Minds, that can genuinely disrupt team strategies.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what you're bringing up here about like the mental game here for 100 Thieves, because obviously they've had their doubters, they've had some stutters recently, and now it's a poor Game 1, quite frankly. Obviously, we don't know the scores yet, but I'm not assuming it's very good. So you end up in the situation where I'm looking at these 3 gentlemen right here. Again, 3 individually talented players to a ridiculous degree. But I'm also looking at that and thinking, where's your leader? Where's your person that's going to put their arm around you and go, don't worry about it, boys. We're going to roll on into this next map and absolutely fry. I don't see that here. I see it almost as a thing of, if they don't come out and win this next drop fight immediately, they're in trouble.
But they're also a team that, like we've seen from a couple of their squads, they can drop 25 kills in a win, put 50 points right back on the board, and get back in the game. Now, what we've seen with them, though, unfortunately, that game usually comes when they're so far down the leaderboard that it doesn't get them into the conversation anymore.
Well, I also noticed Inner Circle, a team that I've been pumping up quite a bit, did manage to get a couple elims, but they were finished off a lot earlier than they probably wanted. Coming into World Series Warzone, they want to go strong, but we'll see if they can finish off strong. They're going to have a big day ahead of them. Let's take a look at our Corsair player stats, because I want to know who ended up dominating, who performed well. Well, let's find out. Lucium at the top.
All right.
What in the world? 18. Hold up. Is this real? Walker with 18, Liam with 18. I mean, a tremendous game.
I've got to assume that total team,
kills.
so I got to assume that Louis CM's team have 18, because all of those players are sat there at the top. So, I mean, if that is true, though, that's a hell of a performance still from that squad, right?
It's got to be team.
I was like, dude, you're pulling up 18 with 1,000 damage.
Right.
What are you? Just a one bullet on so many people.
That would have been nuts.
But I guess talking about that squad, right? They go in, they win that contest at train station, and move on from there. They're a team that we got to speak to, right? We heard that frustration from Louis in their hotel even about the fact that they had more teams coming over to contest. Maybe they like that. Louis got an extensive history in multiplayer. He'll have enjoyed that fight.
Well, we've been asking the question, who's in first place? Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard. It's got to be Virtus Pro. If it's not, I'm going to be shocked. We take a look at it, boys. And it's Walker, Liam, and Louis CM. Okay, BBJ actually there in second. It comes to show you eliminations. That's where you capitalize.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the scoring at the top of show, right? You're only going to be able to use that multiplier if you have eliminations to back it on up. And that's exactly what we're seeing there. Of course, with somebody like BBJ, they make it to that endgame scenario. They have a lot of eliminations. They take advantage of that multiplier.
That's right. We'll be taking a look at the scores and make sure that everything is correct going forward, babe. That was just game number 1. We still have plenty of games left, and exciting for those rosters that we broke down. And with game 2 loading up, I don't know. Virtus Pro closing it out one more time again in game 2. Can they reach match point in just 4 games, 5 games like they were doing in the online stages? Well, maybe so. They have the opportunity to do that. If Noobs keeps flying and frying, I believe in them. And Dongi, by the way, finished off by Falcons. I know he's going to take that personally. Biffle takes him down in the window on the rooftop, and he gets picked back up. But either way, that end zone was diabolical. As we drop in, predictions for game 2.
I think I'm looking for VP to still come out hot here. I think that, you know, talking to Sage there, he's looking good, feeling good, boys around him. And obviously, you also get the zone pulling into a more comfortable position for them. But because they've also got Falcons in the vicinity, the way they deal with them, that's a great thing to feel.
All right, well, let's get it going. Go, Spider Tiff. Let's hear it. Game number 2.
All righty. Thank you, Des, for the great breakdown. It's time to get into game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, your whole world's about to change. We were down on the south side of the... Yeah, everybody was on the south side of the map earlier. We're down in Promenade, and now we're up on the north side. Our first zone, looking like we're favoring the north. Looks like our Frenchman may be hanging out for a little while as well.
Hey, look, if you are landing out on that western side of Verdansk, similar to our match 1 winners VP, you gotta hang it. You gotta fly so far over to Boneyard. But what you are doing is keeping tabs on where those French are going. They like to land up towards the northern side of Boneyard, and things can get mixy early on, but it seemed like we had that big standoff, and it didn't actually chalk VP, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was worried about. I was like, hey, this delays their rotation. They lose a lot of time, but they were still able to go ahead and rotate out.
Yeah, and take a look at, obviously, VP landing in Boneyard. As per the usual, they've grabbed their helicopter, and they're going to move on their merry way. In theory, see where they're able to go. A couple kills in the kill feed. Start things off, but everybody a little bit slower this time around on the first drop. Got your bearings, figured out what the heck was going on, who was actually contesting you after all the trash talk of maybe contesting in Hospital or maybe contesting up in Quarry. We now actually know where people are landing. We see Von Bot & Co. right here in downtown, as per the usual. This is what they did last map. Fortunately, they got cut down in rotation out of downtown. Picked up a couple points. So we'll see them potentially fight here with Abwiz off screen. Just creeping into view for everybody here. But Belk's going to take it nice and slow.
It was a difficult match one for them. So kind of starting off with a nice fight here and winning that quick on would be pretty ideal. See the utility coming on out, and Clutchbuck's going to reposition. This way you have Von Bot's back. You're setting up the cross that immediately dive on. Some warning shots go in the way of Bubble CT, trying to catch Abwiz if he can, but we're not really making the most out of this situation aside from giving it up.
Yeah, downtown. Look, I'll call it a quagmire till the cows come home.
Your favorite word.
You're going to be slogging through this POI for a very long time. This fight may last another 10 minutes. We'll see. As it looks like all over the map, a couple layer cakes. Oh, wow. Yeah, we got a lot of people over here in TV. NetOdd's finding not only one, but it looks like two. Volcom with a little bit of help, and Optic coming online, trying to enact some revenge, and a trading of blows means Jowo is down. Oh, trying to play the trade over the top. Z-Laner maybe in a bit of trouble as well, and Optic, unfortunately, cannot get their feet underneath them. We're going to have to change something going into the next map.
I am so impressed with Louisium, Liam, and Walker, and honestly, they're feeling themselves too. Friendly banter, that's all it is right there, but some body shots coming on out. For Neto, Volcom, Clamp. Here's the deal, guys. I love it so much when we get to witness the chaos of World Series of Warzone live on LAN. All the families here to support them, and 100 Thieves, who did not have the best game in match number one. We gotta all channel Skull's motto in life. You just wake up feeling excellent. I think there were some other words, but I'm gonna go with that one.
That's what's talking about. All right, let's get back into the action. Saw a chance to 100 Thieves getting some early blows, but it is all about this MCOY roster. Trying to win out in TV station. Louisium was the top team in the last round, according to our standings. So as such, let's see if we can enact revenge on the top team. Got to take down the top dogs to be the top dogs. And NetDog trades one out over the top. Walker gets cut down. Louisium, a solo on the other side.
Is he trying to escape? Oh no, we're gonna hit the res. Nice smoke, but Louisium's been shooting and just trying to keep the peak to go to make sure we don't get Walker back up on the feet. But now in a 2v1 as they look for Louisium. Neto does hit for some plates there, trying to close it out now, but Louis is hard to hit.
The snakes are in, and Louisium just picks up a double kill on main and TV station. I'm about to fall over here in the booth. What in the world is happening?
I'm gonna hit the ground.
Let's head over to Twisted Minds, though, because they're in deep trouble, or at least Aiden is. Into the gulag. Gorka on the other side.
Oh, full sending, straight to mid. Couple shots going on out, and a molly to boot. Gorka goes for the flank around, but Aiden cleans it up with ease. Elsewhere, this is the time I'm seeing Gen G doing the killing instead of getting killed.
It does look like Vortex and Co. have been sent to the gulag as well. A couple team wipes coming through again. Those are not true team wipes. Those teams are not out of this lobby yet. Until you see a 49 out of 50 top middle, they're still on the map. They're just in the gulag. So a lot of people headed to the gulag to figure out if they can win their ones. You got Flank, J-Tech, and DJ Moss. It's great to see these guys on main.
I like this team, Goj. I do. I'm a big fan. Anytime Flanked gets on LAN, I don't know where he comes from. He's just straight underrated, but dude always does good on LAN. And DJ Moss, impressive. The three of them, they are either going to, I say this about a lot of teams because it's true. They're either going to fry or they're going to go down in flames.
Definitely need some points for our leaderboard, as do many teams. Let's take a look at Stukex, Decky, Lays. A roller coaster of a last map for them. There were moments of greatness, but unfortunately they get cut down. This time, trying to win out in Lumber. Now again, haven't seen our zone yet, but we are moving to the top right-hand corner of our screen, likely top right-hand corner of the map. That's where we are headed, but you never know. Could pull closer to Stadium, but already parts of the hills and Boneyard, Promenade, etc. We're leaving our first couple zones here. As we head over to Port, it looks like a battle over Port does go to the side of Lennon thus far, our friends of Prison. Lennon on screen have already moved their way into port and are already finding some kills.
Yeah, but they snagged Echo, man. So now it's Lennon, FIFA here on the mix. You're the desk calling him the Bradford Biffle. I feel like I need the lore behind it, but I just know that man is all fired up. So Lennon immediately dive into the roof, gets poked, prodded, but trying to find this angle onto Azen if we can. He may be prone over there, but the moment you pop a head up, Lennon's gonna take it off.
Bradford Biffle, I believe, coined by the Pulse Check boys.
Is that where it came from, the Pulse Check? Guys, the Pulse Check's in the building. They are cranking out a watch party, and they're pretty interesting over there. They love to have a good time, but they always got to support the boys.
Well, taking a look at port, we got a couple teams here. There's another team, kind of, it looks like they're actually pulling out of farmland. It's going to be Eclectic 22. You'll see them on your screen here shortly. A cyan color, similar to this blue 4 of Team Vision. A's and Vidati Hydra, though. In the green 38, going to be hanging out here trying to restabilize. Already lost a member and another in the gulag. So let's see what else is happening on their map. And actually, we're going to take a look at our map feed. Here's a look overall at all of our teams. And you can see what we're talking about. Looking like top right is where we're headed, but we'll see it really when this zone closes. Of course, I've got my eyes on the middle of the map. Take a look down at the Falcons, though. And you can see that when we're looking at train station and what's happening there. Of course, those are two of our top teams. Thank you, Tiff, doing a great job showcasing the action on main here on the map. Where do we go from here? It is the Falcons versus Virtus Pro. You can see those numbers. If you see a red 1 or an orange 3 on your screen, two of our top teams, we've been talking a lot about them today. The Falcons and Virtus Pro battling over train station because you can see Boneyard. They've already moved out of it. But up in the top right-hand corner of the screen where we may be going, Gentlemates up in Quarry, completely uncontested by themselves until Team 43, which is Inner Circle, our Australian friends. Until they moved in, the Frenchmen have been up in the top right-hand side of the map by themselves for this entirety of this map.
But now that that map is shifting, speaking of that, shifty, they are going to have to get on the road because you don't want to actually rotate to the northern side of train station where Virtus Pro has set up. So you need to kind of wrap around them, and what they're electing to do is go full south. But they're not the only teams that are down here. Raul, Intex, Huskers, that COD Community team has already made it to the opposite side of Verdansk. They love to hail from the north, but if it's going to pull this way, setting up shop early is exactly what they need to do. But they go under a significant amount of damage, even losing out. Can we get Raul back up on their feet, or will this give time for the siege to come through?
Community in deep trouble, somehow able to stay alive there with an iota of health. Took a look at OP Mark's team, who was shooting shots at him. Saw a quick look at that map feed. We are pulling to the eastern side of the map, most likely, but maybe not quite as northeast as I thought. There was a moment where maybe even the Frenchmen thought we were headed to Quarry, but it looks like Quarry's been bisected by our new zone, so maybe a bit more centrally located. We'll hold our breath and wait.
Well, here's the deal. Shifty needs a plan, and I think he knows how to make one.
Yeah, there's a lot of room to work with, absolutely, on this map. There's no question about it.
Well, Shifty, let's hear it.
My favorite tactic in Warzone definitely has to be our win con, thinking about how we're going to win end games and getting the utilities like smokes, streaks, making a plan on the go, and executing it.
You need to execute that plan. And starting off with this, you got the PA, you're using it. This is what's so fun about how people utilize things for more than just the intended value of the item. Taking the PA, pulling up the binoculars, and just zoning in on that space, it's brilliant. But for Twisted Minds, they've got to get mixy, put some more kills on the board, and they're just doing that, breaking down Almighty TJ, down Future as game. They're wiped. Hopefully they got a gulag to preserve this match, number 2, because right now, Twisted Minds are out for blood.
Yeah, and it's a really big win for them. They've completely taken over Hospital. There's no one in sight. The only teams that will rotate here are the teams coming in from the southwestern side of the map, which of course will be VP and will be Falcons. If you have an advantage in Hospital for those two teams rotating over to you, you've got to take it. Expect Twisted Minds to hang out here for a while and pick up anybody in transition. They're going to be chilling because of that win. A nice take from them.
I think it's brilliant for Optic. Survive, they hit the reset. Can they win a 3v3? It's isolated. We've seen you lose 2, but now is the time to turn it into your favor. Jowo just firing through the smokes. We're not going to let up on this one. Z, do you have the back? Oak on 1. Probably the gulag kill. Let's get one on main.
Get blood in the water. We got to make a push. All 3 swing forward and pick up 1 and pick up the 2nd. Down goes Tabby. The 3rd is on the run. Finally, Optic have an advantage, and they're able to execute on it. They got a couple kills to their name, but they need a lot more to actually make some waves on this map. So we swing over, Showstopper, Robstar, King AJ. 3 players that absolutely can make waves on this map. Playing inside of Superstore right now. Fighting FaZe. This is going to be Booyah, Swag, Young Gun, Adrian. One of the first times we'll see them on main if we get to that fight. But for now, we swing back to Community, who have, again, fully restabilized and are about to take a fight, it looks like, against the same team they've been fighting for the last 5 minutes, OP Marked & Co. on the other side of this wall.
E700's just looking for an opening, but it's a very conservative approach on this. And you see the firing squad remaining, a couple issues here. I do believe VP might be using up some of their gulags off screen, but for now, no one wants to actually full send. This might be a fight that has been going on since the dawn of time, and we're gonna be here for a hot minute.
Yeah, it was a really big win for the Falcons to take down Virtus Pro after a map win like that. You've got to cut down that momentum wherever you can. This will also give them a somewhat free rotation to the side of Hospital, which looks like there's a couple more teams slowly eking their way towards it. But to the Gulag we go, because they are not full wiped, and it's actually Sage versus Shifty on main in a 1v1. The script writers are cooking with this one.
This is going to be personal. But if you're going to invest the nade over to the right, Shifty wants to hit the movement. You've got to play this flawless, and this is going to be the trickiest thing we've seen. Over to Shifty's POV, and the pre-fires are real. Throwing shoulders, we connect for a ton of damage, and Sage can't get out. Shifty, welcome back to Verdansk.
All right, well, they won on the map. They win in the Gulag thus far. VP not fully out of it, but in trouble. Take a look at OP Marked and Community again. The Edge of Zone has been a tap dance for both of these teams. They've been battling for, I believe, 10 minutes.
This is dirty. He's baiting him. He's actually trying to set a trap. You've got the spring mine down on the outskirts of the door. He's shooting it open. The gas is going to pull them forward. Who is going to fall for that? Because he's going to go, you've activated my trap card.
As you can tell on your mini map, our new zone pull is definitely not in downtown. We are headed to the east like I expected, just not quite all the way to Quarry. Be heading to just the north side of Stadium. Most likely, maybe TV, maintaining position inside the zone. But the fight continues, and Raul down means a 2v3 without height. OP Marked to clear advantage.
I'm really worried about all these squads down here on the deep south. Falcons still rotating out from train station. We'll have one of the longest to get up towards that Quarry side you were talking about. But do you know who's got a beautiful game at their hands? The Gentlemates.
Yeah, I mean, they are hanging out. I mean, they're sipping tea. What are you eating, France? Croissants or something? I mean, they're literally chilling in Quarry. Nobody's even looking at them up there. They're going to be there for a while. They will have to creep down a hair to the south, but there's nobody on the northeastern side of the map. So because of that, likely you'll see them in the end game. Probably not with a ton of kills. Huskers gets cut down actually by a different team. The Rats inside of downtown.
Leviathan. You call them Rats?
Well, they've been hanging out here for a while as well.
They got a lot of kills, bro, and they just took down Community. Amir on 4, Z-Dark almost on 5. We're looking for double digits, but here comes Gen G. Rated. When we had Verdansk back in the OG days, he's a huge fan of those deployable cover plays, but it's not going to save him there.
Yeah, certainly not going to save you there. Nice chow there from Super Evan & Co. Brolic able to get picked back up, or sorry, do the picking of Prospect back up. All three on the edge of zone, having to creep their way in. They've got a long rotate to go, folks. Again, we were headed, the south side of this zone is still touching technically downtown, but just barely. A lot of teams supported with some wide open spaces between TV station, Stadium, and kind of the north side of Lumber. Have to work through the hills, work through the rolling of hills. You can see that Five Fears, who frankly have been in this area of the map since the beginning as well, gonna have to work their way further and further east.
See, one of the things that the Falcons did when they went back home to train station is they uprooted King AJ, Showstopper, and Co. So now they've found themselves here as they keep pilfering back on up towards that northeastern side of things. But Five Fears is basically using that heartbeat sensor, keeping tabs on where that roster is going. And Big Man just biding his time, picks up a beautiful kill on a Showstopper. Now you just got to find the other two.
Yeah, nice hold. Both these teams having to rotate in. Neither of these teams safe at all, but they're holding regardless. Big Man finding one kill. They really would like to wipe this ARS squad. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job of it, except Robstar turns and burns. It looks like Big Man maybe just got a little too active for his team. Losing a blood there is frankly a huge mistake. There's no reason to lose a body in this fight that may not even matter at the end of our day. A trading of blows here means they're going to be extremely weak on the rotation in. and everybody else fighting inside of the zone while these two teams fight on the outside.
Neither of these teams are going to survive. I'm just going to go ahead and say it because you've got a long way to go. We still have to work our way out into the open arms of team number 12, and that's going to be difficult for them. But Five Fears, if they can get ahead of it and start that rotation, maybe have some smokes, we'll see. I keep talking about the Gentlemates up in the north. They had some issues that were going on, a couple fights. It looked like Team Moonride was actually trying to unseat them in a power position. For Robstar, he's trying to get there, okay? He's working. He's trying to use the national lay of Verdansk for cover because, dude, we have no smokes. With just a deployable cover and our gunny.
Robstar is trudging across these wide open spaces and styling out in the open. A little Omni movement to help, but a full team of 3 holding again.
Ooh.
People holding usually get held. As we see off screen, Aiden and Twisted Minds finally in an engagement around Hospital, and now they've rotated up into the middle of the map. They're going to be in the neighborhood on the north side of Stadium. They picked up a full team wipe, but it looks like we may be in a bit of trouble. Here's a quick look, I believe, at our map feed on main. And then back into the action we go. As I said, the zone is the middle of the map, just to the north of Stadium. Parts of Stadium still in zone.
Robstar, are we going to make it through here? 2 kills. You bypass the French. You got the Falcons in the horizon. You're looking for a crazy solo play to make happen. Jackal, Clown, Don J, they're still dealing with, they got the French underneath. They hit a nice rotation. They said, we're going to get closer to the circle. But the Falcons, they are on the horizon. A dynasty looking to cement themselves. A beautiful hat trick if they could accomplish it. But here's the deal. We talked about Gentlemates up in Quarry. They were all alone, uncontested, rotating in with ease from the north. But it's, not too bad for them, Ghosh.
Well, a quick look, obviously dead center of zone. That's going to be Team 34. That's Team ZHR. Watch out for that Lavender 34. They're holding dead center of zone in a pretty good position. We got a lot of fights on main. We got to get to them. So we swing over to Clown, Jackal, and Co., picking up a full team wipe, or most of a team wipe, with Master 5K, the last remaining player on this roster, trying to skate out of here and attack Rover. And unfortunately, he's going to get cut down, no problem, as Peters finds one, but it's actually Swag getting the knock.
I thought that was going to go to Five Fears, but it doesn't. Scythe, regardless, is going to go ahead and steal his loot. BBJ, who were top 3 in match number 1, are trying to claim TV station for themselves and just kind of playing now. Breadman, they had a rooftop just in match number 1. They used some spring mines and Co. But Louis CM is so tough to fight, and I am slightly worried about this team.
And again, a fight in TV station. It's just trying to clear your backside. Everybody's got to rotate in. The neighborhood is going to be a hot spot right now. It really determines, this entire map is dependent on this next zone. If we pull into the wide open spaces, I already talked about them, Team 34, dead center, Team ZHR. It's going to be Heeds and Zach and Renzo, but if we go anywhere else, neighborhood is infested with people. So this fight in TV station may not even matter as we get into the thick of things.
Walker on 3. Ton of points after match number 1. It's always about that performance in the initial game to set the precedent. And if I'm BBJ, Juju, letting them come straight to them, but Walker, can he pick up one? Louis CM grabs the lead. Watch Waldo finds Bread from afar, and they just steamroll BBJ.
I'm telling you what, LWL is looking strong. Unfortunately, they may be in a bit of a blender trying to rotate in. They actually lose their lives doing it, or a couple of them, and down they go. So they may have won that, but again, like I said, it didn't actually end up mattering. They got a nice team wipe, but unfortunately, they get wiped in 28th place. We move into more of the action as Unrational on main, low on resources, or at least plates, as they're fighting inside of fire with Connie right above them.
Well, congratulations to those boys getting picked up by Ravens Esports. Want to make the org proud, and it's my favorite thing seeing all the orgs jumping into Warzone to support everyone. For Crystal Shots, though, trying to grab some shots onto Grimy. I think it's going to be a tough hold. Those boys are really evasive.
Edge of zone is insanely busy right now because our new zone is dead center, right where that team we just talked about, Team ZHR, is sitting. Lavender 34 in a power position inside of a building, while in Fire Station, these teams are just battling for their lives to just get killed on the rotation in. These teams are in trouble, and they know it. They got to get out of here ASAP. It's almost too late, but they've got to fight each other because the first to move to start running may get shot in the back. So instead, let's get shot in the face. Grimy goes down. Kami's going to clean him up with C4, and Unrational in deep trouble.
Yeah, this is not what you want to have happen. And there's Destroy behind the door. Kami looking for 5, and instead,
with just the gas coming in, they've got to run, you've got to move, and honestly, the teams at Stadium are likely going to pick you up, so take as many down with you.
Connie picking up a ton of kills. Kami in trouble, though, and like I said, these kills are huge for your leaderboard, but they're not going to get you a win on this map. You're fighting edge of zone.
Dongy?
High risk, high reward. Dongy VP alive, but only alive because of Dongy. And now with an iota of health, he's got to back off and just prone out while everybody else fights.
I was going to say, this is where a good player becomes great, or in solo moments like that. But Amir and Castillo will find you and evict you from match number 2.
Dead center of our zone. Team ZHR, they've held the building for the last 5 minutes, but it's actually Twisted Minds pushing that center part of zone and one of the last pieces of cover in the middle of the zone. Everybody else, if you want cover, you're here in Stadium. Look how many teams are on this mini-map.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a ton, right? Gen G, we're on board, rated, Scummin, a couple of kills throughout them. And as we kind of see him peeking through with that sniper in hand, I do just want to take a moment and say, Scummin, congratulations on your recent engagement.
Jeez, that's brutal.
Hey, I think it was a good time. I thought it went fine.
Fake news on main. All right, FaZe getting cut down. FaZe likely out of this lobby. Down to the top 15, looking for top 10. All of these teams have to rotate to new, which is frankly wide out in the open. There's a couple trees for cover. There's a lot of bodies about to fall.
Let the bodies hit the floor, some might say.
That's exactly right. And you're seeing it on main right now. Nate Dogg peeks his head out and says, what's going on out here? And unfortunately, he goes down.
Ooh.
You're going to see Future as game found that somehow they fully restabilized from that hospital fight with Twisted Minds. And they found themselves on the edge of zone here at Stadium, picking up kill after kill. They make top 10 multipliers. This team could actually have a pretty good game. Citadel likely cheering at home.
Well, they're going to pop that util box, resupply on up. They grabbed that knock on a Nate Dogg. He did get res, but it allowed them enough time to peek forward, and they're laying for a siege. Future has game already on 3, are smoking it up and trying to get on in. It looks like the molly will connect. The burns come through, and we are just trying to make a crazy play, but that gives up all of the information. You try to shoot Scummin in the back, and then you just run away. Sure.
You have to. And take a look at the left side of your screen.
Joe?
Couldn't even catch it in time. Twisted Minds may have been fighting for power position, but a PA on their heads is a full wipe. Optic Gaming in a good position off drop, a bad position after the fight, yet somehow picking up a triple as on main, found that staying alive. He said, we have nothing to lose, and unfortunately, he does lose his life, but still a decent game at hand. They do make top 10.
Well, there's potential for Scummin to be the only one alive on Gen G. It is a massive game from them, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get rated back up, but over towards Team Vision, Echo, Lennon, FIFA kill. They are the only team in the dead center of zone, and FIFA is on a heater.
A heater, indeed, and frankly, I don't know where he got his kills. We blinked, they started in prison, and now they're here in the end game in a top 5 situation. You kidding me? They're the only team inside of zone. They're the only team with all 3 up in a position to actually make a play, but unfortunately, Heeds has found an angle on the right-hand side, and I talked about this team at the very beginning. They were the team inside of the shack in power position around that electrical box. They have moved their way in. Twisted Minds gets wiped by a PA, and now all of a sudden, Team ZHR have a chance to win this. They still have 2 members of Vision to get through and a couple more lurkers on the outside.
Well, we're into the 1.8x multi, and do not count out Echo and Lennon. Echo is so cerebral when it comes to making a lot of these decisions, and getting the LTV into the endgame is going to have so much benefit for them. But from Optic, who just got wiped into the final 2 teams,
wow.
Renzo, Zach, and Heeds, the last French trio in a 3v2.
Fortune favors the bold, I guess. Echo wanted the kills and then the win. Doesn't want to get third party, knows how that goes. So instead, let's make it a 2v3. This zone poll could be everything. Who makes the first mistake? Who gets the advantage? And Team ZHR continually find themselves in the best position and player advantage.
Well, the pool is definitely going to favor them. As you see, they have to dive on towards the left, but instead they want to push the equation. They take down Echo, and now Lennon is in an impossible situation where Zach takes advantage of it, and they take the win.
Fantastic setup, Team ZHR. The best position at the beginning of the end game, the best position at the end of the end game. Renzo, Heeds, Zach battled through adversity to get to this position, battled through roster changes, battled to figure out what do we even do. Yet here on main stage, when it matters most in game 2, they pick up a victory. A 2x multiplier, gonna be fantastic for the leaderboard, but as we know, it also comes down to kills and how many did they truly have.
Well, at least they got that 2x multi to really get that race to 125 for those of you at home. As we jump back into that victory moment, you can see just how this French roster broke down Echo and Lennon.
I really like what they did, which of course is just play with each other. There's no reason not to. I will tip my hat to Lennon and Echo. In a 2v3 where you don't have power position, you've got to make a hero play. They tried to get Lennon to swing out the right side, try to make a play on the flank. Unfortunately, Echo exposes himself too early, and he gets cut down. Fantastic win from Team ZHR. Let's head down to the stage.
Zach, I am here, my friend, with you, and well, you pick up map 2. How are you feeling after that one?
I'm so happy. Feel incredible. I'm so glad to play with my brother and one of my best friends in the game. So incredible.
Well, you mentioned that you are, of course, playing with your brother. Now, this is your actual brother, I am told. So, yeah, this is, I mean, how does it feel? Of course, you've come from the days of playing at home on consoles, etc., and now to be here at the Global Finals?
Yeah, this is insane. We are lucky, but we have so much patience. We love each other and we just try our best.
I mean, you certainly are doing your best out there. That's a great performance to get you map 2. We've obviously been talking a lot about the many teams that are here today. We've been doing a lot of talking about a very different French team, a French squad that he was a part of last season, now playing alongside you. But how does it feel to stand up, represent your country, and make them very proud out here as yourselves?
There is a big French community, so we are lucky. We have so many support, and that's insane.
I mean, you have indeed had a superb start, representing very proudly. You go from here then, map 2. How do you go into the next one, keeping yourself calm, playing your game?
Yeah, we have to do many contracts because we're contest, so we will try to do the same thing, placing early, and we will see.
Okay, we certainly will. Early rotation's the key, but a fantastic map 2. Well done, my friend, on a victory. That's all we've got, though, for this one. Back to the desk.
All right, thank you, Enigma. Playing with his brother, what a unique situation. It's got to feel good, right, to play with your brother and get a win in map number 2. The French get the job done. ZHR taking game number 2. A tough one zone-wise.
Very, very tough. I think Goj said it best. We get to a point where there's maybe a couple of trees, and that's your only cover you have available. But where you see where that zone pulls, it literally takes 75% of the map and just makes it not playable. And we just see this huge contestant in both the village side and stadium. That's just where you see so many of these teams have to go ahead. They have to battle it on out, and just not many of them make it out of those 2 POIs.
That's right. We take a look at our highlights, and you'll start to notice not many teams ended up making it to late game. It was Jesus and Co. who ended up obviously trying to fight onto this rooftop side, and well, they picked up quite a few elims, but this was still very early. Twisted Minds, though, ended up being a tremendous talking point as the game continued.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we kind of called it out there where we watched Falnets take that fight early, and then they come back over here towards Stadium. I love how Optic was able to finally, even though they do lose that initial engagement, they come back on in, they get to Stadium, and they manage to stabilize and are feeling very okay. And this Gulag, man, one for the ages. This is what we love to see. And I think it's the patience from Shifty that really is able to help him win, help him get back on in, try and get Falcons some more points on the board.
And it was just earlier that Falcons was dominating Team Virtus Pro, so that was a 1v1 that definitely mattered for VP in game number 2. You notice these rotations. Hisoka starts to take a bit of a tumble, right? Falcons, though, their regain ability is still there. However, it didn't last very long because they were quickly taken down shortly after.
And this was huge to me. Kami is here as a sub. He's one of the top-ranked console players in the world. Shouldn't even be playing, and he's 1v3ing a top team here on LAN. I love to see it.
It was nice to see Citadel, though, come into the fold. Foulnets, we had a chance to interview him at the top of show, and well, he said he was happy to be here. They had to fight through that stadium rotation we were talking about a little bit earlier, but our in-game ended up taking place, and it was ZHR who took first.
Yeah, absolutely. I said it in the interview. We've been talking a lot about a very different French team in the Gentlemates, but this is Zach, Heeds, and Renzo. Now, Zach, Renzo, these are actual brothers. This is insane to see when I think about, growing up, the memories I have with my brothers playing video games. To get to come out here to Las Vegas to qualify, but then also put your entire country on your back is incredible stuff. So, yeah, to see them continue with that. But for Heeds, this is a redemption arc. He was a
part of that Gentlemates roster last year when they were under Omit. They came 13th. They were very disappointed, and he was the fall guy, and he proved that he never should have been.
ZHR taking a big win. You got to be proud of them, brothers, as you said. Second place, they'll go into Vision. A little bit quiet in game one. Granted, they picked up quite a few eliminations. They got to be happy with that. But this game a lot better in terms of placing.
Yeah, I mean, I love what we even saw at the end there with Echo. I think he makes the sort of this beautiful play with the LTV, kind of runs it up against a tree to give himself a little bit of just an opportunity to have some cover in a zone that otherwise doesn't have a lot. And he's really turning his focus over towards Stadium, saying, I can block off this rest of the zone. I know there's a couple stragglers coming out here. I can manage to find them. And that's exactly what he does. He picks up a nice little 2 kills at the end, which doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're able to get to that 1.8 times multiplier, like we're going to keep saying all day long, that's really a couple of those extra points that can really make or break it, especially at a tournament like this, thousands of dollars.
So I want to go to Gentlemates, and the reason why we highlighted them so much, Quarry. They sit there for the longest time. Was it a bad play? Not necessarily strategically, because the zone does pull to them, and they have an opportunity to avoid the stadium mess that ends up taking place, playing for longevity, going for the 2x multiplier. But the question I ask, is it too slow?
Well, I think it's hard to say because in hindsight, yes, but at the time, they slowly come on down. And what they're aiming to do is use the gas, essentially, to give them a back wall that they can then move in front of and just focus forward. You don't have to be worried about rotations. No one else can be out there. The problem is a team lands on them off screen. It's moon riding code. They suddenly appear out of nowhere. They come floating on down, drop in, and they lose one of the players to Gentlemates. One of your players falls in the process. You do win the fight eventually, but it's then a bit of a regain situation. That means when you do catch up with everybody else, you're behind the pace, first of all, so you're getting held, but you're also a lot weaker than you should have been. So unfortunate circumstances so far.
You know, and again, I bring that up because you look at VP from game one, they get the win, thinking it's great. We look at the leaderboard, they're really far down there because you need a balance of eliminations. What's the point of a 2x multiplier if you're only picking up 6 elims?
Not a lot. I mean, at that point, though, I will say, this is what we kind of talk about, where it's you have to be able to raise your floor, right? And so for Virtus Pro, for them to be able to win that game, and yes, a 12-point game doesn't sound great, it's a whole hell of a lot better than not getting first.
That's true.
So it's just like, okay, yes, they would love to have. They know they want more kills that are there. So, I mean, but the fact they're still able to put 12 points on the board very early on, very, very good.
Well, let's take a look at our map results and see who ended up obviously dominating that game number 2. And it was Team Vision up in first with 16 eliminations. Now that's how you capitalize on a 2x multiplier.
No, absolutely. I mean, we can talk about the flaws, and it is very important, but it's also about having that incredible ceiling, and 32 points from 16 eliminations with a 2x is going to feel really damn good. They will obviously have solved a lot of the problems that we've been talking about in terms of moving north through the map. They end up playing obviously out of prison. They've struggled really to press through farmland, but to get all the way up there and involved in the later stages. Doesn't matter if you win at this point in terms of your maps. It might feel nice, whatever, but it's also a situation of at this point, we're just going to get to match point, and that'll be a hell of a way to get started.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that in just a second, but either way, for Vision, still a great game getting that first place. Now, going back to the conversation, I know I mentioned Virtus Pro a little bit ago, just going to harp on them just a little bit more because they do end up fighting Falcons off the rip over in Train. Now, that's a big fight. At what point do you let your ego go and just say, it's over with, let's give this up and let's play for long game? Now, I only say this because, look, you're going to go back and forth. If you're going to get eliminated one game, the next game you're going to get first, but you're not going to get a lot of elims. But the point is, if you're going to continually fight, this potential death match, it's hard to stay consistent.
Well, I also think that what we just saw there, everybody thought the zone was probably going almost all the way up to Quarry, and I think they had that same idea. Virtus Pro, when they see these big, long zones that might happen, they try and rotate early. And I think for them, it could be a little bit of ego, like you said, where they got to rotate, of course, all the way from Boneyard up to the northeast. So they probably are thinking, if Falcons are sitting Train, we might be able to take them out and throw them into the blender on our rotation here the way in. They're not going to expect this. So I would love to be able to see them maybe quell that ego a little bit. I like the idea, but it's all about execution. And sometimes the execution leaves a little bit to be desired.
And look, nobody's on match point at this point. It's only 2 games in. They're still filling each other out and trying to assert dominance at their location that they drop in, right? Their initial POI. And that's what this is about, showcasing you're the best. That's game number 2 done with. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 3 coming your way. And welcome back into the 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Final. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined this time by Gojin Spider Tiff. Fresh off the desk, casting it out. They sound great. They're going to sound even better up here as the two analysts. Okay, it's going to be a wonderful time. Already 2 games in, we've seen 2 different winners so far. Virtus Pro from game number 1, ZHR game 2. The French getting it done. Still calculating scores, by the way. We'll have that updated very shortly. But talk to me.
Yeah.
Big 2 games already off the rip with some surprises. Usual faces up at the top, though.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, right?
Yeah.
I think when you think about map wins, somebody that maybe is just tuning in for World Series of Warzone, you've got to remember that kills are everything. Like, multipliers are so helpful, but they are not everything. Map wins is very nice. I really got to tip my hat to ZHR. We were looking at our map feed, and it was like, oh my gosh, these guys have been in the best position, center of zone, the only piece of cover for, I think, like 8 minutes. So the fact that they won made a ton of sense. But then what we didn't see necessarily was some of those kills that Team Vision, for instance, was able to put up. You're like, oh my gosh, they're at in-game. Yeah, they got their second highest multiplier, and they picked up a ton of kills. That's going to be the difference maker today.
Well, like I said, we're adding up the stats in the back ends. Let's go ahead and take a look at them, Tip, and see who's in first.
I'm nervous, right? Of course, Walker, Liam, Luis CM, they have been frying. 30 kills, 45.6 points. That is incredibly impressive, but they are firing on all cylinders. But you got these things where you're racing to 125 points. For those of you at home, you have to realize that we still have to get to there and then prove that you can close it out. So who's going to get there first?
Well, consistency is key. Obviously, the scores at the moment might be relatively close to what we're seeing here. But this is correct. So LWL leading the way. And that was a big surprise off of game number 1, right? Who was in first place.
Yeah,
that was tremendous because we thought it was going to potentially be VP.
This is a team that maybe some people didn't expect to do well, but you gotta remember, this is a team of fraggers, man. And when you're going for kills, you're usually gonna end up at the top of the leaderboard. They've also made it into decent multipliers along the way. I mean, 30 kills, 45.6 points. You folks at home can do the math on that in terms of the multipliers they've been able to achieve. It's decent. You've got to get at least into a 1.5 to make a difference on this leaderboard. But to be top fraggers as well, huge, well done to them. Like, a huge congrats. Just getting started, though, a long way to go.
And I want to say, by the way, getting quite scary because so many rosters we've talked about. Gen G, right, who's up at the top, right? Twisted Minds, Falcons.
Leviathan.
Leviathan, too. And I was going to say, but there's also rosters we didn't necessarily cover at the top of the show. Doesn't mean they weren't on our radar, but they're up there towards the top. But Leviathan with Dusamir, like, this could be one of his best placing Jin on land.
Well, here's the thing about Dusamir. He always does well on land, man.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys always show up. When you talk about this team on online stages, they're usually around middle of the pack. Sometimes have moments of greatness. But when you get this team to land, they always perform. It is no surprise for me to see them in the top 3 right now.
Hey, I love it, Amir. Great guy. He's always coming up to us, talking to us during the land events, and got a big fan base. They're happy to see him up at the, at least up at the front. And we're happy to shout out Origin, right? Dominate every game. Origin is the official gaming PC and gaming laptop for Call of Duty and Herman Miller. Herman Miller is proud to be the official chair partner of the World Series of Warzone. Herman Miller, great chairs out there, man. Love them to death for sure. Hey, check this out, though. Big turn of events for LWL being at the top. They continue to slay out. Question is, can anybody shut them down? I don't know, because they've just been tearing it up. But Twisted Minds Falcons also being in the running, quite scary. Twisted Minds in hospital. There's one team that continues to challenge them, but they continue to get shut down. I mentioned for VP, hey, can VP maybe rotate out, stop challenging Falcons? Same thing, same concept goes, right, for this side of Twisted Minds. But here we are for now the second time in the World Series of Warzone. 2 different commentators. We've got Enigma, we've got Dandra. Boys, take it away.
Woo! All right, I'm ready. Let's get it started. I'm so pumped that we get to go ahead and drop on in here to game number 3. You can see we got the animation. It's back. Teams are dropping on in, and we are getting ready to light it on up, my friend.
We certainly are, and of course, it's been a tale so far of surprises through the first 2 maps, but now it's what do we get in the third? Is it a rinse and repeat? Is it the same old script? Well, we're getting a look here at a bit of a circle that is going to be a little bit more south, but I don't think it's going to matter too much as we are going to get back together here up on the desk.
Also, of course, just making sure that everyone's settled and sorted competitive integrity at the forefront of everyone's mind.
That's right. We're back, baby. All 5 of us. It's going to be a party for sure before we jump out. I'm still waiting for Goj to take the stage dive. That's one of the things whenever it opens up. I don't know. You still thinking about it?
Yeah. Our first match point game, I will faceplant onto the concrete below.
Just right here. Just right
yeah, no problem.
What was that, Jandro?
Mark my words.
It'd be great content.
Sure.
The content team's been killing it. It's a great
for you viewers, but more importantly for Dandro. He just wants to see Goj faceplant.
He craves violence.
Yes, okay.
You're not wrong.
Well, anyways, that's 2 games in, about to go into game 3. Super excited. You two, naturally, about to cast this next game.
Yes.
Big moments, obviously, on the leaderboards. We took a look at it. We couldn't believe our eyes after game number 1. Well, game number 2 solidified it when we took a look at the overall standings. I'm surprised.
I think Goj just hit it best, right? It's like, obviously, this team that is currently at the top, they are finding all the kills, very good, but they're pairing it up with some decent placement multipliers. This has sort of been the bread and butter for so many teams of old, where they don't necessarily have to be this team that averages a 1.8. If you're dropping 20s and 1.6, your single game, it might be a higher score than some people do all day long.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked to Louis in the hotel. He was kind of frustrated that there was more teams contesting them at TV. That is an ex-multiplayer guy. Like, he used to compete in opens for years. That guy knows how to shoot. We've seen plenty of clips already so far through this tournament. So if anything, he's enjoying the extra bodies. The important bit was the discipline, the game plan after that. Are you able to turn that then into a decent placing? Well, it seems like somehow they've managed to figure it out, come together, and just set up that prioritization for the long rotation into center zone and get that all-important multiplier.
Look, man, they're just shooting on land. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Tiff, you said something very important. You were like, some of these people look scared. That team does not look scared.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. I just want to bring it back to the Copper Box Arena back in London. Dandro, I heard you got booed by an entire stadium because I was there. Yeah, you did, because you were not really a huge fan of EU. But they came out swinging here this year.
They did. It wasn't that I wasn't a fan of EU. I just think North America's better.
Okay, but how are they doing right now? How are they doing right now?
Right now, not. But I mean, statistically, historically, I mean, North America.
No, this is the year of Latin America. Let's go Leviathan, baby.
Baby.
You brought it up. Like, they always show up on land. It's something about them. We've got a couple of teams that do this. They get better towards the business end of the season. But Leviathan, doesn't matter. They could come 50th all season long, turn up on land. They're up there.
Well, I will say, LATAM is a very passionate region. And Amir has had this tremendous fan base. He still does. I'm sure they're going nuts at this moment.
I will say, too, we got to think about our zones, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, when you look back to some of our regional finals and some of the competitions leading up to the stage, you didn't see zones like this, okay? This is mid-map zones. They actually favor the couple teams at the top, and some of our folks that are used to some of these exterior zones around the edges of the map are kind of like, all right, can we get a little help here? We need some kills. We need some love from the people at home that are, I guess, picking zones. I don't know.
I don't know,
Sure,
man.
yeah, picking zones, 100%. But then you think about Gentlemates and Quarry, who are getting uncontested, which should have some of the easiest rotations.
Sure.
Then you've got people that are coming out of nowhere. And I love what they were doing in match number 1, grabbing the vehicles and going on the hunt, the aggressive style that I want for the Gentlemates. But we need that consistency.
Well, this is the time you get aggressive, this early in the tournament, in my opinion, because you want to reach that threshold as quickly as possible. Then you can slow things down and start focusing on the win. You know, obviously, there's a balance. It's a lot easier said than done. And me, I like to say easy things and then think the teams are just going to go out and do it, okay? It's not that easily.
Speak it into existence.
It's not that easily executed, okay? Well, there it is. Game 2 done. Plenty more to come. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 3 coming your way. World Series of Warzone Global Final. We're about to hop into game number 3. 2 games down already. I believe the threshold, at least at the moment, is like 45 points, which is still... It's far away for some at the moment, but very doable to catch up to. Now, how are you going to do that? You're going to be focused on your zone pools.
Well, I will say, too, about these zone pools, it's been very interesting to watch these more centrally located zones and then watch some of the top dogs not rotate quite as quickly as we thought they would coming out of their positions. Obviously, you guys talked about this already, but I have to remind everybody at home, with the Falcons going back to train station, VP's not able to get around this map for free. And because they're not able to get around this map for free, one of 2 things happens. In our second map, we saw them fight each other at train and stagnate their chance for any kills. That fight lasted like 8 minutes or something insane, right? In the first map, VP just didn't have anybody to fight because the Falcons killed everybody around train. So that's why the VP score didn't end up being very high in the first map. So I'll be very curious to see what happens in this next one.
And that was one thing we brought up a little bit earlier was Falcons, VP, when do you give it up? You know, when is that fight not worth it? For VP, it works out in game 1, but then in the second game, it doesn't work out because Falcons end up taking them down even in the gulag. We've got Dandra on site, though, to talk to one of the players from Leviathan, I believe Duamir, if I'm not mistaken. Dandra, what's going on?
Well, Taylor, we're here with Amir, like you just said. Hey, boy, you're looking pretty good, and you're looking pretty good on the map. Let's go. How's Latin America's favorite ogre doing?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling really good. Excited to play online. It's always fun with the boys, and happy to be here, honestly.
You said last year, very famously in an interview, that Latin America deserved more spots, and here you are representing an entire region. Over the last year, Latin America has been showing out. What does it mean to you to put your country on the map?
I mean, I know one day I will not be competing, and for me to push this scene for my region is the most important thing, so I'm really happy. 4 spots is not enough, Doug, but thank you.
Okay, one last question. You guys, we're through 2 maps. You've started hot and heavy. What is going to be the secret to success? Continue doing that through the rest of the day.
Just keep trusting each other, be confident, and do plays together, honestly. Work as a team.
Hey, I love all of that.
Hey, viva México, gracias a todos los que están apoyando. Tercer año competitivo con el mismo equipo. Un privilegio poder estar acá. Muchas gracias. Un abrazo a todos. Viva México. Brr.
Woo! All right. Well, that's Amir. Let's hear what Enigma has to say.
Appreciate that, Dan, and of course, wonderful to hear from Amir. But I'm stood here with the man leading the team that are leading the whole way. Louis CM, how are you feeling after 2 maps?
Confident, excited to continue playing. Hopefully we can keep up what we're doing. We're landing at TV, getting conned by 2 teams and just running them.
Well, you spoke to us in the hotel earlier. You were saying that you were a little bit frustrated about the fact that there was other teams rolling up. You kind of wanted to deal with Optic by yourselves. I mean, you're looking better than ever with the fact that there's more bodies there. Why is that?
I just think we're playing smarter than they are. We're just letting them fight, third party at the right time, and just honestly, we've actually had some clutch moments where we pop 3 pieces and pop 2 pieces and just making big plays, really.
Yeah, you definitely have. Don't worry. We've seen them, and we're reacting to them, my friend. You are indeed cooking. But, I mean, your squad, obviously, you're leading the way right now. I don't think anyone would have had that on their card coming into this tournament. But how does it feel to be, I guess, underrepresented, underappreciated, underrespected?
No, we're just here to prove that we can shoot just as good as any other team here. My 2 teammates, it's their first World Series LAN, and they're flying out. We're playing with confidence. We knew at home that we didn't get the best practice. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about playing late at night for the EU, the ping and the host and all that. But we're just here to show that when we're on an even playing field, that we can shoot just as well as any of the top teams that are here.
Well, you are certainly shooting up there with the very best, my friend, and none more than you. It is wonderful seeing you look like this. Long may it continue through this tournament. Thank you very much for your time. We're going to send it back on over to Dan, I believe, who stood with Gromalock of the Gentlemates.
Exactly. I had to steal this one from Enigma because he's been getting a little bit too much of the clout to his head. So I am here with the General Gromalock himself. Hey, game number 1, you guys were just moving all around the map. Game number 2, you get stuck in quarry just a little bit. How are you going to try and reset here going into game 3?
Now we are getting the early and mid game kills. We're pretty chilling on that. Now we just gotta look in for end games. We have had some technical issues, so it's okay. We're just staying focused, and the day is gonna be long. So on to the next.
I love that. Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. I think we're going to be here for a while. Mental fortitude going to be tough. You guys are coming out swinging. Now, the question's always been, can you close? What have you tried to do now to make sure that if you are one of those first teams to hit match point, that you can close out this event?
I would just like, if we hit match point, it's going to be game after game. Each game is different. Every circle is different. And yeah, like my role is to put my team in the best position to close, and we'll see. Yeah.
Okay, one last thing for you, my friend. You're representing a region. I know the gentlemates, they are behind you, the green suits. They are watching at home. What do you have? Any words for, of course, any of your fans at home watching you, cheering you on here today?
Yeah, we miss them a lot. Like, really, vous nous manquez beaucoup. Et in between, let's go, les gars.
All right, love to see it. Continue slaying out. We'll be looking on board. Back to the desk.
Thank you, Enigma. Dandro, Tiff. First off, let's start with Duamir coming out from Leviathan. What a speech. He never disappoints. A big-name streamer, big fan base, clearly media trained. One thing I love is he always gives respect to his region.
Yeah, you kind of have to, right? This is the global LAN finals of World Series of Warzone. You're trying to put yourself, your country, your team on the map and prove why you're better than North America. North America has been dominating at LAN, so maybe it's high time that another region decides to win. And I think Amir, Castillo,
yes.
Zetark, a perfect trio to make that happen. I've had the pleasure of casting over them the past couple of years on some online tournaments, and they value their lives exceptionally well in game. And something that he said is going to reiterate that. We have this chemistry. We know how to play around each other. That's just the longevity of working together for such an extended time coming to fruition here on LAN to perfection.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the longest-standing trios in the game right now, in the competitive scene. These guys have been playing together forever, and they're constantly performing on LAN. Again, no surprise that they're here, and of course, no surprise that they celebrate their region. Viva Mexico, I think, is what I heard towards the end.
That's
I don't
right.
speak Spanish that well.
The R roll. I can't do that.
I'm
jealous.
Well, I'm not going to do that.
I can't do anything with it. I don't know how to say anything with it. I just know how to do the Tongro over hell. I believe Enigma is on site, though, talking to Lennon. Enigma, what's going on out there?
Appreciate you, Taylor. We're going to have some conversation about what you just said up there on the desk later. But for now, I'm stood here with Lennon of Team Vision. This is, of course, the Bradford Biffle. My friend, it's been a great first two maps. How are you feeling? And what is it right now that you've fixed compared to some of the things we saw online?
We're doing really well because I think we just got a lot of freedom, like around the farmland area, prison. We're getting a lot of freedom over there. I think we're just playing more together, playing confident. Obviously, we're on ping now, so yeah, we're just playing with really good confidence and just running the teams. So.
I mean, certainly are. You're putting up a lot of kills, of course, out there. And I mean, we stood in Las Vegas last year talking to each other in the bar and saying, you know, this next year is going to be about you and you stepping out and showing that you can lead a line. Do you feel like you're doing that here on LAN?
Yeah. I'm usually at the entry, so like me just running in, trying to get the first blood in that, and it's going pretty well right now. So yeah, I feel like I'm fitting that role pretty well.
I guess the point is then, you've obviously two maps in. This is a case of what can you do to continue that from here? Do you think there's ways in which you can still improve yet?
Nah, I think we're playing really, really well. I think the calls are really good. The trades are good. The comms are really clean. There's no panic. We're just playing confident, and I love it. So we just got to keep it up, and we'll do really well.
Well, I'm sure that there's a lot of people at home who will be rooting you on, my friend, not only your chat, of course, but your family who always love to tune in and support. Yeah. Great stuff so far. Looking forward to seeing much more. But that's all for now from Lennon. We're going to be jumping on over again with Andro, talking to Juju.
And well, I'm with the only man in the venue who makes me look small, Juju Saiyan from Team BBJ. Let's talk about game number one, man. You guys are in a 3v2v2, and somehow you lose it. Walk me through what happened in map number one.
All right, so basically, I feel like if we played like more individually right there, we would have won. So basically, Breadman was calling out that the two of them was on his right, like on the hill, and me and Bo were looking at the other two that was in the like the little garage cut. And the bad timing was I laid down to watch the garage cut. As soon as I look away to help Bread, I died. So like I went down, the Bread got pushed out because it's a 2v2 now, and then Bug got pushed out because he got 2v1. So like if we just sit like individually and just like beg for a kill, no matter what happens, even if one of us dies, as long as someone on the other team is knocked, we're good.
Dude, that's the analysis that we love to hear from a player. That's what we love, man. You told me we were getting ready to come on over. You're like, I'm locked. I'm shooting different. I'm unkillable is what you said. What's different about today?
I don't know, bro. Like, I just love the atmosphere, like my team, like the energy they gave me, the like compared to last year, like this year they let me fly. Like I'm more free on the map. Like anything I want to do, they're like, yo, just go for it. And I'm gonna drop two Ps. No matter what team it is, VP, Falcons, I ain't worried about none of them.
Woo! Okay, big words coming out of Juju. We're only in second map. We could be going 12 here today, boy. Let's lock it on in. We're gonna throw it back to Reflections and Goj and Tiff on the desk. We'll see you back in a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Dandro. BBJ, that's Juju saying he's free and flying because he's on land. The energy's different.
He's a peacock. You got to let him fly.
Dude, the energy from that guy is electric. I love the breakdown, but also you can tell that the vibes are good. And of course the vibes are good with Breadman on your team.
Look, that is the best trio that I've been having fun with. I was trying to talk to Juju earlier, and he was just ready to go, wanting to talk about the team. Breadman, of course, one of the only MNK players here. Juju kind of stepped back and was watching him play and kind of warm up. He's like, dude, I have no idea how you're doing that. That is insane. And that's just because he can use a lot of those skills to go ahead and snipe. If you're getting sniped out there in the LAN, it's probably Breadman on the other side.
Yeah, Juju, big fan. I know as soon as he came on, I saw your face. You clearly got
happy.
You got a soft spot in your heart from Juju.
From the couch to LAN, baby.
That's what this is about. It's the online qualifiers. Every spot is earned, right? Nothing is given, and that's the beautiful thing about all the competitors competing today. They're happy they're here because they worked hard to be here. 2 games done, more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 3 coming your way.
through the truck. 100 Thieves, they're still alive below. A Molotov will finally be able to bring down Echo. Lennon, he is finished. We are about to come down to our final two teams as Faith the kill goes huge. Almond jumps on down. Twisted Minds! They do it to the very end. It was patience all the way through. It will reap them their reward. Our motto this year, Enigma, is rise above all. They couldn't do it last year, and when the competition was greatest, the Twisted Minds were able to rise above their competition and secure a match point victory.
My man, Aiden. I see the smile on your face, man. What's the emotion walking down this lane right now?
Oh man, I'm just reliving it. I waited to get so long for a LAN win, and just like the buildup of everything, like all the practice and the scrims, just all led to that moment. So I'm just trying to relive this a little bit and try to manifest so we could try to make it happen again.
Yeah, I mean, obviously emotional. We got a lot looking forward, but where does this rank? I mean, you've won a lot, but a LAN win like this, where does this rank amongst your wins?
Right now, that's my prized possession of wins. Probably my most memorable moment in all of my gaming career, if I'm being honest. So that was something special, and just finally being on the stage and having the confetti and like being the person to experience that, I'd probably rank that #1.
I mean, looking at the confetti, your team, you've got the same roster today. What was the energy like walking into the stadium today?
I feel like when we walk in, we're not super like chatty. I think we just kind of lock in, listen to music, focus. I just try to think of all the reasons I'm here and all the reasons I have like to win. Like I think about my family, and I think about just being a young, like when I was 19 or 18, how much, you know, I would have appreciated being at this level now. And I just try to think of that stuff when I'm coming here.
Man, this was such a big moment, and you've got a chance for another big moment today. I want to give you an opportunity to talk to the people at home about how you're feeling, but can you do it? Can you clean sweep?
I think we could. I think we're very confident in each other. I think we trust each other, and we're all very individually talented. Just got to stick to our game plan. We've been practicing a lot and working on ways that we can improve even after EWC. So yeah, we're just going to trust in each other and do our thing. I think we can do it and bring home another win for our friends and family.
Dude, I'm proud of you guys. A lot more work to do. Really looking forward to it. Want you to get settled, get your team right, man. Good to see you. We're going to head over to Tiff for another interview.
Thank you guys so much. I was able to grab Biffle from the Falcons, and it's kind of a touching moment, right? Because we just get to see that live on the screen, all the celebrations that just came from that Aiden moment, their win over in Riyadh. What goes through your mind when you're sitting over here on the side kind of watching that one back?
You know, it kind of brings me back to sitting down at Riyadh, and you know, right after we lost, it was a really tough moment because you know that was my first loss on LAN, so hoping to never feel like that ever again. So trying to come out of here with the win.
This is the chance for you to pull the hat trick. You won in 2023, you won in 2024, you would potentially win in 2025. What are you going to do to make sure that happens?
Well, we pulled it off in the last Verdansk tournament, so we know we have it in us after 11 long maps. You know, it was a grueler, but we got it done, and I think we just got to replicate exactly what we did last time, and, you know, Soka's got to call the end game.
Soka the closer, you're the silent assassin. I love it, but hear me out. Are you channeling Twisted Minds at Hospital?
Yeah, we'll be seeing them at Hospi.
You'll be seeing them. All right. Well, hear me out. Another thing. The dynasty could be potentially ending here. Are you officially retiring?
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be my last one. You know, thank you to all the fans supporting me throughout the entire 5 years of competing. But yeah, this is it for me.
If this is it for you, what do you want to say to your teammates behind you before we drop into today's matches? What do those boys mean to you?
I mean, these boys are, you know, they mean a lot to me. You know, this is the best roster that I think has ever been created for Warzone. And, you know, I think it'll go down as that, especially considering last year after we won, you know, 28 out of like 30 tournaments. So, you know, I'm just excited. I'm just excited.
Describe your career in 3 words.
Greatest of all time.
Greatest of all time. Okay, there's a potential for that desk. Back to you.
Just for us, and it's completely antithetical to my entire personality, but I love it. I'm in it. I'm vibing.
I like it personally. I'm thinking, you know, it's got that kind of like easy Sunday blues kind of vibe to it. So I'm hearing it's called yacht rock or something.
Yeah, I don't
know
like
what that was, but
I've never been on a yacht in my life.
Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are of course very grateful for your patience. We're figuring things out, but we are off and underway into map 3. So of course, surprises the story of maps 1 and 2 thus far. Shall that continue, or do we see some of our favorites start to step on up here?
It's been very, very interesting to see what teams are coming online already through these first 2 maps. And I have to imagine map 3 will only continue to do that. It's down at port. It's Azen, Vidani, and Hydra already looking to get active. Our team from the North America, LCQ, immediately wiped on out, but this fight is not done yet. Savvy Ultras, he's been able to be here. It's a nice little third party to kickstart map number 3, my friend.
Yeah, we are going to see this contest at port continue to reign out throughout this. About 5 teams told me that they'd be landing here before we came in. It looks like 3 have committed to that still, and we'll see 2 of them eliminated earlier. We move to Optic, who will be contested here by Onyx. Onyx, interesting coming into this tournament. They've had a real struggle in terms of form. It's also an interesting conversation with Optic. They've left TV. They've decided to play out elsewhere.
Well, it's not even like they've left TV. They're like just south of TV, right in this plaza. So if they want to maybe rotate back on up and try and play a little third party, they could. But unfortunately, yeah, like you mentioned, Onyx is here. They're trying to be a little bit of a spoiler, and I like this positioning from Disrupt. It's a nasty little heady, begging Z-laner to push himself on out, but it's just not going to be enough. You have to be careful if you are Disrupt, because Oak and Joe, they've managed to wrap around the back. Z-laner does get dropped by Bubble. And does AB Wiz hit the snipe? He does. Joe gets dropped. Movement King no more, as you're not able to get out of the sights of that sniper in the hands of AB Wiz.
Yeah, Onyx actually going to look over here as well and see Savage Esports manage to get their loadout together, so that might give you a bit of a heads up to turn tail as the Germans might come rolling in. Skinner & Co. contested at bunker against the LATAM plus Omnic team. The way they've had to come together for this. Honestly,
international squad.
Yeah, quite impressive that they're actually managing to put up solid points considering they've had to do that last-second substitution. But either way, Skinner, Millsy, and Deck, this is a squad that punched their way through LCQs comfortably in EMEA. And they're just trying to hold for now, trying to find that opening pick.
fantastic clip of Deck just punching his chair, going crazy. They were so excited to be able to make their way here to the World Series of Warzone. And I know what they would love to be able to try and show on out and show that they deserve to be here. But you can see it's a little bit of a mixy situation on that mini-map. A number of teams in this area looking to get active. One of those, of course, going to be Swizz and Marco Sancho and their sub Mayhem. We've been able to find Skinner. A couple of shots will back him on down behind the post. You slide on out. Great work from Marco there. You find Skinner, and Mayhem's is actually good for the confirm with a Polaris tire to the teeth.
Yeah, well, if you got to experience COD next, you got the opportunity to try out a Polaris, and Skinner, well, he just got one to the face, so that's as up close and personal as you can really ask for. When you take a look here at this fight, 3 different squads scrambling over bunker. Of course, a lot of loot potential here, also the opportunity to hold teams coming across the river, and you end up with this situation where you will have them crossing because Zone's going to pull directly. Swizz will find Reaper. Chalk will find Sage, and it turns into a bit of a blast here, but we will have Omnic finding a confirm on one. Marco Sancho will turn, find shots, but not enough as Omnic gets the kill. But off screen, ESC have won the contest against VP, sent them all to the Gulag.
And News has actually lost that Gulag as well very quickly. So you have to manage to try and stay here. C4 up over the top. Right. A nice little Christmas present for Mayhems here. Goes ahead, blows up that Polaris. Absolutely crazy. While all of this fight has been going on, Millsy and Control Deck, they are just hanging out in this bunker, begging for anybody to try and kick open that door, maybe bring it in. I saw Crossfire set up for them. So while this fight is maybe going to go ahead and lurk for a little bit, I'd love to go ahead and just check in just elsewhere that is there. We do have a replay, I'm being told, though.
Yeah, I believe we're going to get a bit of a look at it. What's going on in various circumstances here, and here we go. It will, of course, be that C4 going up, taking out what was left of that squad 42. And, well, yeah, Omnic coming in for this team. Again, the fact that they're not sitting rock bottom right now, very impressive stuff, considering the difficulties they've had preparing for LAN. We're going to move over. Twisted Minds, they will fight against what's left of Nate Dogg, and I believe that's Scummin tucking in with him as well.
Yeah, Raiden did get dropped, so Gen G versus Twisted Minds, and this is what I'd love to see from Twisted. Get out of hospital, start getting active at the Promenade. Almond, he's trying to hold this rooftop, jumps off the top, joins back up his team. It's a 3v2 in this area. You don't need to throw your life away. And you can see Nate Dogg, it's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy here, as now Gen G will manage to control the roof, and Twisted Minds, they have to figure out how do we play this from underneath. Maybe it's a couple of sky nades. Maybe it's a timing that lets you get on up and make a trade that is there. But I can tell you that it's going to be a very rough situation to try and make happen. But it is fun to see both of these teams down here in Promenade.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the fact that Twisted Minds are approaching this cautiously as well. They've been finding a lot of kills so far through the past 2 maps. Placement, though, hasn't been their thing. So the fact that they're slowing it down for a second, assessing how they want to take this fight, whether they want to invest into this fight, is great news if you're a TM fan. Team Vision, they're pushing Port. They will have company in the face of Eclectic. That's Savvy Ultra's Keybase, Jesus Jr. And they're all tucked up in a corner. Team Vision got to be careful about how they approach this. You and me have watched many a time. A 3-man stacked up, and they can rip you apart instantly.
Yeah, Echo, he's trying to manage to hold that ladder on the outside. Lennon's going to be the one to maybe get a little active. That could be a huge thermite. And you can see it's gone ahead, back them on down. FIFA Kill looking for the push. Would love to be able to catch them. Vision, they don't need to commit here. And with that little bit of a shoulder that Lennon's able to have, he knows exactly where this team is going to be, knows that they're continuing to hold down this staircase. Do you try and sneakily move on down? Do you try and hit some type of a wrap? We'll have to wait and see. Off screen, DJ Moss takes down the Australians as well. So this is absolutely firing on all cylinders in this map. That is for damn sure.
Yeah, I think the frustrating thing for Vision here is the lack of utility. I'm not seeing much in terms of thermites or Molotovs left, so let's draw away from that stalemate for a second as Team BBJ will be getting aggressive here. Find what's left of the FaZe team. Swag and Adrian dealt with. We are maybe off somewhere. He's hovering around Superstore somewhere, and this team continuing to suffer. But BBJ, they're looking great. You spoke to Juju in that interview. They've given him permission to fly, and you will have that utility find for Vision. They've gone away, stocked up a muni box. Now go the thermites.
I love this double thermite on the stairs. Lennon, he's looking to try and get active, but he's going to get cut down by Jesus Jr. But it's the other 2 members. They've pushed in from the bottom. The trades are in. You find Savvy Ultras. You've brought down Keybase to just a single HP, and he's doing a great job to hit the loop, get on out of there, get the plates back on in. He's going to be lacking for 1 more. You at least are able to get the knock, but it doesn't matter. Vision, it takes a little bit, but they find a nice little 3-piece.
Yeah, you'll happily invest the 1 life of Lennon in that in order to walk away with a whole bunch of kills. Speaking about losing lives, it looks like Nickel's going to go early here in this one as Gooey's found FNX on a great wrap here that Team Nickel never see coming. Ooh. And that is another team ripped off the board, but Rock Esports want a piece of this. There's a cluster coming over the top. It's going to actually knock Gooey, and I can confirm that's actually coming from a little bit of distance. So as long as this pickup comes through, BDS should be able to recover. This is a team that, well, tend to play in from the north-south, run into Rock quite a bit, and will be able to set themselves up. The Falcons, well, they're comfortable mopping up what's left of our new Icons team, as Drake will be their latest victim. And this squad will just find themselves a little bit of a pocket of space here before they're really threatened.
Yeah, this is something we talk about so much with the Falcons, how much they love playing out of train stations. Soka has something to say, actually, about their rotations. Let's see what he had to say.
My favorite tactic in Warzone, rotating, commanding the troops, just IGLing overall, you know, because God bless me with a big-ass head or a big brain, so I get to tell my shooters, Biffle and Shifty, what to do. Win, lose, or draw, it all falls on me.
Wow, fantastic words, a man of many talents that's there. We've seen them do this time and time again, this amoeba play style, where they take control of train and they'll flex on out to a different area to find more kills. And obviously seeing them down in the Grozny Hills, no surprise to see them be there and even find some more of those eliminations.
No, definitely not. They are a team that do indeed find plenty of ways to push out, find squads, rotate back into where they want to be, and just kind of flitter about finding bits of prey as we look at the Spectre lineup, who find themselves just off port, slightly on the northern side. We're going to get a look at the wider map here, and you can see that this zone's pulling down towards the south. Now, you may be able to cover this multiple times, but I will say, though, center of zone is going to be Hospital, and that's where the Twisted Minds have already cleared house. They've claimed it nice and easily here. You will have a couple of teams just to their south. But honestly, all those squads towards the north, if they have to rotate past, that should be a lot of kills going to the team up towards the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm really worried, though, about this ravine and where you have to try and play in from. All these teams that are on the eastern side of the map that we saw, if this zone pulls left, you got to go against the wide open spaces, and it is going to be rough if any of these squads decide to try and hold you out. Our Gentlemates, though, they're looking to continue to push on forward. We heard Gromalok, he loves getting aggressive. He wants to try and take control of this side of the map. We see Reaper get dropped, and I saw a most wanted flag on the back of one of the players as well, so they really want to try and get that economy started. They want to have an advanced UAV for these later circles. Yeah, when we talk about economy, ladies and gentlemen, of course, that is going to mean them having their full utility, their loadouts, potentially buying in their second weapons if they went with the attachment the first. And for the Frenchmen right now, they're going to hit that buy over by bunker and look really good for it. I see ARS fall in the feed. I also see Community going down as well. And well, Adrian, his suffering continues at the hands of S8UL. But everybody across the map right now just drawing up, landing a couple of trading blows. But for ESC, they wiped Virtus Pro very early. They've got a lot of space, and they could be setting up their own economy at this point. We've seen this time and time again with this team. If they are able to win that early engagement, it's not often, but when they do, they are fantastic of converting that into a great game. It's a little bit of a momentum booster, right? When you can manage to take down one of the top teams off the rip, you're going to be feeling invincible. You're going to absolutely start flying through. And where this zone is, they shouldn't feel too bad about trying to get into wherever this pulls, right? They're pretty open on the western side. They're going to be A-okay.
Yeah, they'll be completely fine. So will E700, who's up with the birds at the top of the crane, sniper in hand. We've seen this come out of this team quite a few times. Yes. Usually Tapulator sitting back, E700 and OP Mark trying to fly on forward. Unable to pronounce his name for a second there as Axidas tries to rotate through the lower side. And, well, just ducking, dodging, diving, weaving. E700 almost falls, actually. Now, Axidas manages to find Tapulator and all of that. How the hell, I don't know. We will get a trade situation, I think, comes through in the end as prospects there to third party. And then E700 then going to rotate back towards the overlook where you can just play that little bit of a regain strategy. They will be moved out of here at some point, but for now, you've got time yet to kind of go about your thing, pick up a couple of kills.
Yes, this has been something I have loved with this team, is that we've seen this strategy work, and especially in a zone like this, where OP marked a very proficient sniper. When he's able to have one in his hand, we can see he loves to just sit top overlook and try and get damage in on all of these players down below. It's not always about getting the knock with the sniper, right? If he can crack plates and open up that fight for his two teammates, it makes it so much easier, and they're able to control a lot of downtown to try and make that happen. But I saw 0 kills on OP marked, a little bit of damage. So hopefully they can manage to convert that. For Liam and Walker, though, they've come out of TV Station. They're looking to continue this aggression they have showed through the first 2 maps, and that's a real easy fight I see on my screen.
Well, to add on to that as well, Louis, the fact that he stays alive, he gets caught crossing that road, but manages to just shimmy enough, stick inside his smokes, and stay up in the fight. Gives you a 4-3. You don't have to invest time to try and find a buy back in, or to also then spend the money on that and get him as all of his economy going.
Yes.
Great stuff, and we're seeing why the LWL team are impressing us here in Las Vegas. Let's take a look. Lotus 8. They will be tucked into restaurant here with Deus and Mia close. Z-Dog's going to be far back with a sniper, looking to provide support, maybe even hoping to help Amir escape this.
I don't even know if Amir's looking to escape it. I'm seeing some SEAL Team 6 mission operation going on here. It's a belly crawl just to try and maybe pop on up, hit some type of timing that is there. And I do like this. Z-Dark is there, but my question is, where's Castillo in all of this? This is a 2-man operation? What is going on? But Amir is going to just use the opportunity, and maybe he was trying to get to the buy station to get the buyback going, but he is just waiting on the outside. They know that Lotus 8 is here in this diner building. Maybe he might be able to catch one. It's been a great day for Leviathan. And I know we've said it time and time again, Amir, Castillo, Z-Dark. I don't care what happens online leading up to these events. On LAN, these boys always show up, always play just a little bit different.
They do. Speaking of very different, Castillo's actually sat top of Monument, a
Okay.
mile away with an AR, hoping to, I guess, provide support again to Amir as Dark tried to throw a couple of shots and bait players out. But into Gen G, Scumming will be finished. So it's on Nate Dogg and Rated to find their way back into this. And, well, not very far away. It's that Brothers Esports roster of Kami, Stussy, and Crystal shots. Looks like they're getting aggressive here, looking to push up towards Rated, who looks like he's going to bring Scumming back in. And I think this is going to coming a defensive hold here at Firehouse as a player floats over the top as well, potential third-party situation.
You have to win this if you are Gen G, because Nate Dogg, he gets dropped by Hollow into the Gulag. As Kami looks to move on forward, tries to activate into this fight. Playing alongside the bottom of this staircase, you're just waiting if you are Gen G, begging them to go ahead, push up this staircase. What can you make happen? All of a sudden, this lobby has just crawled to a snail's pace. A little bit of action early on, but everybody just with so much area, so many buildings still on the map, they're trying to stay alive. Explosions start getting thrown on up. We're seeing those C4s come on through. Scumming, he's gonna catch one in the teeth. 2 members of Brothers going ahead and push on up. And Kami, that is another huge play we've seen on main. Here from this young man, I mentioned it on the desk. He is here as a sub, and I think he's maybe showcasing a lot of people. He should not be here as a sub. He should have been on some main rosters.
No, it's a hell of a way to announce yourself. Speaking of which, Savage Esports going to roll up against the Gentlemates inside Stadium. Pentagon's going to be leading the line here. I think you've got one up on the rooftop, or at least higher seats to provide cover. So the Gentlemates going to have to worry about this. Gas is going to continue to encroach as well. Hallow gets overextensive, found by Pentagon. The trade's in from Melvin, who's going to play up close with the SMG. Won't be enough. Thank you. The little Prince will do enough. Fuzzing then, what have you got in this? Likely in a 1v2. If that res comes through as a 1v3, might just have to turn tail here and abandon. I don't think there's many routes to abandon, as the Gentlemates will land plenty of blood. But for now, you just have a moment, and you pause, and you freeze, and you try, and you do get the knock onto Grommelok. So that'll be frustrating for the Gentlemates, but at least you clean it out. What I will say, though, that gas is moving quickly, and it's likely going to take Grommelok's loot with him to the grave, so they'll have to spend to get a general back in.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of our map view going on there for the Gentlemates. Yeah, I like what you said. You lose Grom in the process. Great shots from Fuzzin to at least be able to find one before your team gets wiped. Okay. And we're starting to see here maybe why the Gentlemates were looking over at Stadium. Enkyo currently on 7, 3K damage to his name. So they're starting to just use this LTV to rotate on through this. So what we saw in map number 1, albeit a little bit earlier. But for now, it's all about just staying alive as this duo. You have plenty of cash if you can hit this buy station, get Grom back on it. Area, so many buildings.
We got to look here again at that play that shut Gen G down. Brothers Esports just doing superb work to find Kami, with Kami again showing us just how good he's playing on LAN. Rock Esports finally looking with these gentlemen. We tend to see them playing out of airport. They like to defend it, and if they have to come in, they will play up against the gas, as you're seeing right now, slowly work their way forward and clear house as they move. And, well, with a Polaris in hand themselves, it looks like they're going to come across one of the Italians.
But also with Twisted Minds, more importantly.
Well, I was about to say, yeah, you've got to get past Hospital, and that's still being held by Twisted Minds. The zone pull, however, looks to be, again, continuing even further south. So it won't be long before TM have to consider their own rotation.
Yeah, we watched him. Map number 1. It wasn't exactly the best when they were able to hang out Hospital the entire time. They got caught on that row. Have to see what they can make happen here for Novo Esports. It's looking like a little bit of a dicey situation. They're starting to get knocked left and right, and it looks like it's actually 100 Thieves getting into the mix. Starting to get some shots down on range, and I'm looking at that kill feed, Enigma. Falcons getting wiped by ESC.
Yes, you take VP, you take Falcons, huge scalps for the Frenchmen. You said it yourself, they don't often win that drop, but when they do, they go big. And, well, what an impact to have had on this map already. Twisted Minds looking to trap Rock Esports as they make moves. Vision's going to be cracked. Aiden's made the route, finds one, will be traded, so that's a little bit of something for Vision. And it actually swings wide enough to push Almond back as well. So you got to time this. Can you work it? Can you find your way in? Smitty's down elsewhere, so he's going to have to give this up. The entire fight has turned, and Almond, actually, the smoke is intended to bait. He's going to arrive late to this. C4 to initially cover, finds nothing, and actually, you're just going to have to go and find Smitty.
Yeah, Smitty's going to fall himself off the back of the roof, but Rock, I think they have this realization. It's Prodigy and Vision. They've left Wars behind. Almond swings on out. The shots are a little too good. Finds it. Z-Smith does get knocked yet again. Vision, he might just try and go ahead and back on up. Almond's good for the confirm. Maybe a little bit of respect between these two squads. Z-Smith won't be able to stay alive. The full kind of comes on through immediately, leaving Almond, has to run away, but Vision's doing a good job getting some of those tags on through. He has 7,900. If he can find $100 more, this would be great. Get to a buy station, get the double buyback. He's able to do that. So now it's just all about getting that buy, getting your teammates back into the map.
Yeah, I just wonder if there's a bit of a miscommunication there. You see Aiden get super aggressive looking to finish that fight, but the pressure wasn't there from Almond and Z-Smith really for that timing to work. So it will see Twisted Minds in a bit of a regain situation. Take a look again at our map. We are heading further south. We are going to be pulling ourselves likely towards that ravine area. So a lot of teams are going to try and hedge their bets here. They're going to want to go one side of this or the other and hope that they get the RNG of the zone pull. But for so many, this is a case of, have you done your recon contracts? Do you know which side you're going to be on, or whether we are going to be playing open warfare?
I mean, exactly this. It is just going to be this ravine. It's going to be wild to try and cross it. I mentioned it earlier, and I think we're starting to see that come to fruition. Almond does get found eventually by Rock here at Hospital, but similar to what we just saw with the Gentlemates, sure, you've been able to win this fight against a very formidable foe, but now the gas is at your back. You have to try and find your way on through. You might have an opportunity to stay alive, but it's not going to be for long. And we're starting to see some water warfare on the south here as a couple of teams look to regain.
Yeah, by the way, I do see in the feed that Aiden dies as well, so you end up with Twisted Minds being wiped, Falcons wiped by Gabe Kuhn as well, so 100 Thieves starting to step into this a little bit. Pressure elsewhere for the Tapulator squad. But we've got swimmers, my friend. We've got 4 different teams in the water, bits and pieces for some of them. And it's Decky and Lays looking to get on the hunt, but they've got a couple of Frenchmen in behind them as well.
Yeah, you have to be very, very careful how you want to try and take this. Decky is able to bring down Bling CJ, so that's at least a little bit of a win there. You have Reflames in front of you as well, as you are just looking to dolphin your way through this water. Come up for a little bit, grab some air, immediately put yourself on it down. Any amount of kills that you can find out here is huge, and it actually looks like the French, they have chosen not to push forward off screen. I'm looking at the kill feed though. Z-Smith, he has been wiped. That's a full Twisted Minds eliminated here. BDS, a team that we've been waiting to come online here all day. They're actually going to look to gatekeep some of these teams that are out here in the water. Juki's trying to be able to keep Hydra, Virati, and Azen out here. Says, hey, if you want to try and play it on the water, go for it. But I'm looking to literally shoot some fish in a barrel.
Yeah, opportunity for at least 5 kills here. They're going to have to be careful, though, because squads are rolling in behind them. We can see Team Vision starting to approach. That's the squad in light blue just off to the side. Also, yeah, we get a look in and the Echo. You've also got what's left of the Leviathan up on top of the monuments. And, well, here comes Vision as Echo finds the first. That's Juki's dealt with. 5th kill, actually, getting the initial knock. What a storyline that could be. And Echo, well, he's like, okay, if you were looking for a couple of people in the water, do I have some free kills, maybe?
He might be able to, but you have to be careful, like you mentioned. You have Leviathan right above you at Monument. You can't push out just too much. You might get brought on down. So while these squads are going to go ahead, try and play from the inside of some of these end game zones, everybody else is trying to play out of downtown. And I'm looking at the Gentlemates potentially up there looking to farm a couple of those kills. So you have to be able just to kind of look at both sides of these zones that are there. Look, moving on over, we can see a little bit of some of these fights going, and they're trying to go ahead and develop. BBJ bringing it against Novo, trying to be able to hold on. Cams, I think they're just trying to skip on by. Can you get into zone? You might have been able to get by BBJ, but you've run directly into the Gentlemates and some early shots already ringing on out. And the Gentlemates, I think they're just trying to play ahead right now, play their life, stay alive. Can they manage to get here as Novo? They've gained the inside.
Well, this is one of the few buildings left inside zone, so realistically, you want to jump straight back in here. Novo will have to move at some point, but for now, there's so many players arriving, you've got a lot of kills potentially on your hands. Vortex watching the backside, one player, Cams are watching from the bed, and you've also got front coverage as well. So just essentially playing a little bit of a cover triangle here, hoping to hit each other's trades. Look at all the numbers arriving. This is about to turn into a bloodbath.
ESC, they decided to move in as well, but Novo, they're going to go ahead and catch them. It's a nice little sandwich that BBJ and Novo have created. Unfortunately, if you are ESC, you are found on out. Get yourself into the bathroom. Try and reset this fight if you can. DJ Moss and J-Tech get wiped onto the side. BBJ looking to continue to maybe go around far right here, but Gentlemates, they've kind of swung on out. They're trying to be able to find them. Hollow goes huge. He's been able to find two. Havix, he's going to be able to come out and bring down Believe. So just like that, BBJ, you're going to lose two members in this rotation. So many teams, it's so clutch to be able to be the team that makes it out of here because you're going to be able to get into this north side of zone, and you might have a good look over the rest of these teams.
Well, indeed, bye-bye to BBJ. The Gentlemates will continue. Here's Grommelok finds one. Vortex going to be the next to suffer. So where's your third? There goes Javi in the crossing. Grommelok wants to get straight onto that. Flies on forward, tries to pre-fire, doesn't need it though. And you're seeing it in the feed. There will be a trade though. You lose Hallow's a little bit too aggressive for me in the moment. You overextend potentially, so that's going to drag you down to a 2. You find yet another. We look back over to what's going on in the south. Two players, the team's vision still left in this. As FIFA Kill finds the first to open up on FLS, but all the noise you make right now attracts everybody else, and we're mostly an open space.
You have to be so careful if you are Vision for the reason you just said. You can't overextend. You can't put yourself in a situation where the rest of this lobby could just turn their heads and bring you on down. They know that they have Leviathan up above them at the monument. Echo just looking to maybe kind of play a little bit of an angle. We are into our top 10, ladies and gentlemen. 1.6 multiplier is here. Could be a huge game for some of these squads who have decent kills on the board, but if they can clutch on for just 4 more teams to drop, they'll get to that 1.8.
Of the 9 teams, there's 15 players. I'm seeing only one full 3, by the way. That's going to be Rock Esports up towards the north, unless I'm missing the divide some players on top of each other, but I don't think so. So we've got one squad fully set up from the north side. They all have all the space. This is the fight for the south side that we've got on our screens right now, but there's also 2 teams off towards the east that may upset that Rock team running in.
Where the zone is pulling, there's just like no cover. It's just a little bit of rocks that you can maybe play, a little bit of a heady, but it's just not enough. Scopes will get found on out. Can you manage to find one more? If Rock can be able to easily win this fight, it will be great. Self-revive will come on through that player. You're dancing in the smoke. Prodigy's going to be able to bring down Knight. That's going to be the last one. FIFA Kill. He gets a little bit too aggressive. He moves on up, and Amir will answer on Brack and bring them down. Top 3 teams are here. FLS and GUI, a duo of old, just trying to be able to make it towards the end of this. But you have all 3 members of Rock. They have the high ground. They're looking down at all of these teams. They want to clean this one up, get back into the game here in map number 3.
I think Rock have made a misplay here, actually. They step out into the gas on the hunt for the Leviathan member.
Oh,
Maybe
no.
a little bit long out there. They find one at least, but Prodigy's weak. You do at least get a support in time. Vision's going to find one who already has 7, and you're now down to a 3v1. GUI tucks himself in, but surely not long for this world as Wards gets aggressive and finds the kill. Rock Esports will see out map 3 here, and we talked about them earlier. We said, you know, they often play off that north side. They like to rotate in with the gas. Big check mark there, but the huge one, of course, midway through that game, seeing off Twisted Minds, how they turned that fight and gave themselves the rotation in.
Yeah, that is just one of those times where you look at where a team started, where they end up, and you just have to respect all the fights that they had to take from point A to point B to get them there. I love that they were the only 3 team up, and I think there comes a point in that end game where they make that realization. They say, wait, let's do some math here. It's all duos and solos. We might be the only 3-man. All we have to do is just play together. Got a little dicey there at the end in this moment where we think they make it step out into the gas to try and make this play. But thankfully, I think they maybe make that realization as well. Rein it on in. They end this one with a little bit of style.
Yeah, there's a moment there. It's almost comical if you look up towards the mini-map. You get to see this moment where essentially the 2 players kind of double back themselves. Oh, hang on a second. There's going to slip the net. But you have the numbers, you have the high ground, and you also have the bullets to see off your opponent. So great work from them. We've talked about them a lot as a team. They do very well in the NBA. How would you do on the global stage? Either way, that is done and dusted. We've got an interview with Goach to really see how that went down.
All right, I've got Rock Esports. Holy cow, you just won. How you feeling?
Yeah, pumped. I mean, we needed that game. You know, our second game wasn't too good, but that was just the game we needed, yeah.
Dude, I was sitting right behind you guys when you got the win. Comms were flying. Everything looked perfect. What did that final moment feel like as the comms are flying and you know you've probably got the win?
Yeah, I mean, it just felt really good. Like, we've sort of lacked a bit in like scrims and stuff in terms of comms and stuff, but right there it was like perfect. We just, you know, picked teams off at the edge and just made sure that we had a whole back clear before we like push on to the next team and stuff.
Yeah, what was that early rotation? When did you make the decision to get to that position?
I had a feeling that it would sort of end somewhere near there. But yeah, I mean, we popped the advance sort of quite later on after we've like cleared airport and stuff like that. And then yeah, we just made the decision to just rotate there. Yeah.
All right, last question for you, man. You got a lot of people at home that love you guys. Last time, give them a love. What do you want to say to the people at home?
I just want to say thank you very much, everybody that supports all of us. It means the world. So yeah, thank you guys.
Cheers. Wars with Rock Esports. You've got some great teammates, man, and I'm really looking forward to what you guys can do. Keep up the momentum. You're crushing it. We're going to head back to the desk and hear more from them.
All right, thank you very much, Goj, out there keeping it honest, right, with our players, learning what gives them success. Rock Esports, great to see them once again on our screen, finding that very success, getting first place. They were a team we were constantly highlighting throughout EWC because of their relative consistency, not necessarily, you know, getting up towards the top, but they do know how to win. That's the big thing. Don't know how many elims they're going to be sitting at, but either way, nice to see them. And also, Juki's making an appearance there in second.
Yeah, that's actually really impressive. And I think it's really smart that you highlight they know how to win, right? This is a match point format. You've got to race to 125 and be able to close it out. Rock Esports, as we kind of gear up here,
Sure.
They start in airport, rotating all the way down towards the south. I love that Goj was able to talk about it because that rotation, as we kick through some of these highlights, is incredibly important, especially when you have to time it right to pull out into the center.
Got to time it indeed. Juju back on your screen, pulling off some big plays. FIFA, though, Echo locking down the staircase, mowing teams down, refusing to budge. FIFA and his crew have been playing very well today. But of course, you've got to bring up teams, for example, like the Wolves, who honestly had some pretty standout moments towards, I want to say, 20 or so teams left. They were sitting towards the top in terms of gaining points for game number 3. Obviously, Brawley prospect Super Evan. Super Evan, nice to see him back in the World Series of Warzone.
Yeah, man, hey, this guy's been around the block. There's no question about it. He started in very early Verdansk in Warzone, picked up some decent points this time around. But of course, we had to draw our eyes to the team at the top. They were going into this map at the top of the leaderboard, and they had some decent moments, but maybe not as big of a map as they've been getting in the last 2.
You know, LWL, like you said, maybe not as big, but they've showcased that they can gain so many points off the first 2 maps. You can have a bit of a lackluster game number 3, and even their lackluster is going to be solid. Of course, fuzzing on your screen there. In this moment, though, we get down to our 29 teams, and we're taking a swim. This is the most helpless scenario you could possibly be in.
All I saw was FIFA Kill taking out Juki's, and that felt personal.
Yeah, Gentlemates, though, on your screen had an insane rotation. We're able to hold so many teams. Likely going to see the Gentlemates with a crazy amount of kills here, Taylor. And then, of course, our final moment, Wars. I was standing right behind him in this moment, man. The comms were slinging and a perfect execution and a perfect win.
I saw 9.
9?
9 just from Wars. That's not counting the other 2
That's a
teammates.
big one. That's a big one indeed. Question is consistency, but at least as of right now, they can revel in the fact that they managed to get a tremendous game. Rock Esports. We'll see where they end up standing the leaderboard a little bit later. You mentioned, though, Gentlemates. Let's go back to them. Gentlemates, they make this rotate. Talk me through it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember where they land, right? They land in the northeastern side of the map. Court, you can't go any further to the corner of the map. And we had to go all the way middle central into that ravine. That is a very difficult rotation with the amount of teams that can support. I mean, what did we see? 29 teams with, 6 circles starting? It was insane. So they had to go through so many squads. They battled through Stadium, and frankly, a fight that they shouldn't have had such an easy rotate through. They then go all the way through downtown and get to zone early to hold out like 3 or 4 teams. Gentlemates are looking like they're in final form.
Final form indeed, and some other teams who were middle of the pack, but still our top dogs that we broke down at the beginning of the day. Obviously, one of them being Falcons fall very early on to ESC.
Yeah, that's a little interesting because it wasn't the only team that ESC was able to take out. They wiped VP right off the rip. Now, I don't know where you guys were at the top of the show, but I was talking to Dongy, and I specifically asked, are you going to be able to take out the French? Are we worried about the French? And he had some choice words from them. I'm sure we are going to replay that later because this one kind of burned them. That's karma at its finest.
Yeah, we got a lot of French teams here. I got to be honest. France is looking pretty good. And ESC win early. It doesn't happen that often. Those teams actually, frankly, don't even fight that often at the very, very beginning. VP get wiped. The problem with Verdansk is it's very difficult to regain in. And VP, some of the best solos in the game when they're isolated. I was watching the map feed. They go down in 47th place. I can't imagine how they killed their name because I think only one player won their gulag. They were flying back in, couldn't find any free real estate on the map and get killed before they could hit the ground. VP couldn't stand a chance on this one.
Well, there's also Twisted Minds, too. Let's spread the wealth when it comes to a Little Rough game. Twisted Minds also out in 30th, right? Two teams who struggled quite a bit, but it's early going still. That's only game 3. Who knows how many more to go? We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, game 4 coming your way. Warzone is brought to you by Origin. Customize your PC. Official gaming PC, gaming laptop of Call of Duty. Elgato. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. Herman Miller Gaming. Check out the latest embodied gaming colorways at hermanmiller.com/gaming. And there it is, Rock Esports getting the job done when it matters most. Set game number 3. A big game coming out. I believe Wars, we were saying at least like it's 7 or 9 or something like that. So who knows how many they were able to achieve. Rock Esports, a tremendous fan base, wonderful competitors, and a wonderful viewer base. Hey, go and get your scans in now. Get the Black Ops 7 beta code. I want you all to get involved. We truly truly appreciate each and every one of you watching the World Series of Warzone, being active in chat, and most importantly, supporting this beautiful game. Shout out to each and every one of you. Once again, scan that QR code. This is going to be happening throughout all day, throughout our entire broadcast, and we want to make sure we reward you loyal fans out there. Check it out, Rock Esports, looking great, jumping up. They needed that. I don't know where they were on the overall leaderboard, but I don't know if they were top 10. So this surely is going to help them out, you would have to assume anyways. And speaking of which, let's just cut to the chase. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and see where they end up standing.
All right, so here's the deal. We're looking for 125, and right now, Team Vision, who is in that end game there, FIFA Kill Echo Lennon at 61.8 points. Rock Esports, your match winners of game number 3, jump up to 59.6. But how incredibly close those top 5 are, Ghosh.
Yeah, this is, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not expecting this at all. This is a wide surprise across the board. We're a couple games in, and this doesn't look anything like I expected. I say the one exception to that is the Gentlemates. Take a look at where they're at on the overall leaderboard. In second overall, they dropped a banger last map. With the amount of kills they were able to find, of course, they did not win the map like Rock Esports did, but they got the multipliers they needed. Like we said, kills are everything. The multipliers is a nice bonus, and they're getting both in that last round.
The tough part is they're averaging just over 20 points per game. We're going a long series here if this pace is keeping it up. Leviathan does drop a few places down into that 6th place with about 44 points. 5 Fears, though, they land over in hangars just on the outskirts of Rock Esports, who are having over in that airport central. Now, online, Rock Esports was usually struggling with some of those rotations because 5 Fears is in that vicinity, but they're both finding success here today.
Scythe, Big Man, Anxiety. We've highlighted their names throughout the online qualifiers. Naturally, here in 5th place, they have to be feeling strong. We take a look at 11 through 20, and well, FaZe down there in 17th. I know that's going to catch a lot of people's attention, but Twisted Minds in 12th, only 36.8. That is a surprise given how they started the day.
Yeah, it's a huge surprise. And again, we're only 3 games in, and I say only. Usually we're hitting match point by 5 for one team.
Not
Make
today.
it there.
Not today.
Tiff did great math there for a moment for us. I don't think we're close at all. Like maybe 6 if the teams at the top stay at the top.
Yep.
But again, this game, this tournament really feels like it's depending on zones. Based on the zones that we're getting, certain teams are succeeding, and because of that, our leaderboard is insanely close. It's only what, a 14, not even 11-point spread from BDS in 11th to the Wolves in 20th.
And I want to say, by the way, the Wolves jump up to 20th. They were much further down. As I said, the last game, they ended up pulling up, I think, 19 or 20 or something points. So the first 2 games, pretty much nothing. Game number 3, they finally start to come alive, which means we could be seeing the Wolves making a bit of a comeback up the standings if they can keep that consistency.
I'm shocked Gen G is in 15th. They got 20 kills.
One, yes.
That one's tough. It's not been the easiest of days for them, and I'm expecting a lot more of Gen G here on LAN, but we still have a long way to go.
Yes, we do. FIFA there talking strats, of course, to his roster. They've been playing decently well today. How far can they go? As we've been saying, right, this is match point. 125 points is the threshold, and nobody is at the halfway point just yet, but we are getting relatively close. If I'm one of the teams in the top 5, I'm feeling comfortable, I'm feeling okay at the moment, but I also have to respect and understand that it's very, very tight in the point standing. So big game, separate yourself. I think it's crucial this early.
Yeah, there's a great song where they got to throw the gas pedal down. Gas pedal, you can keep saying it as many times as you want.
What song?
Keep the gas. I think it's called gas pedal. You got to keep your foot on the gas if you're a team at the top. Do not get comfortable. And I think for the teams that are listed there, they know that. They know they have to keep flying and frying. I don't care what your zones are. You've got to go for kills. There is an opportunity at hand to totally shock the world as some of the teams that won regional finals are nowhere even on any of the lists that we've shown thus far. You cannot let off the gas. This is an inevitability late tournament. We get to map 11, 12. Some of these teams that have been struggling that we expect to see at the top are going to get there and meet you there.
Let's talk about number 12, Twisted Minds. Why are they struggling? Because game 1 again was tremendous. They looked on fire. But then again, we have talked about them. Slang isn't an issue when it comes to Twisted Minds. It's late game performance. It's finding their position within the next zone and then the next zone, right? Because more often than not, they find themselves edge keeper, getting a bit scrappy. you can't just put your whole strategy up to the edge zone. You can't put your whole strategy up to just slaying out, right? You've got to be capitalizing on the multiplier, and they're not able to do that because of their positioning in future zones.
There's been a lot of changes before that we've had coming into LAN, and you think about it, it's the shifting of the drop spots. When you have the Falcons that elect to stop landing at Hospital, moving over to Train Station, it evicts King AJ. They're moving on. VP now has to contend with ESC, which was always a stalemate, but they decide to actually take that fight. They get wiped, and all of these teams are starting to wreak havoc down in that southwestern side of Verdansk. So things are getting mixy there, and it's stalling kind of everyone. Now, with that being said, you're talking about the gas pedal. Okay, Gentle Mates over at Quarry, uncontested, should not have any favorable zones because they have to go so far on that. But something that they're doing is grabbing these LTVs, grabbing these vehicles, and they are just putting the pedal to the metal, and they are pushing every single team, and they are winning these fights that they shouldn't be getting away from because they're just that good.
Yeah, they're just that good. And also, it really does remind me of what we talked a lot about last year at the same stage on LAN with the Falcons. A wide open POI to yourself. You get as much cash as you want. You get all the resources you need, and then you fly at any team with an advantage. Some of the teams like Twisted Minds were kind of saying, oh, it's not working out for you. It's LAN, man. It plays so differently than the online stages. I can only expect a team like Twisted Minds is saying, well, we weren't expecting a team to be in that building as they're trying to rotate, whereas the Gentlemates are able to grab their vehicles with all of their advanced UAVs in the skies. They've got all of the information that some of the other teams don't.
Does someone chow them? Like, does someone say, we can't let them get away with this any longer? We're going to go to Quarry. At this point, it's not necessarily free, but there's a ton of space to share.
It's that age-old question. It's like, do you want to sacrifice what you're doing to potentially help maybe yourself, but even help the others, right? So it's always
still close to the beginning,
Not yet. It's the same thing, right? When a team is on match point, do you want to challenge them, or do you want to stay in third place and potentially secure $100,000 for your roster?
But what about the 50th place team?
But see, that's the question. Now, inexcusable. If you're in the 50th place, you need to challenge the match point team and make things fun, okay? I'm just saying it. I'm saying it this year. Let's get spicy. If you're down there and you're out of the money, you're not losing out on anything, but that's a conversation for later.
Yeah, and I think the conversation for now is if you're in 50th, can we change something right now? Don't wait until map 8 where you're trying to grief the team at the top so that you maybe can win some money today. Our prize pool, if you're in the second half of the leaderboard, if you get 26, you make $0. You flew out here for nothing besides a dang good time at your setup just around the corner, right? So you've got to play for something right now. You've got to pivot on LAN. You can't just say, oh, it may work the next time. Oh, we didn't get the zone. Don't care, didn't ask. Go get a move on.
Well, Call of Duty has been out for a very long time. Look at my gray hairs, and that'll tell you how long it's been out. I love it. I really do. And one of the good things about Call of Duty is the plethora of weapons that are used throughout each title, and of course, this being Warzone. We had a chance to sit down with the pros and ask them what their favorite weapon has been throughout Call of Duty history. Let's listen in.
Favorite gun in COD history has to be the ACR from MW2. That was personally my favorite COD and also my first COD.
My favorite weapon in Call of Duty history. The intervention from MW2, that was just when trick shotting and really when COD hit its peak early on and a lot of people fell in love, including myself. If I had to choose another, it'd be a little bit more modern. The Doof shotgun in Verdansk, the one that would shoot out fire. I feel like that's where I had my come up in the Warzone scene. So I'd say between the two of those, but if I had to pick one, I'd go intervention.
My favorite weapon in COD history, the FFAR back in Cold War. Super fast strafes, you use it as a sub build. I think that was the most fun gun really for me to use during that time frame.
Solid choices, M8A1, MSMC. That's where I'm going back to the OG days. Maybe even throw the Scorpion in there. Things got weird back in the day in competitive.
Favorite weapon for me, golly, I set my PR with the DMR meta, so I'm gonna go DMR in Warzone.
Why? Come on, DMR is solid.
DMR zone? This guy would. Okay. Original MW2 M16.
Well, hold up a second. Things are happening behind us. It's time to get game number 4 started. We have teams who are nearly halfway to match point. The question is, who's going to pass the threshold first? I'm ready to get it started. Map number 4. Let's send it to our casters, Enigma and Dandro.
Thank you so much, my friends. We are going to ignore how absolutely unked Taylor Reflections Noble is in his choices. I'm going alongside a little bit with Coach. Give me the Cronin Squall any day of the week, buddy. when that thing was triple burst, and I was a menace on the map. That is for damn sure. What about you, buddy? What'd you pick?
I'm an AK-47 guy. It's been around for a long time, and it's got many variants that have been absolutely phenomenal throughout the years. I got to ask, though, the fact that you guys want to go with DMRs, I don't know, man. There's some real bad stuff about that. Anyway, let's get to the matter at hand. And this is going to be, of course, map number 4 here in Las Vegas. Now, we got a very southern plane line, a very northern circle, so a lot of teams have got a hell of a lot of floating or a very quick rotation to make.
Yeah, this is kind of always one of those weird things where it's like, while some teams are still trying to make it to their POI, other teams are already starting to get into fights. And one of those, we saw in the last game, we're continuing to see it now. It is Skinner and Millsy in control deck, already trying to make it happen. Deck almost hits a nice little shot with the Essex there. Be a little bit off the mark, no worries, but you've at least been able to open it up, so you're going to be feeling confident about this fight. Skinner takes a little bit of damage, hopping on over. He'll lose all of his plates, so now you could try and bait, but look who's lurking. Look who's trying to make their way on up. Lotus 8. They might just be able to activate at the right time here, Enigma. Play a little bit of a third-party spoiler.
Yeah, and it looks like they do get that as they find Skinner up top. Almanac will be counting his lucky stars. He then also finds damage. I don't think you're going to necessarily be able to slip away from any of this, but it's just if you can take 1 or 2 with you to your grave if you are Almanac. B-Mark's going to get high. Scopes and Knight just covering over for a little bit of support. I don't think you've actually seen your opponent here. So Almanac could end up playing spoiler to pretty much everybody, but Scopes is in alongside his teammate, and they are just looking to swarm. You've also got more teams starting to arrive into this as well. A couple of numbers up top there. Number 42, that's going to be Squad Unity. That's Mayhems and Co. looking to get active and involved. And well, Almanac, see you later, son. But you will now find out the Team 42 are involved because they will find a couple of kills onto control deck.
I mean, but it's Lotus 8. If they can manage to stabilize this, you find Millsy, you find Skinner. But know that there's another team moving on in. They do. Scopes throws out a little bit of warning shots, so you know that your opportunity isn't done yet. Mayhems has grabbed some of the high ground. Swizzin tries to hit some of these shots. Good hits onto B-Mark. You'll go ahead. You'll drop him on down. And Knight is found as well. So you want to be able to find Scopes here, and you are going to push as a full team. Can you manage to bring him on down? Send this team packing. Couple of shots. Armor crack is there. The chase is on. Swizzin, Mayhems, and Marco Alessandro will be rewarded for their third party.
And they will indeed. Of course, an interesting team. They managed to get here, ladies and gentlemen, via the wildcard map, where if you won the map, it didn't really matter, and then you end up essentially finding a 1v3 to get yourself through. So insane that they're here, actually, but they do a great job of third-partying that. Let's take a look here as the Italians squeeze up against the other wildcard team in Trixie Vibes and Co. in Port. Very edge of circle focus here. These are all teams that are going to have to begin that rotation relatively quickly. As mentioned before, this is a northern circle. So you'll have to get on your bike, and the longer you spend in these fights, the more you invest, the more it's going to hurt you when you come to mid-game economy and positioning.
Well, it's even interesting to see that the Rowdy boys are here. They're normally landing green on the western side of the map, kind of a little bit to the left of Storage Town. So to find them down here in Port seemingly feels like maybe they're not feeling great out of their POI. Maybe just say, like Gojo saying, hey, you're one of these teams that's bottom of the leaderboard. Do something different. Try and get some points on the board. I was talking about the gas pedal. Sometimes you just need to slow down and grab the recon contract to, know where the zone is.
Yeah, well, Trixie Vibes will attempt to find the first here. Keybase will be there for the cover. Stealth comes through. Kizzy and Whiplash had headed out. I don't think they had much faith in one of those knocks coming through, actually, so they punch out the other side. I don't mind it. And they'll get themselves some sort of safety. In a circle, the Australians playing out through farmland. Let's take a look back at that moment there, my friend. As get a look at how the inner circle are going to stay up in the fight, or not stay up in the fight is probably the answer, as Bryce finds the first. And that's your anchor dealt with and sent to the gulag. That's going to destabilize the inner circle a hell of a lot, and that's why they're on the rotation away.
Yeah, we were really kind of curious, would they take advantage of being able to run farmland? And it didn't look like maybe it was going that way. But for the Germans, they found themselves in a fight against Optic underneath them, down here at the plaza, starting to fight it on out, having to move down off of Train. But for Mati, Resolve, and Extra J, you have to try and take this fight against Zach, Renzo, and Heeds. And, well, you'll lose 2. But what matters is that you have the third. Stay alive. He's good for some trades. Has been able to cut them on it down. And over here in Promenade East, looks like Twisted Minds continuing to push out a hospital. Want to try and farm some of these squads.
Kills hasn't been their problem. It's been about placing in the end. So it's making sure you make this fight very clean against the Brothers roster. And we've seen them take down a couple of foes already, so you will have to respect your opponent in the moment. Almond
Just looking to play the front line a little bit here. But nothing being shown at all by Brothers. They're going to play this very patiently. Probably a bit of an answer of, well, if you guys want to get aggressive on this, feel free. We, on the other hand, do not want to squeeze up against one of the world's best and the defending EWC champions without a full 3 in our pocket.
I mean, if you're not careful with Kami, could go a little bit crazy. The Gentlemates still at Quarry. You can see Omedic trying to regain. They're going to be able to at least find one. You did lose Gromalok along the way. I saw him get taken out in the Gulag as well. So a little bit of bleeding right now for the mates. So they can make that happen. But in the Boneyard, Virtus Pro continuing this fight against ESC. They've looked so good in this engagement, and it just feels like it hasn't worked out today, my friend. They're spending so much time, and I think actually you were the one that said it. They can't spend all of their early game just trying to take this fight. I think you just have to realize, all right, if these guys want to be stubborn, let them. They can play out of here. We can move.
We already know that there's a hell of a north rotations come in, right? So the longer you spend there, the more you are behind everybody else. You get gate kept, you be cut down on rotation. You also do not get your economy together, so you don't have everything that everybody else has. And it becomes a bit of a nightmare. And we're seeing why VP are just not off to the start that we expected. Anywho, Twisted Minds will finally squeeze up against this Brothers roster. Aiden finds a couple more bullets than he probably expected there. Almond's also been forced to back off, so Twisted Minds are just going to regroup. There's another squad rolling in as well. That's going to be Gen G looking to get active. They'll have seen a lot of red dots on the map and think they can third party. But TM, and I like this call. I'll be straight with you. I think this is the right idea.
Yes.
Give it up, get the hell out, reset, go again.
Yeah, I think they realize this is exactly what happens to them so many times when these fights take a little bit too long. It's always a third-party team rolling on up and bringing them down. So they see some of those shots coming on through. They realize Gen G is rolling on up, and they say, we don't have to try and take this fight. We'll go ahead, Gen G. You want to try and take the Brothers roster? You can have it. We'll loop back around here in a couple of minutes. Maybe try and clean you on up. Optic down here still at the plaza. They're going to try and push on up, and Jovo not realizing that you have a Melvin laying in wait. And it looks like Melvin, he was trying to actually just really bait this. He has a trophy system and everything, begging him to try and go for the Skynade. And just like that, as a solo player, has completely stopped this push in its tracks. And well, for Melvin, your other two teammates, they might be pushing up from below.
Yeah, that's the signal flare, right? You find out that you can squeeze forward, support. Nade's going to come in, force Zillion to reposition. He's going to dodge back out here. There's a 2, you're just hoping to hold these stairs. Play a little bit of a bottleneck, essentially body stack, and hope that you can send enough bullets down range to stop this German pressure. Savage Esports try and find themselves some kills here. Melvin could probably join them in this fight, but it's all about timing. It's all about hitting this together. Individually, you'll suffer.
Oak and Z-Laner might be able to line that one on up. And it looks like they're not going to be able to, as the Germans. You question the timing. Well, if there's anything I know, Germans, they tick at a very good rate. Clocks are set.
We get a zone movement here, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. We're pulling off towards this northwestern side. A lot of action going on over by Farmland, and so many teams trying to rotate up through the south. So that kill feed is going to get extremely busy here. Not necessarily for DJ Mass flying to JTech. They found themselves a little bit of a pocket of space up towards Lumber here. They're just looking to loot. I'm seeing a most wanted flag as well. Good economy game, trying to build their way into this afternoon. But for so many other teams, there's going to be plenty of bodies to deal with, and for Vision, well, they've found some of the players from Inner Circle up against the Australians right on the edge of gas, so you've got to deal with this quickly and get on the move.
Just weaving your way. Fief, he gets found by Obs. Just off on an angle, and I like what the Australians are doing right now. It's a little bit of a wide kill triangle that they're trying to set on up. Trying to be able to catch down Vision on this rotation, open it on up for Virtus Pro. They are still here, trying to take this fight on the inside. You're trying to be able to play on the stairs. The shots come on through. Sage takes a lot of damage, but Donkey does get dropped by King Chalk. ESC, all of a sudden, bringing this one back into their favor, but just like that, Noobs, he's evening the score, finds the knock on Denison. It's going to be up to him and Sage. Do you continue to try and fight this, or do you get on out of here? And I think Noobs, he has the right idea. Drop the smokes, disengage, try and get on out. But Sage, he's looking for hopefully maybe an opening. Can he manage to find any of these shots on him? Master 5K and King Chalk, they've come towards the roof. You're seeing some damage come on through, but they do find Noobs. He has been knocked. ESC Enigma, they are doing such a great job in this fight.
They are doing a wonderful job. The thing is, you've been here so long that this might also go on to hurt their game soon, but I think there's a moment there where I don't know if Sage and Noobs are on the same point of interest. They start to rotate away, those smokes come out, Noobs is already on his way, and Sage is like, oh, hang on a second, give me a minute, let me cover, and end up in a spot where you're neither here nor there, and the French, they will profit. You also get the Gulag win, so your boy will be back into the fight. There'll be a full 3, looking great. Team Vision, they've evened the odds apparently against Inner Circle, a 2v2, an important fight.
fight. But you've also got players rolling in from behind of Rowdy Gaming. So you got to squeeze this quickly. You got to deal with this and turn and face.
I mean, Echo, if he's not careful, he could try and put himself in a position against Inner Circle and, well, then find himself on the other end of the gun of Rowdy, like you had mentioned. Echo and Lennon, the patience is there. Maybe trying to go for a little bit of a pre-fire. No catch. But this is what I'm worried about, Enigma. Look, they might be able to have this a little bit of a hill to slide on by. But I'm looking at these arrows, and everybody from Rowdy is looking this way, and there you go. Whiplash will open on to Echo. Tricky vibes. He finds Lennon. You're not expecting Rowdy to be right here waiting in the wings for you. How many times have we seen top teams have this happen to them, where they think they can make a rotation, they think they're okay, and it's always one team waiting?
Yeah, it's just a tough one for Vision. We go over, and Vision, well, he's got more to deal with here. It's Echo against Vitin, one of the Brazilian boys. He's going to cook the nade, potentially aim it off towards the right. First, actually bounce it in towards the middle. We'll tell him nothing's there, but you isolated where you need to be. It's a bit of a trade. It's a bit of a back and forth. You find the crack, though. You have a tiny bit of your armor left, so the advantage in the fight. And you swing, and it's just a little bit of dance, a little bit of dodgy-do, and you do just enough, and it is literally by a bullet for Echo, but that'll be all you need. Get yourself back into the fight. Problem from here, my friend, of course, that old regain situation. It's never pretty, and especially this late on.
It's a dub is a dub, though, my friend, and we still have 44 squads in this game. An opportunity maybe to stay alive. Lennon, he's got to win this one to join back on up with Echo. Get that cash up, get Viva Kill back on in. He's against Teeny, a thorn in his side over at Farmland, and guess what? Teeny, he's used to shooting on 180. He is on a little bit less ping here on land. Feeling confident, flies on forward against one of the best shooters we have in the game. And, well, he's looking pretty damn good while doing it.
Yeah, if there's one thing, Teeny is able to fry when he wants to, set some incredible numbers in terms of individual map kills at EWC and within World Series. But now we take a look as a couple of teams looking to escape downtown as OP Mark tries to go high, will have to fall low, but does get away with it. I'm seeing Optic suffer in the feed. I'm also seeing Mobstar Koi in trouble as well. Both wipes, we of course don't have confirmation if that is going to be to Gulag or whether or not that is a full wipe. We will of course catch you up when we know more. A bit of a wide shot here as Team Tapulator try and regain. I'm seeing a most wanted flag on OP marked. And, well, the Destroy boys, they're setting themselves up.
Yeah, Ravens. I saw Destroy in the break, and he said, Dandro, I'm coming off the leash. I feel like a chihuahua. I need to be the big dog I am. And I was like, hey, man, let's see it. I would love to watch this squad. Go ahead and light it on up. We can see Unrational already currently sitting here at 4, so they had to move out of downtown, and they have found themselves here in a nice little spot. I think this is great. No matter where the zone pulls, I think they have an idea of how they want to go ahead and play out of this. If it does pull to them, they're in a very strong position where they can catch a lot of these teams trying to slowly make their way on through. Great look at the map view here. And Nima, help me break down where some of these teams need to go.
Well, you can see the Gentlemates, they've automatically started to pull off here towards Quarry because what they're hoping to do is essentially play this northern side of the map. What it's going to let them do is kind of rotate down, have the gas up behind them, and just let them slowly move forward, clearing routes on land. Got to be worried about any of these teams starting to rotate in behind them from the north, but if you can claim this top side, you're looking very pretty from here on out.
God, I love when you have a pen in your hand. Absolutely beautiful breakdown of what we are going to see here. I love that the Gentlemates are having a little bit of respect, I think, for the rest of the lobby. They don't have to move their way out of this POI if they don't need to. Right? They say, hey, if this pulls away, we're going to be okay playing out here. But if this pulls to us, okay, we're now going to be the top team ready to fire on out. For the Falcons, we see them moving over here towards Twins. We've seen them do here time and time again where they play out of Twins and they're able to kind of push on up these hills over into Hospital that is there. Very curious to see how maybe the comms are sounding with the Falcons, though. I've even told we might have an opportunity to go for a listen-in with the Falcons. Let's go ahead. Let's do it.
Depends what this team's doing. I can premiere. Yeah, I heard you. I'm still looking. They might start crossing the stadium. We could cross right then. If they cross the stadium, yeah, you cross right. They're going into the stadium? They go into the stadium, they might fight. I don't want to go stadium. Let's go here. Let's just take this fight. We can free row in. Okay. We take the fight. I get it, fucking. Yeah, what I'm saying? Throw smoke till you can. Throw deep smoke till you can. Right here. He's gonna run.
Hey, you know what? I'm sure they're firing on all cylinders. The comms are hot. They roll on up towards the Germans here at the plaza. Get some good shots. You're gonna go ahead back down Pentagon. You are looking to fully move on forward. C4 through the top. Armor break is there. Can you catch him hopping out the window? You can. It's just not enough. Pentagon does get dropped, and now you're looking for the other two. Trophy Sizzle will stop the Thermite up through the top as Shifty. He is just looking to continue to get aggro, but Biffle's there for the cross. An absolute breakdown for Savage Esports.
Yeah, beautiful work there, by the way, from Shifty in that end one, because Melvin's definitely player capable of upsetting you, finding 1 or 2 bodies. But Shifty puts that nade in through the window, Trophy deletes it, and that just sets up his players on the outside. Okay, I'll go in, push him out, you guys just catch him. Welcome him into your arms. S8UL now on board with, and this is a team that a lot of us have in that kind of dark horse situation, considering the form they've shown recently, and they're finding a couple of kills up towards the north. So 4, I think, there on Ryder. Juju, who wants to feel free like a bird, he said in your interview, is just hunting down BDS towards this western side, of what's left of the circle. And Juki's, well, he's been tapped up by Breadman. So for now, a lot of teams just trying to find a rotation in towards this circle. It's pulled very sharply, so a lot of teams will be bottlenecked on their way in, cut down. DJ Mas, JTech, they've got company in the name of Unity.
Circling around them, but DJ, he's going to pop on up, finds Marco El Sancho. That's a real quick cleanup. He has good angles onto Swizzin. Couple of shots going through. You'll get the armor tags, but it's not going to be a full crack. But he's looking aggressive, slides on 4, but the trades are there. JTech will at least be able to find Swizzin, and now it's all on the Mayhems. He's going to slide on out. A little bit of shots, a little bit of a pre-fire. Can you manage to get them? You can. You got a sniper in the distance, though. But Mayhems wins a huge 1v1. JTech is dropped, and that squad is wiped.
Mayhems again showing why he should not have been a substitute coming into this. VP looking to regain here, and they will be up against Team Bodsy. And they will actually have them surrounded here for VP. I think you've got to back off here, escape this net, set yourself up with something to defend, because Bodsy are going to have to rotate against the gas. Sage won't have that luxury, dives into Restaurant to save himself. But if you've spotted that as Team Bodsy here, you have an opportunity to steal away one of these VP players. So for Sage, it's a case of can you get yourself into a spot that your boys can cover you and let you out?
I don't really know what the play here is. Bodsy wants to go into the gas, takes a bit of damage just to hit the Muni. They're not feeling confident about this fight here. Bodsy has been able to play ahead just a little bit, will take a lot of damage here, and Noob, sniper in hand. He's able to connect with a little bit of help of Sage. Sage, though, go ahead, try to burn that gas mask. We'll drop down to the bottom. You have Dongi and Noobs looking on over with you. A little bit of Snake here. Can you play with your food? Can you manage to find this? C4 go up over the wall, nothing there, but you have to be careful. BDS, they're rolling in from the back. Virtus Pro, they could get rolled up on right here if they're not careful.
Yeah, yes, he wants a piece of this as well, and so do Rock Esports. So many teams recognizing there's players on the edge of gas and they can go hunting for them. So for VP, you suddenly turn, you face, and Dongi's felled by FLS. Noob's up over the top. You did very well to cover Sage for a moment, but I don't know how much you can do in this situation realistically. Nissan's going to be in trouble down low. Juki's and FLS are going to hold the ridge. Bai comes in for VP. This recovery situation just goes from bad to worse as the circle now starts to move forward. So that means the gas, and we already see Sage lose a lot of his mask, so he won't be able to stick out there for long.
No, hopefully you have this Virtus Pro player be able to be that UAV in the sky if you need to be. Vision Esports wiped off the map, that is. Virtus Pro not going to be able to make it on out. You see Dongi flying in from the sky. For Team Bodsy, you're trying to make this rotation in. It's a lot of gas damage, but Rock Esports, they might be your gatekeepers.
Yeah, anyone who's trying to rotate against that side, it is busy off towards the west. Dongi's regain will be painful. He's got a lot of work to do if his team are going to see a deeper stage here. It's not been the afternoon we expected from them. In the kill feed, I'm seeing BBJ suffer at the hands of 100 Thieves. And the Falcons there on the hunt. Polaris in hand for Soka and Shifty and Biffle. They're going to roll up on Showstopper here. He already knows what's coming. He's picking your fight. I just don't know how long you're going to last, and the answer is not very. But you're also going to have more numbers here in Ran. That's Devo, Vonbot, Clutch, Belk. And if this is one of those moments we've got an advanced UAV, the Falcons are ready for the fight.
Yeah, they know that this squad is here, and you're already starting to see some of those shots come in. Shifty's taking a bit of damage. Soko on 4 already. We've seen him recently a lot of times be the top fragger on the squad. So no surprise here to see him have some kills on board. Brax will be able to find Blast, and Shifty has been able to knock Clutch Belk. So you can see them start to fly on forward. Swizzin and Mayhems, if they time this right, though, they might be able to cut down the Falcons, and that's exactly what happens. Jesus Jr., he finds Shifty. Shifty has been dropped. Biffle has to go ahead back on up. You're playing here against the gas. Couple of pre-fires going on through. Buyback on Shifty will come through. Soka invests the smokes.
Can he make his way on out of here? Swizzin and Mayhems, they're lurking, they're waiting in the wings. Hop into Polaris if you can. It's him and Biffle, but you are getting lit on up. Soka not going to be able to make it on out. Biffle gets dropped as well, and just like that, Falcons with an advanced UAV, they start flying at some of these teams, and all of a sudden find themselves in the middle of just an absolutely disastrous situation.
A prime example of a strategy that would have reaped reward last year is so much harder to execute this time round. Squads are happy to fight the Falcons. They're happy to square up where needed.
No.
Shifty's looking to tuck himself in. Pray to God that everyone ignores him. He finds multiplier, but that ain't happening. He's already down to 1.5 plates here as Onik are wiped in the kill feed. Plenty of blood being drawn elsewhere. Gen G, they're starting to move their way up there in that western corner that we saw VP suffer earlier. They've got a bit of work to do. They will start to run into Twisted Minds, who are still in this late circle. I can tell that VP still have a member available as well. 5 Fears also have bodies, and so do S8UL, who appear on our screen, setting up. Again, you've got to be careful about 2 things here. One, that gas is going to start to move you, but also you've got another team, FaZe, just peered off towards the south.
If you're any of these squads, so win this fight, feel good, but you still have another 2 or 3 teams ahead of you just to make it on into the zone. S8UL, a large backing behind them, everybody yelling at home, rooting them on forward, trying to have them be able to bring some recognition to the org, and this could be exactly how Brax goes ahead, looks out the window, sees Swag, Booyah, and Adrian, and not too far away, and it's some good shots with the Kilo that will immediately drop. You do see the res come on through, and you're just trying to shoot through the smoke right now. It's a little bit of a do-si-do. Booyah gets found on out. Can Brax stay alive here? It looks like he is. Trick currently on 7. You'll find Adrian, and that's that squad. Take it on out.
Yeah, I just don't know if you're going to be able to go and get Brax back in the fight here. I think they invest into that. They decide they're going to go for the res and play it out as a full 3, but that's going to burn through your gassy and probably a bit of health and plate as well. So you got to find a moment, and actually FaZe capitalize. Cluster comes in over the top. We'll find plenty of purchase. Booyah with 2 in the feed, and I saw an SMG in there as well. So S8UL being made to suffer on the edge. Just great work, and it's that decision. Do we decide to play this as a 3 or go with a better positioning as a 2? Unfortunately, hindsight will be beautiful for us, of course, and will mean that S8UL likely exit early. 5 Fears, they're here for this end fight. They have the southwestern corner. They also have company, and Anxiety's down to nothing but flesh.
Holding on. You only need 3 more teams to drop to find yourself into the 1.6. I was waiting to chip back in with the Gentlemates because they've had this entire north side of the zone to themselves. Have encountered virtually nobody on this rotation in, and they're going to look to kind of control this building. I think if they can manage to gain roof here, Enigma, they could just look over the rest of this lobby. You could use this roof on one side, kind of dip over to either angle, be able to find some more. But hollow for the time being. It's a nice little lay on your back and maybe catch 5 Fears cresting the ridge in front of you. Get some more points on the board. For them, I think they could just lay in the wait.
Yeah, if they manage to claim that building, as you said, and play the rooftop, they have got to look over everybody, which will give them great positioning for endgame. Twisted Minds, they're down to a 2 here. Off towards the southwest. Almond will likely mean that's down to a 1, and there we go. Twisted Minds now with in 13th place, so they will not hit the 1.6, falling in a 1.4. You got to hope there's a lot of kills then to make that count. Team Tapulator, they've had to play all the way up from downtown, so the fact that they're here is actually very impressive. They're going to roll up very quickly here against Unrational and co. But those daisy chain of smokes, all they're doing is attracting attention. They're suffering on the way in.
Yeah, you got to be able to go on in. Ravens, they made this play early, and it is going to pay dividends. You cut down Team OP. Mark, see you later. But Leviathan, they've been able to find Unrational through the window. Thankfully, it looks like a quick res coming on through. Zach on the other side, he's going to be able to bring down COD Immunity and Virtus Pro. They see this fight going on the edge. It's just Sage trying to hang on with an LMG and a dream. Can you maybe catch a few more? Can they make it to the 1.8?
I mean, it would be a little bit of something, really, to lift what has been a dreadful map for them. Leviathan probably in the best spot, really, considering that mini-map. You're also taking a quick look here. Eclectic are going to be the team squeezing up right now. That's the Italians pushing towards Sage. And we get a look in with our LATAM squad, then they have the best building. They have the POI, the positioning that you want for win condition. I'm already seeing 3 kills on the feed for Doc. Castillo has 1. Amir might push them closer towards double digits. They're going to be under pressure soon. It's whether or not you can draw that line in the sand, hold, and find the kills.
I mean, if they're going to try and take this fight, they have to make it quick because you have so many squads who want that building. Vonbot dropped by Kami thanks to the help of the PA. Gentlemates pushing their way on in with the help of a couple smokes. Can they make their way across? Somebody's going to try and stop them in their tracks. Kami goes down. Stussy dropped as well. Crystal Shot's the last player alive. Can he make it happen? It does not look like it. And the Gentlemates, they are just trying to cross
but you lose Grom in the process.
Yeah, I think they do a lot right. They just don't read Eclectica so far out, so as such you lose one. You will actually get him back up though, so it's a full three. It's three.
Okay.
It's 4 threes. Just all sat here, ready to draw blood. Who blinks first though? Who dares move? And the zone drags hard. Eclectic now have the best position, but who dares run first? And who's going to go for the late rotation? We'll look at squad 19. They're already on the move. That's Ravens. They're finding their way on the outside route.
The Gentleman's just burned so many smokes to get to this position. They don't have what it takes to try and make this row. LTV coming in from Ravens, and I think this is such good play. Leave your Fragger Grimy on the outside. Try and find some of these kills. But for Leviathan, they've managed to find Hollow. They've managed to find Gromalok. Where is Enkyo in all of this? He now just has to stay alive, but it's not for long. Z-Dark will cut him on down. We are into 3 players remaining.
Eclectic here, they read that you've got Ravens in behind you. They've made that route. And you should be aware, Grimy will see that Keybase opens the door. He swings wide, 3-on-3 to square up because Leviathan are out of here. This is the last dance.
You're trying to be able to push on forward. I love the Thermites. Can you swing this? Destroy. He wanted to be let off the leash. They swing his 2. He finds the armor crack. It's a little bit of a dodge around. Surges on forward. Finds one more. Grimy finds Keybase. It's just 1 player alive. It's Jesus Jr. Can he manage to find it? He's on top of the fence. He's able to find one. It's all up to Grimy. He does it. Ravens secure map number 4 in a spectacular fashion.
Oh, there's so many things to break down about that map, of course, but sticking with the final fight, I think it's brilliant work from Destroy, to be honest. He goes out for that first fight, he gets the crack, but then he's put in an awkward situation where he could easily be knocked down. Instead, he decides to disengage for a moment, whip around the building, come back out, and that just puts a bit of panic into their opponents. The Italians don't really know how to read that, and as such, it kind of resets the fight, allows his teammates in, and you clean it all up from there.
And that's off of a very smart and quick play of, let's hop in the LTV, let's throw a trophy system on it, this is going to be our cover. That's where Unrational and Destroy are able to move on over. Grimy still plays a little bit wide in case anybody wants to swing. They use it as some cover, and I think they just realized the second that Z-Dark and Casio are taken down, it's them just watching the map, and they play this endgame beautifully, like you just said. It's just the second they go bring that on down, it's just a quick engage on this fight. Just 0 opportunity to let them try and set on up, and I think it just gets a little too mixy.
Yeah, no, I think that this is a case of you got to pick and choose your fight sometimes, and that's easier said than done. But one team came out on top, so let's go and check in with them. It is an interview with Ravens Esports.
I've got Destroy here. Good grief, brother. What is that, 19 kills? Holy cow, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling phenomenal after that, man. The first 2 were a little bit rough, but the level of talent on this team, I knew something juicy was coming, man. Our rotations just chef kiss on point.
No, it's
and then the kills come to us, man, and we just played discipline, no scams. The guys listen to me on the LTV call right there. We get to God Zone. I tell my boy Grimy over here, man, anyone challenges you, you shit on them just like we play in free-for-alls, and he does exactly that, man. Rookie of the year right here. We're going to keep frying, man, and I'm just excited to keep going.
Talk to me about that final moment. Obviously, you don't get the zone pull, but you get the win. How?
Honestly, we had the dead side of zone on the right side. We knew 2 teams were fighting in gas station. Once I grabbed the LTV, I was able to get in 3rd person with the LTV. So I was able to notice this team on the low ground. Once I seen them on the low ground, I decided to swing to the right because obviously it clears our back. So I just took that hill, and then now we were able to hold the 2 teams at gas station while having a one-on-one fight left at the guys in the house. We kill the guys on the gas station. These guys on the right, we win that every single time with my team.
Absolutely electric interview, man. This is perfect breakdown, perfect execution. Energy right now is amazing. Talk to me about these 2 teammates. What makes them so special?
Gary, man, 2nd place last year. He knows what it feels like to come so close to winning. This guy is literally everything, bro. He's literally a GOAT, man. My boy Grimy, Rookie of the Year, bro. He wants it more than I think anyone in this arena, and he's showing it right now. And then obviously me, man. You can't find more passion, bro. I want to pick up that trophy. I want to dominate, and I'm just excited to get back out there and get another W.
Passion unmatched. Destroy, a great interview, but the team win in spectacular fashion. Let's head back to the desk.
Hey, there it is, Coach. Thank you so much. Ravens get the job done. First place, and Destroy, his energy is unmatched. I have been casting over him quite literally for, my goodness, almost 8 years at this point, and he has never wavered when it comes to that energy. His family is wonderful. He's a big supporter. His brother is usually at all these events. I don't think he can make this one, but the point is he loves to give love to not only his family, but clearly his teammates immediately giving some compliments to Grimy, giving them to Unrational. This team was on the second page or third page. This time around, they might be top 10.
Yeah, I think that's very important. They were well outside the top 10, but after a 19-kill win, that is going to move the margin, because you think about it, at the top of the leaderboard, we're only at about 60 points. So you're going to jump up massively, and I think it's really important. Also, we're missing the one thing. I needed to show me my money out of him.
Out of him?
Yes, he's so passionate, but just wait, we're just heating up for them.
Hey, don't worry about it. He's going to be seeing that money soon. I am sure of it. Top 25 for sure. We'll see how far he can continue to go. It was Ravens, though, who stole the show, but in our highlights, of course, it was a battle, as it typically is.
Yeah, holy cow, sorry, I'm amped up after that interview. My gosh, Destroy is electric and contagious, but some crazy moments, of course, looking back, obviously, even on Gulag fights, 1v1s, man, everybody is playing their life quite well. Echo picking up a kill there as the Falcons were in a blender, frankly, but they also caused a blender. They did pick up some points that time around.
They did. Something to break down. Their advanced UAV. We'll break that down in just a little bit. DJ Mosh, you know what to expect from him. When he's put in difficult spots, he typically holds it down. Of course, over in the bunker side, runs into a little bit of trouble, but that's how it goes in those difficult spots.
There's just been so many early game scuffles that are the results of teams being afraid, but this is where things are starting to heat up. Our teams are feeling more confident as they get a couple reps under their belt, and now we're starting to see what those chows like S8UL in particular. We've seen them ice up in the online stages, but we haven't gotten that performance out of them on land just yet, but I think it's a matter of time.
Yeah, that was S8UL. They were slaying out in that moment. They make the decision to push forward. FaZe ends up taking them down. More on that in just a bit. But we start getting down to our end game.
Yeah, this was unreal, obviously electric, but also I was watching at the stage waiting for the interview, and I said, hey, we got to be ready for Savvy Ultras. I thought the Italians were going to take it, man. It was a perfect setup by them. They were in the building early, but Destroy broke it down on how they knew that they could make that play and how they executed it. Again, a great interview and a fantastic win. Reminder, 19 kills. That's a 38-point game, maybe the biggest of the entire day.
Nice math.
I definitely think it is, and yes, solid math. You were doing math earlier. I don't do math in public, so I'm going to let these two do it. Grimy, by the way, I don't know, Rookie of the Year, what do we think?
Look, I love it. He had, what, 8 or 9 kills just on his lonesome there?
And won the game.
But he also said, like, people forget that Unrational actually got second place on LAN last year. We were over at COD Next just a couple of days ago, and some of the creators were in town. I sat next to, well, actually across from Scummin, and I was like, dude, Scummin, you got second last year. And I just hear Unrational behind me. He's like, yeah, me too. I did it too. And I'm like, okay, let's get it. Let's win this year.
Respect where respect is due.
100%.
Second place, going for first this time around. Of course, he's going to do it with Grimy and Destroy. But after that game, I don't know. I'm starting to believe a little bit. Ravens flying high.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to remember is, like, this leaderboard, like, is completely flipped on its head.
Yes.
We were watching the replays there. I saw Swizzin on 9 kills. Like, what are we talking about right now? That's a good team, but it's not a team that's been able to perform yet. This leaderboard, I have no idea. Oh, holy cow. Obviously, the Gentlemen, they do have a good map. We talked a lot about them. They weren't able to clutch up a victory, but they were able to set themselves up for success. Obviously, on the north side by themselves, now at the top of the leaderboard, but only by a very small margin. That's a 1.6-point margin at the top of this leaderboard. We're going to be in for a long haul, folks, as Vision has crept their way up into third. Instead of still top 5, Leviathan, they've moved up into 4th place. And then Ravens on the back of that last game, eating up well over half of their points in a single game. Reminder, it was 38 points, now at 62 top 5.
They are the one of 2 North American teams inside the top 10. 5th place is the first NA team. You got EU, LATAM.
That's right.
Enigma, are you dancing over there, buddy?
Yeah, why not? Look, I will say this for Enigma. He has been going through the blender on this World Series of Warzone desk, and finally he's getting justified, and all the praise is starting to pay it forward.
I forgot about 5 years. My bad. 3.
5 years is there. Also, I can't read. 58 points for Ravens in 5th place, by the way, with 38 points in the last game. That was 20 points in the first 3, and then 38 in the last game. That's crazy.
Look, consistency is key. We'll see if they can remain consistent. If they do that, they might win it in 3.
Wait, where's VP?
We take a look at our second place. That's right. Where is VP? And a good talking point is VP was held down hard. Since game 1, they've been non-existent. And even in game 1, they get the multiplier, but only 6 elims.
Yeah, I mean, they can't pick up the kills right now, unfortunately. They're going to have to change things into the second section of this tournament, if you can call it that. Sounds like they're in 26th place, I believe I heard, so just off this page. A weird moment, though, looking at this leaderboard is obviously, take a look at where FaZe is at. Booyah, Adrian, Swag. There's a lot of haters out there for this FaZe team. I love this team. Got some great players, some nice Kim. They're a top 15 team right now, and that fight against S8UL was so interesting because FaZe actually get to that Western position first. Hold S8UL, loose them, but I think the PA then wipes S8UL. I think it was like a trading of blows. I think they both died there.
Yeah, it was exciting to watch, and I want to say if FaZe doesn't actually trade there with S8UL, S8UL was going to have a monster game. More, I think even better and bigger than what the Ravens were able to secure. But it was Ravens after all. Well done, and who knows, Rookie of the Year, if you win the championship, absolutely going to be the case. We're going to take a quick break. We're deep into our games, plenty more to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
weapon for me is the Kilo back in the days and the MP5 from for the SMG. I loved to play it back in the days when Verdansk comes out the first time. I really loved it. It was so much fun to play with the Kilo and the MP5. It was such a beautiful gun. My favorite weapon in COD history is the FFAR back then in Warzone 1. I played every Call of Duty out there, but the FFAR is for me the iconic one because there was back then a Tracer pack where that was the first blueprint that was shiny and lightning, and when I'm thinking back to Warzone 1, I think about this weapon, so this is my favorite one, FFAR.
My favorite weapon, the Blixen from Caldera. That sub felt natural, like a true sub. You know, it doesn't shoot too fast, has somewhat kind of range for a submachine gun, but it just kind of just rips really quick.
My favorite gun for all the CODs that I've ever played, probably UMP from MW2. Always think about like how the silencer sounded with it. Incites a lot of my memories, just early gaming on COD.
In Call of Duty history, my favorite gun of all time is going to have to be the Man of War from Black Ops 3. It was hard hitting, it was a super fan favorite, and I just liked the way it felt.
My favorite weapon is, I've actually got two. I'm taking the Honey Badger from Ghost, a little bit of a rogue shout, but it's a classic. And PPSH from World of War, again, very classic, especially in zombies.
Hey, always great to hear from the players. COD Next was just yesterday. We had everyone in the venue. We're talking creators, we're talking pros, even some of the ones that are competing today, right? Playing the new title, obviously that of Black Ops 7. It's nice to go into the past and really just relive the previous Call of Duty titles, naturally when it comes to multiplayer or even Warzone, because it's just such a rich history, right?
Sure.
Call of Duty is. I've been personally a part of it for the past, 13 years, I think. Well, even longer than that, but at least as a professional time for 13 years. But it's been a big portion of my life. By the way, I said M8A1, I said MSMC. I'm also going to add in, I don't know if anybody remembers this in competitive, the dual cap 40s. That's going way back. Yeah, there was dualies in competitive back in the day. I'm telling you, it was weird in Black Ops 2, but I want to know your opinion. You look like a Riot Shield guy, like a dirty Riot Shield guy in the corner. Dual claymores on the ground. That's what you look like.
No, I took things a little bit more serious reflections. I was Modern Warfare 2, FAL.
Okay.
Underbarrel launcher.
Okay.
One-man army.
I don't like any of this.
Quarry.
Okay, that's worse than the Riot Shield. I didn't think you could get worse than the Riot Shield. That's terrible.
Okay, I have actually a way better answer.
Okay.
Model 1887.
Okay.
Akimbo.
Okay. Hey, Enigma, what about you? What were you rocking? What's your favorite? Get out of here.
This guy's toxic
Get
as
off my
hell.
set.
I mean,
I was waiting, man. Give me the doof.
Look, man, Jesus. I think there's nothing more classic when it comes to Call of Duty than the good old school intervention, right? Like, just playing with that, like, hitting trick
Intervention was
shots,
great.
like the classic
Absolutely,
phase days, stuff like that, where you just, I think there's nothing better than that, honestly. That's, when I think about, like, COD history, that's the thing.
What's wrong with that? It's better than your answer.
No, I loved it. Like, that's like, when I think of, like, my high school memories and stuff, like, growing up, like, that's what I did a lot of. I ran around with an intervention and I fried.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Two different
Wouldn't
personalities.
No, very much so. I think back to actually when Proofy was still competing. I don't even know if you guys even know that name, Proofy.
Yeah, I'm very aware.
You're
of who
aware of that
Proofy
name?
is.
We're talking way back in the day. That's the OG, baby, with the Scar, right? The Scar back in the day playing for Envy, man. Again, you go back, it has such a rich history, and it's nice to kind of go through that. And speaking of which, us old heads are up here, but for you out there, you have a chance to get involved in something new. Scan the QR code. Like I said, COD Next was yesterday. We had a chance to see what Black Ops 7 is bringing to the table, and now you get a chance to experience it for yourself. Scan the QR code, get involved. We want everyone to win, and well, hey, our set's starting to light up. I think we're about to drop into our next map. We are 4 games deep. Map number 5 about to be underway. The scoreboard is getting tight at the very top. And the question is, who wants to reach the threshold this early? Well, it's up to them to decide. We're getting very close. Maybe 2 more games. Dandro, go for a dive. Go for a dive. All right, let's over to our casters. Goes and Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, I thought I was about to see a bloody nose. Holy cow, I thought he was going to go for it. Maybe he did. I don't know if you all saw it. Anyways, we're dropping into the game, folks. It's time for game number 5. And Tiff, it is quite literally anyone's game. That leaderboard, I was scared of it. I'm still scared of it. Tiny margins. And our players locking in for what really feels like the second phase of this tournament. Reminder, we're not that far away from our match point threshold, 125 points in TIFF. That's only about 45 points for some of the teams at the top, but that probably means we won't see it in this map.
We definitely won't, but as we kind of see here, the plane line, we're starting over on that east side, cutting Lumber straight in half and ending at Boneyard. So it's going to be a bit of a wait for our teams like VP, ESC. They'll get on over there, but for Mayhems, they're getting into the action early. B-Mark, Knight, gone.
Huge pickup for him, and I was talking about Swizen. This team had, I think Swizen had 9 kills by himself last game. Don't count out this squad just because they're ranked low. This is a team to definitely watch out for. Unity, they're going by. As we swing over to the opposite side of that fight, you can see flanked DJ Moss, J-Tech. Could take a look at him here in Lumber. It's where we started. It's hot to start.
Speaking of hot to start, I get that J-Tech's taking shots here and looking for an extra fight, but over at Boneyard, I'm pretty sure ESC is feeling incredibly confident over onto VP, and they've kind of switched the issue. They actually chowed for the south side of Boneyard with VP in the north.
Yeah, we'll take an eye at that if the fights and the bullets are actually exchanging hands. So for now, we look at Marco Sanchez, who they've won an early fight, and they're looking to win another one.
Okay, Marco.
Right now, just a couple bullets, a couple warning shots. So far, nothing else seems incredibly dramatic in terms of what we expect from some of our drop spots. Nobody completely changing things. Still see all of our favorites, all of the teams that we talk about often in the same drop spots they usually start with. And as per the usual, by the way, Gentlemates, they may be at the top of the leaderboard. They also have Corey completely uncontested. So much real estate on the map. So for now, we'll turn our eyes to more of the action on screen as Hydra, Vidati, Azen continue to trade blows with Kizzy and Whiplash.
It still shocks me that they are NA wildcard team that formed a week before the World Series of Warzone Open, and they landed here in Vegas to compete for a prize pool of $1 million. The cool part about that is when you start to explain that, you're like, yeah, I'm going to Vegas, play for $1 million. People don't believe you in this day and age. So you know what they got to do? They got to throw down. They got to prove their worth, make that name for themselves here. And I think a nice open on a beat-out will definitely help.
Trixie vibes.
I like the name.
Looking for an opportunity to open up this fight. This is usually what you see from Warzone competitions in a 3v3 fight like this. I'm sure we'll be checking out some of the other action as well, but these fights are very slow until they're not. One blow, one knock, and all of a sudden you can fly at your opponents, or frankly, you should. Same thing here, Imkoi on top. TV station has been active recently. And I think it's worth noting, a team we don't see here right now, which is Optic Gaming, nowhere in sight. It's a battle between LWL and Imkoi.
That's respectable. I don't blame them for leaving. I'm hoping it was willingly and they were able to just kind of not land here and they're not regaining somewhere else, because Louis CM, just on the other side of this, Clamp wants to get active, finds Louis from behind, and a nice pinch play from there. Tough start because they have been shooting all day, but now Clamp, who's sick of being bullied at TV station, is looking for some revenge.
To find it, though, gonna have to find an early knock on another player. They're set up on the opposite side. They could all three sprint inside, but that gives up your advantage. So instead, we've got Volcom on high, getting a bit of information, while the other two try to look for an angle to at least get some plates down. Off screen, we've got a lot of fights happening. It does look like Skinner controlled like Millsy can't quite keep their feet underneath them. They get wipes into the gulag. Still 50 teams, though. It's nothing crazy, so we tune over to Dizzy, who's trying to get active. CT down below. Future has game up above. We talked to Falnets right before the competition. He was ready to prove the haters wrong. He was ready to put on a show for his people at home. He's got an opportunity to do it right here, playing the stairwell nice and early. Free system catching the flack of most of their equipment, so far, so good for both teams. Nobody losing an advantage yet.
Well, CT Black here on the other side of that roster. And I'm curious to see how they plan on taking this engagement. A smoke to isolate and make sure that you can't be seen. But Almighty TJ might actually hit the nasty flank, throwing a shoulder on the outskirts. It's Reflame that brings the vehicle over, maybe for a bit of a distraction, but Future is gonna be up on the roof calling all the shots.
We turn our eyes to another part of the map because, frankly, we are headed to the east again. Already Storage Town completely cut off. Already most of the far western side of the map out of the picture. Boneyard not in the equation right now. Train station bisected is our zone. So because of that, everybody is starting to early rotate to the east. And you can see playing the edge of zone here, Rinzo looking for an opening knock on his opponents. Right now holding and lying in wait. They've got plenty of time.
Your winners of map number 2 on the screen. CT Red just ahead. And they're just not really in any hurry to full send that building. But I like that we have Heeds kind of playing that full front. Maybe looking to grab an early pick. I think if we hang out too far in the open after we got the streaks coming on, then this could be the signal to full send. But we're so far split. Are we just gonna rotate on out of here?
Yeah, it's a weird hold. I mean, there's really no hurry, and also you're just wasting time. I mean, you got to remember, we got to go for kills, and if you sit here and hold for 15 minutes, you may not get paid in later, so we're going to swing to another fight. Omnic, they've already wiped the team. Reminder, they picked up another, this time Reapers first. So the team clears out the tunnel here, and then moves on their merry way. Looks like this fire station's been fully cleared out, and is now theirs for the taking, so we've got plenty of time for them to hang out here if they want for a moment before rotating if they would like, but they don't have to. They're by themselves with nothing to do besides loot and prepare for what is next.
Well, at least he's on 2 kills already. First squad still making their way. A ton of teams, though, with these zones continuously pulling towards the east. I'd imagine that we're not going to see any major change-ups. Leviathan doing incredibly well here today, have spotted that NA wildcard Rowdy, the team we've been hyping up. He's looking for even more kills.
Leviathan, top 5 team, folks. Here we go. Got a lot of kills in the kill feed, but these are incredibly important because Leviathan cannot be stopped, and it's not even close. They pick up a full wipe, and they set up in port. The only competition will be much later, so we swing to another fight as all of a sudden Prodigy is shooting at VP. I told you, Boneyard was out of the picture. So where does VP go? They rotate to the north. They rotate through this airport position, and as they head into airport, they decide to take the high ground. They almost lost their life, and now they've got an advantage, hitting the zip, taking the high ground, and now forcing Prodigy out. A weird rotation from Prodigy and co. Unfortunately, it looks like Rock Esports couldn't quite get a handle on where VP went. A nice play, and now a player advantage and high ground. As long as they don't scam this, VP in a good position to make a good play and get a nice wipe.
I feel like I need to hear what the comms were for Prodigy to extend out towards that tent, because now VP is setting up to completely swing on them for Soka, the Falcons. A nice hold on the edge of gas. Reflame just gets out of dodge there with the vehicle and hangs out for a bit too long. Does preserve, get the plates back on up. Please do not get crunched by that. Yes, throw out the C4s.
A nice hang, and off screen, we do see Noobs pick up vision, so most likely that Rock Esports team is going to be fully wiped here shortly. Should see Wars. There he is, getting hunted down. Sage looking for his prey. We got to remember, VP not even in the top 20 right now. 26. They not only need to play for placements, they've got to find kills, and we keep pulling to the east, which means VP still have a lot of work to do. They pick up Wars, Rock Esports out of the equation, and VP continue on their merry way. They've only got about 1 team in their way to get to new. The problem is we're going to keep heading east over and over again. They've got a long road ahead of them, and it's not going to be easy.
BDS is just up in the north, ahead of where we saw VP. From Riverside, we've got to carve our way over towards the quarry portion of Verdansk, and we'll check in with them later, because right now, Rock Esports, your winners of match number 3, have got to carve their way through the Gulag, through Leviathan.
Castillo on the other side, fantastic player, but both of these players have earned their right to be here, and both these players near the top of the leaderboard, but unfortunately, Castillo swings the corner at the perfect moment. Talk about COD timing, cook your nades somewhere else. Leviathan out of the Gulag, but back to the action we go as Bubble has a nice heady on the stairs, backs up, tries to play from a different angle because he's got teammates backing him up from other apartment buildings. Don't need to get highly aggressive here. I like this call from them. Disrupt and Abwish trying to get to a position to actually play Overwatch. And to the Gulag we go, because Rock Esports is in a bit in the blender, and Wars trying to win his ones.
He's on 2, CT on the other side. A dance here, but we're going to have to push towards the center. It's Reflame. It makes it happen, but Wars, I am speechless. Please win this so it makes it worth.
Oh, man.
What?
That's brutal. Nice shout there from Reflame. Okay. Weird hipfire shots do connect, but not enough to take him down. I think Wars may be stunned by his own play, but regardless, Brolic.
Same.
Super Evan now in trouble, potentially, as OP marked E700. Tapulator swing in and try to get involved. OP Mark not on top of a building right now, which is a bit of a surprise when all of downtown is still inside the zone. Instead, they're playing for this fire station, trying to take down the Wolf. Set up inside. It is looks like a 2v3, but even still a bit of a hard fight to take. Firehouse, all of the firehouses, a building that most folks like because of that very reason. There's a lot of entry points, but it's also a little bit difficult to actually get into them. Making a play as a solo or a duo, maybe not worth their time. And actually, they're going to back off because off-screen, King AJ connects. Sniper shot on OP Marked. Who's the best sniper now? As we also see Swizzin and Mayhems and Marco Sancho get full wiped.
Team Bozzy going crazy in the kill feed. I think this is a respectable decision, right? If OP Mark's going to get tagged up like that and sent away, you've got to just keep on rotating throughout. And also, anytime you got a wolf inside your house, you should be cautious. They're not coming outside.
It's like OP Mark back into the mix, but not making a play with his team yet. So for now, swing over, could be in the gulag still. Doesn't look like he's back on the map yet, but Tapulator, E700, gonna slow things down here for a little bit. Maybe hit the zip, take the high ground again. We'll figure out where they go, and it is OP Marked in the gulag, and he does lose it as well, so they will definitely back off. We head over to, well, one part of Rock that is still somewhat alive. I guess you call this alive, sprinting for his life.
We're trying.
Through hangars.
Maybe not be thriving right now, but we are definitely trying to get a buyback desperately. We have $5,000, and I think this is really important when we pull up the map, Gauche. VP, we saw their rotate from the western side of things over towards the east. They barreled through the last of 100 Thieves, and they're actually not going to invest their time up towards Quarry. They're carving their way down, and I think that is solid.
Yeah, it's a great shout. They've moved all the way up to the north side because they moved their way from this airport all the way over. A fantastic rotation for them. They do not want to keep playing edge of zone. Did you see how much room, though, that the Gentlemen still have at Quarry? Good grief.
It's
they
respectful.
have so much real estate. It's crazy. We'll take a look at VP on main now. They've rotated all the way up into the middle of that zone like you saw. Inner Circle picking up several kills in the kill feed. Nice plays from them. But right now, VP is trying to figure out, all right, do we want to hang out in the trees? Do we want to try to make a play for the power station here? I don't know. It's going to be a weird fight. So we just get a quick flyover of what is a completely blank Quarry with the Gentlemates, of course, the top of the leaderboard, just chilling.
That is the best way to put it, because I look at this roster who has Quarry all to themselves, game after game after game, and yet they are some of the top fragging teams in our lobby at the very top. Imagine if they would get those kills at the beginning, like we see the Falcons doing.
Yeah, talk about a rotation. The Falcons have found their way over to Port. They're on the far south side of the map, wiping Leviathan, top of the leaderboard. Hey, to be the best, you got to beat the best. And right now, the Falcons are not at the top of the leaderboard, so they've got to take down some top 5 teams. Leviathan being one of those is a nice take. Sissoko and Co are going to keep pushing on, and they're going to find Savvy Ultras and the Italians lying in wait on the other side. Not a fight they want to take at this angle. Let's see if we can get some info in the skies and then maybe make a play from here. Our zone has pulled further north. Yes, still east, but further north. This spells good news if you're a VP fan. They are in zone without having to move in those trees on the hills outside of TV. But for the Falcons, they now have to make a pretty aggressive rotation up from the south, all the way up through Ravine, into the north through maybe Farmland is probably the safest. You have to go through Vision, but we'll see. Here's a look at iVision SR on the Rock Esports side.
At least they're all 3 up, and they are all 3 firing straight towards Resolve, grabbing the full, looking to pick up as many kills as humanly possible for War's sniper in hand, bringing up the rears, allowing Viz and Prodigy to close that gap. You do see Prod go down in the distance, but I think Vision here on your screen should be able to enact some vengeance.
We'll see. Looks like Extra J knows he's at this angle, so might be a tough take. Losing one here is brutal. I was going to say, regaining in Verdansk very difficult. For this team, somehow they've done it for a moment. Prodigy will probably not get revived, so it's going to be a 2v3 on the outside of his zone. There's a lot of action as well of all these teams trying to rotate in. And again, if you're Extra J and Co, it's like, okay, nice, you've held a team, and here we go. There's the fight, and it's not even close. A 2v3 turns into a 2v2, turns into a 2v0. Good grief.
And they're out of there. We already saw them in their gulag. Rock Esports is no longer a terrible multiplier. You talk about teams rotating in. What about the ones rotating out? The Gentlemates have been thirsting for violence. Community in the mix, Skinner in the mix. This could be the potential for 6 kills. And off-screen heats, I want to see a replay of that one first. But we've got to stay here. Enkyo wipes another one.
Here's the thing about the Frenchmen. I'm going to start singing if we're not careful. Gas pedal, good grief. They were bored in the north, so they're going to rotate over and clear everybody else that can even try to contest them, but they want to take matters into their own hands. Don't wait on the rotation. Go kill them, says the Frenchman. They're going to move. Here's Raul playing frontman, trying to find anything he can get his hands on. He's not able to find anything. So far, a nice rotation into the building, trying to find an advantage maybe by playing the actual cover, and the Frenchman are going to have to back off a little bit. Here we go. All in trouble.
Kramalak swings from behind. Raul on the inside, getting eaten alive. Can you hold steady here? Because the Frenchmen are trying. Kramalak down. Another one. A new challenger has emerged, and mon Dieu, the Gentlemates are wild.
It's a perfect trade. Every execution of that fight was flawless. Yes, they lose a player. Community, a tough team to fight. But here's a quick look back at a replay of what happened. Looks like Millsy tried to run up and just got gunned down. I'm not really sure. That was brutal, honestly. I think a little bit of COD timing there as well. But we go to VP. Again, like I said, they got a nice zone pull. The problem is they're playing around with this weird cover that's basically just tree trunks. It's okay. It's not great. They still have a lot of work to do, but at least they're inside of the zone. And trying to hold Goat Clamp going to be difficult when you lose out on Dongi. So this duo is going to back up to some better piece of cover and lie in wait. They don't have to take this fight right now. This opposition is technically inside of zone. They can just chill and relax. Let them scam. Don't scam here.
At least you do have a buy station nearby, but you have to deal with Movistar Koi just ahead of you first. Falcons on your screen. You got Team Vision in the distance. Vision Esports, Lennon, FIFA Kill, Echo. Solid performance out of them. EU has just proven themselves to be incredibly formidable, but the Falcons, they need to get into the action. They need to get into the games.
Yes.
Not the kind of action I'm looking for. FIFA killed that angle.
They had zero comms on where he was. They had no idea where FIFA was, and because of that, it's now a 3v2. The gas pedal again. Here we go. Lennon with 3 kills already. The Falcons came through from the south. We knew they were going to have to run through this team. And right here, right now, FIFA kill cannot be slaughtered. It is going to be a 3v1 with Biffle on the run. Trying to force the Falcons out. Force the Falcons back to the lobby and force the Falcons outside of the top 25. Force the Falcons to earn $0 today if they can't change their luck. Biffle gonna skate, Biffle gonna run, but he cannot hide long enough for FIFA Kill to get all 3 of them.
A little Bradford Biffle, full in the other Biffle. Now back to VP because they're challenging for position. Dongi back on in it, and they have taken care of Movistar Koi. Now we have to set our sights forward because that circle is closing in just under 30 seconds, and we are nowhere near where we need to be.
Yeah, to tell the story a little bit, they hung out there for a very long time, and because of that, yes, they got the wipe, team wipe, VP, but now they're going to go a very long way. It's a great shout, Tiff. Same for the Frenchmen, unfortunately losing 1 on this rotation with the Tac Rover. Can't quite get to safety yet. They still got a long rotation to go. It does look like, by the way, Vision Esports, they have picked up another full wipe. They're slaughtering the south side of this map.
I feel like I'm witnessing some of the creators that were at COD Next getting to drive to Polaris. We're going rogue here. We're just traveling throughout the north, but instead of going down, let's go ahead and run it back, though. A replay from FIFA breaking down the Falcons.
Yeah, that angle right there from FIFA.
That's nasty.
Great pickup on the second one. And then it was just a matter of time, Tiff. I love this look back. They're looking in final form. Team Vision, unstoppable on the south side. The question is who wins the Battle of the North? And what is Twisted Minds doing? It looks like they're dead center. So Twisted Minds, middle of the map. Team Vision, south side of the map. The Frenchmen have somehow made it in through the north side of the map. I'm not sure that they're fully stabilized, but they can at least fight for it. And VP are just desperately clinging on to whatever they can get their hands on the outside of this zone, working their way in potentially from the west. Here we go. Dongi on 5. They're still shooting straight. That's for dang sure. Pushing it to 6 and finding a team off in the distance. Dongi doesn't care.
Yeah, for real. Jeez. You grab a knock on a clown. Don J could be next. Instead, it's going to be Noobs picking them up. This is the game they needed to change the course of their actions. However, they're still not alone. S8UL Esports on the horizon, and they're a full stack of 3. But they're not scared of that. They'll 2v3 all day.
They teamed up for a little bit on that fight. Actually, kind of traded kills on their opposition, but now they're getting held out. VP, a little bit of tough love here from S8UL. The good news is you can rotate out of this north, and I think S8UL doesn't want to let them. Look at a move on this mini-map. Should come into view here shortly. Trying to play a little aggressive. Make sure VP doesn't get a free rotation to the north side. Here they come. S8UL hunting for more kills. They need them too, and they feel like they have an advantage in this fight as they swing up the south side underneath. Noobs may have the high ground. Noobs is proned out, but they've got a vehicle and Brax is getting involved.
Oh no, he tries. Noobs, he barely escapes from that. Here's the deal, we need the help from the team on the horizon. BDS is just laying in wait for a third party, and Brax, this is brutal.
3v2 with a vehicle in your hand. S8UL knew they had an advantage. They execute on it. Here's the problem. They're kind of chalking their own game. Yes, you got the kills. Yes, you took down VP. Yes, VP is basically out of the equation right now, but so are you. In deep trouble, but still making big plays. Brax gets one, but gets sent to the lobby himself. And S8UL got their kills, but they're out as well.
That's the cost, right? BDS looking to pick up the pieces, but when you gatekeep, you become gatekept. Optics still on the horizon, and the freest rotates go to the Gentlemates, who are start alone in Quarry and have roamed with no one able to stop them.
The battle for the South is still going to decide if Team Vision. Twisted Minds are still in zone. They've gotten the zone pull time over the last, I think, 3 zones in a row. They've stayed center zone, hardly having to move. Likely won't have a crazy amount of kills, but Twisted Minds will be in the end game. The north side will be the Gentlemates. Team Vision now on your screen on the south. See if they're able to pick up the rest of these kills and win the South and potentially win the map as they pick up one out of the air, and all of a sudden Breadman in a bit of trouble.
BBJ's just trying to reset. Breadman actually lands back on in, drops Abwiz, and I do see a lone member of Falcons up there. Looks like Biffle is able to withstand it all, but he's just going for a high multiplier. But keep in mind, as we see, Twisted Minds fighting for a power position.
They've been in these tents for 5 minutes. Now it's time to win the tents. 3v3, a true 3v3. I don't think they're going to be spoiled by anyone else. We lose one. Aiden playing high ground, gonna have to play the hero. Tries to barrel stuff and gets slammed. Z-Smith, last alive. Z-Smith picks up 2, looking for the last one. It's gonna be a 1v1 in the final fight. They get to res off. It's gonna be a 1v2, but they're weak and Z-Smith knows it. He's gotta back off. He does not have an advantage any longer, and he is running for his life. Twisted Minds lose the tents. Twisted Minds will lose their lives and be sent back to the lobby.
And Nano just waltzes into a solid position, but we have to keep pulling. That next circle has arrived, and we're not in it. Gentlemates, though, that are going to be hailing once again from the north, need to advance through 3 different teams.
Novo Esports likely in the best position. We'll check in with them in a little while because we got a lot of folks on the outside of the zone. Like Tiff said, pulled a little bit further south. You're gonna have the ravine still in zone. You're likely gonna have a battle for that ravine, and you will have a team be able to situate themselves kind of in the water, in the ravine, hanging out, lying in wait on the low side while everybody else fights on what I'll call the high side, aka the east side of the map. We'll check in with those as the Gentlemates are on the north, having to rotate all the way down.
Oh, Hollow. This is going to be nice for BDS over there, getting picked apart. They're going to have to answer back, but I just don't think that they're going to be able to find an angle. But time is of the essence. We have to carve our path towards that next circle, towards Team Vision, towards Novo Esports. Honestly, Jobo's a threat here. He's a rogue solo who's going to shoot these people in the back.
Unfortunately, BDS, I thought they were going to shoot each other because both teams needed to rotate, but yet again, they're chalking each other. You see Gooey actually get a wipe on Joe, so the solo's down, but now our Frenchman down to a solo as well. BDS chalked the Gentlemates. We got a lot of solos still in this lobby, and one of those is still Biffle himself, I believe, on top of the water tower. We'll check in with that as Super Evan and Biffle by themselves, former teammates, now both solos, just playing for multis, and we're into the top 10.
Well, here's another solo. Nano goes on the hunt, finds him. BDS out of here. FIFA kill Lennon Echo. Team Vision straight ahead. You have Stukux, Lays, Decky, and they're taking the roof. They're going for a fight straight on top of Lennon and FIFA.
Holy cow, what a rotation. The Germans on top, literally, of the last piece of cover inside this new zone. Novo Esports and Decky in the best position on this map right now, taking the 2 buildings. Look at where Vision is underneath Decky. Decky was able to fly parachute over the top of them. Team Vision underneath first floor of this building and maintaining control of second floor. Novo Esports have this building completely to themselves. You've got Super Evan and Biffle in the water tower, and one remaining member of the Frenchmen, one remaining member of the Gentlemates off by himself out of zone. This is utter chaos.
The Tower of Solos, the Tower of Tears. Super Evan holding the mid side, the catwalk. Biffle on top. And for Lays on 4, just vying for a 1.8x multiplier once we get into that top 5. No one wants to move. They're going to have to. The moment this circle pulls, it's going to tell the story. And that is nasty for everyone except this building we're looking at. FIFA kill, StukeX, everyone's coming for you.
Everybody wants top 5, so it is a calm before the storm. We need one solo to die. Will it be Biffle or will it be Super Evan? We need this multiplier bad, and we don't have the resources. Biffle's just gonna hang out here. Biffle might actually tank the gas and play for the self-revive to get top 5. We get top 5. He outlives Super Evan by a fraction of a millisecond. I don't even believe he had a self-revive, so he's out of there. They both die. Super Evan first. We got to get into the fight. Novo Esports, I said they're in the best position, but not on this zone. Holy cow. Novo with 2. Novo in a bad spot. It is all Decky all day.
Hollow still alive. Hollow got the rotate. He wrapped so far towards the north. We have no more resources. We are going to play to perfection as Team Vision gets wiped. It is 1v3. Can the Gentlemen's clutch this up? This would be the most disgusting thing that could occur on land. No way, Hollow.
Hollow lines one up. Hollow knocks you down. Hollow almost makes the play, but it is Decky. It is StukeX. The Germans win the map. It is all EU all day today. All EU in map number 5.
That is an insane clutch. Honestly, their rotation there at the end game to make sure that they could take that roof away just paid out dividends and netted them a 2x multiplier. I mean, I know we're here in North America. I know we're here in Vegas. But what the heck is going on with every other region? Should any be scared right now, Ghost?
Well, the 3 final teams on the map were all EU teams.
That's what I'm saying.
Of course, you've got to tip your hat to Hollow. Look at where he's at as a solo. Slowly but surely working his way around the map, continually pulling to the south. The Frenchmen were in trouble trying to rotate in. Hollow stays alive as a solo and just plays the off angle and rotates first to new. The fight between Decky, Linen, Team Vision versus Decky and Lays obviously goes to the side of Decky, and Hollow almost 1v3s. There's a reason the Gentlemates are on top, but I'm really excited to see what Decky's scorelines will be after this moment. Picking up a win, a 2x multiplier with a ton of kills, a great play, and a nice celebration.
Well, I hear Enigma's down there on the floor with the boys. What do they got to say?
Well, I'm stood here with Decky, who just clutched up in that last map, my friend. It's been a back 4th tournament for you guys so far, but how are you feeling off the back of that one?
We're feeling pretty excited. I love to be here to compete against the best of the best. We tried everything to be here this year, and for me, it's the first year I'm at the World Series. I tried to qualify 3 years, I guess. Yeah, that's the 3rd year, and yeah, it's amazing.
I mean, you said it yourself. It's the first year that you've managed to qualify after many years of trying. You're alongside 2 boys here in Lays, who was a rookie of last year, didn't even make it to this point, alongside StukeX, who has been to LAN but has had underwhelming performances. What does it mean to come into this kind of underestimated, and yet you're putting up performances like that?
It's amazing. I can tell, like, it feels crazy. That was my dream to be here, to compete, and now we're playing pretty good, so it's a dream.
I mean, you're certainly playing pretty well. Can you let us in on some of the reasons as to why? What's your secret right now? What is putting you up here, allowing you to win maps?
Our IGL, for sure. He's, for me, the best IGL, so...
Which one's that?
StukeX.
This man right here behind us, absolutely flying. I mean, you're going to hand all your flowers to your boys, but yeah, StukeX, let's get you in here for a second, brother, because your man here, Decky, just said that you're the guy who's helping IGL, the team, to victory, to success. So let me speak to you and ask you, what is it that's helping you get to these final zones, win maps? What are you doing, my friend?
My teammates are just frying. They're killing everyone. I'm not really doing shit most of the map. Like, I'm just chilling, they're getting the kills, I'm anchoring, I'm just chilling.
I'm starting to get the feeling that there's no ego. That's what it is. They're all handing flowers out to each other. I reckon if I had Lays in here as well, he'd be complimenting these two. A wonderful dynamic going on between you guys, and you really are performing incredibly well right now. So I'm hoping that you do keep it up. And of course, gentlemen, have a wonderful time. Thank you very much for today. That was, of course, Team Decky. We'll go back to the desk so you guys can react and break it all down.
Well, thank you very much, man. Team StukeX, Lays, Decky. Hearing from him is great. Obviously, it means a lot to be here at the World Series of Warzone. This is his first time on the global stage, and, well, he's ecstatic to be here. Big moves, though, from Gentlemates, nearly clutching up and getting first. But I want to put into perspective of how big this game was from Team StukeX. They were in 10th place going into game number 5. This very well could catapult them up to top 3. Most likely not first, because Gentlemates were in second going into this game. They get second place. Either way, EU, right? Our region's outside of NA. We've been pumping up NA all the time throughout World Series of Warzone, Dandro. And it looks like we're not the top dogs anymore.
I love the classic German excitement coming out of them. That's going on there. But I know those boys. I got a chance to interview them, and they are feeling good. I love the flowers that they were all giving each other. But this map was interesting. We were sitting in the green room, and we were talking about this could be a dangerous tipping point of this tournament, because if all of our teams who are kind of sitting towards the top start to maybe flatline a little bit, and we have these teams, the big names that haven't been playing well through these first 5 maps, start to come online, all of a sudden this leaderboard could start getting shaken up just a little bit. I like that we see Virtus Pro. They make it pretty deep in that lobby, but yeah, the SAUL full sending. Brax, he's not afraid to use that LTV to grab all that aggro on over. I mean, this was just kind of crazy from point A to point B all the way to the very end, my man. And the fact that the Gentlemates are able to almost clutch it up is fantastic. But a 1.8 with the amount of kills they had, we were talking they only need 2 20-point games really to cross that threshold. That might have been one of those first ones they needed.
Yeah, I think we're getting down to the final play. The zone pulls all the way towards FIFA and Co. Now, this was big. Biffle staying alive as long as he did secures the top 5. Okay, so that multiplier going to come into play. But we get down to our top 4 teams. Lays starts to wake up. This is now setting the tone for what we know would be ultimately a victory. But it was Hollow who nearly stole the show for Gentlemates in a 1v3. The last player was able to get the cleanup. But even our internal crowd who's out there were going nuts because Hollow was about to make a play happen. And quite honestly, even just getting down to 2, right? And nearly pulling off the 1v3, getting a second place. Because Gentlemates were already in second place going into this game, they're going to be in first, there's no question.
Well, I mean, the moment there with Hollow at the end, those extra 2 kills because of the 1.8, it's worth like, what, 3.6 points or something? You never know how much of a difference that could make. That could be the difference between them having crossed threshold or not. We'll find out soon, of course. But I also love that Hollow is getting that moment there, because we talk so often about Enkyo, he is the Star Slayer. We talk so often about the Grom a lot because he is the General, the IGL, which is, of course, a very important role here. But he came into that team with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He was the new guy. Could you turn them into the team that can see it all off? And he's had to find out where he fits in this team. So the fact that he almost goes huge on LAN, the fact that he's managed to turn into the squad that helps his team become so effective, a wonderful moment, even though he doesn't clutch it up in the end, still beautiful to see.
I love what we're seeing from Hollow, right? Because last year, there are a couple moments where Heeds was that guy, right? Who would have those 1v2 moments to really keep the game alive. Hollow is, I feel like, just doing that more consistently. There's so many times where he's able to pull out this super magical moment. And I think that was that little extra firepower. We like to call it the X factor that you need on a team, right? You expect Enkyo to pull out plays like that. You expect Gromalog to be in a power position. You expect Hollow to have some absolutely crazy plays that are about to make some social media clips happen.
Well, the thing is, well, when we're talking about this, we've kind of brought up Shifty at the top about how he'd be very important to the Falcons because he'll flex between different roles. We talk so often about Star Slayer, the IGL. Those things are hard to do without a shadow of a doubt, but being a flex and understanding this is where I'm needed to be in this moment and reacting dynamically is a bloody hard thing to do. So, I mean, the fact that he's managing to take all of that and figure it out through this year, grow as much as he has, just, wonderful stuff indeed.
Yeah, wonderful stuff indeed. Another great game. These games have been bangers. They truly have been. Now, the thing is, for those teams who are not in top 10, now they start to worry because there are teams getting dangerously close to that point threshold, Gentlemates being one of them. Question is, what team will reach it? When will they reach it? And ultimately, who's going to win today? How many games do we got, chat? Get the conversation going. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 6 coming your way. And welcome back in, straight to the leaderboards. We knew it would happen. Gentlemates in first place, now 24 points away from the point threshold. They might get it in this very next game.
They could, but guess what? Team Vision is hot on their heels. Only a couple more points behind them. I mean, you're looking at 13, 14 kills and a dub, or even 16 and a 1.8. Math is hard, I'm guessing here, but they're still not that far behind. This is such a tight leaderboard.
Well, let's start heading into game number 6. Enigma, it's your turn, baby. Get out there. Go, go, go. Where you drop? Oh my gosh, that jump. Casters, take it away, because I need to get out of here.
Yeah, I've got to take it away from you right this second. We are dropping into the game, folks. And yeah, I think that is Enigma falling in the background of our players. It's time for another map, Tiff, and I am pumped about this one.
Oh, I'm ready. Look, if the Gentlemates are 24 points away from securing that match point threshold and people are still respecting their lonesome up in Quarry, the best part about our plane line here in map number 6 is that the first POI that we're passing over is Quarry. Did anyone decide to maybe jump out of the plane like Enigma and join them there?
I don't think so. Not anytime soon, not right now, maybe after the match point. We'll take a look at it. But on screen, of course, map 2 winners. Still looking for some extra points on the leaderboard. Our plane line bisected the map as per the usual. This time, it went kind of from the northeast, like you had mentioned, all the way down to the southwest. So far, so good for everybody. Besides, it looks like Ominex's team, who's already been sent to the Gulag. We've got some early fights happening off screen. So take a look at some of these players, figuring out what's going on their POI. So far, so good, but TV Station is active, and finally, Optic seem to be winning it as they've lost 1, but they've got 2 on the hunt for the final, and down goes Liam. Holy cow, Optic, they've won a fight.
LWL are gonna get comfortable with the Gulag at this point because Optic is sick of it. They have been giving up TV Station map after map, and it's kind of chalking their journey on the leaderboard. But Andre, Orland, Moonride, they want to get messy. And BDS, they're saying, I want no part of the Battle of the North.
Yeah, they don't want to get involved, not yet. We're going to swing over to another fight. Marco in a bit of trouble. Swizzin and Mayhems as a 2-person team right now, having to work against B-Mark and Scopes. It's a 2v2 here for the Cursed Bridge.
Oh, come on. Come on now, B-Mark looking for some angles here on Mayhems. He's gonna read it. He's actually gonna take the Chow too with Swizzin at his back. And I think this might be the end for B-Mark. You can never count out Scopes though. He's pulled off some insane clutches on the online stage of World Series of Warzone. We haven't necessarily seen that occurring here on land just yet, but he is still a young gun looking for the footing here on land.
Well, a 2v2 turns into a 2v1, turns into a wiped squad. Scopes B-Mark headed back to, looks like the Gulag. We do lose an entire team. I'm not sure exactly who that is, but for now, keep our eyes peeled to all of the fights on the map. We head to Farmland to check out a couple of these rosters, because it looks like some folks are on the run.
Yeah, you got Don J, Clown. We're moving. We're grooving. I don't hate kind of running around down here in Farmland. It's tough. You do have OP marked. I feel like every once in a while on like a tournament for Warzone, we'll just kind of tune in with this squad. They have ultimate high ground, and they're just looking to be an absolute nuisance. But for now, this has to be the way to potentially preserve Tapulator's life. I think Unrational was the one credited with that knock and likely going to get a kill for it.
We swing over to Leviathan. Obviously, a top team today and things going well for them. Leviathan still a top 5 team, continuing to try to make a name for themselves on main. Don't forget their regions. We take a look at 100 Thieves who have wiped Community, I think right when we popped over to them. So we'll check back in with them in a little bit. Let's get big into the action because Crystal Shot's in trouble as Stussy the last alive.
Yep, still trying to get out, maybe find a buy station, find some cash. You almost have enough to procure, but Twisted Minds at Hospital, they've got the helicopter, they've got the groundwork, and they've got to go to the Gulag.
Yeah, that's a nice C4 over the top. Back to the action we go, though. DJ Moss trying to wipe this team, and they're able to do it no problem. Down to a duo means that this is a nice pickup here for DJ Moss, flanked in J-Tech. A little bit of a quiet performance from them thus far. Traditionally speaking, they've been able to put up decent numbers on land. Flanked always finds his way to a nice position on the land tournament, so Be curious to see if they're able to kind of turn their luck around.
I do see COD Unity. They were in the Gulag. Huskers lost his. Raul won 1, so they are going to still be alive in the map. Bertini on 2. Not a bad time in the tournament to come alive, especially if we're encroaching on the territory of teams passing 125. The pacing has been semi-slow here thus far with our 6th game, but it's going to heat up. The moment someone passes this threshold, there's going to be a massive frenzy of everyone trying to throw that pacing, maximize it, to make sure that they also have a fighting chance. Because if that leaderboard freezes, you want the most money you can get.
That's right. 5 Fears on your screen, trying to hunt down 2 members of this regaining team. Lotus 8 have been in a blender this map, and they can't get out of it. Now in trouble fighting 5 Fears, trying to make a move. Anxiety down below, playing entry fragger, lines both of them up, but unfortunately, he's gonna get pinned aggressively. Oh, they don't see him! A nice trade, a perfect execution. Scythe swings in at the perfect time.
That would have been so different if Scythe waited just 2 to 3 seconds. Next thing you know, he turns to his right, picks him up, but for now, they stay alive. CTG here on your screen, sandwiched by quite some teams, including the Falcons.
Mathematically speaking, the only 2 teams that could breach our threshold is going to be the Frenchmen, Gentlemates, and then Team Vision, FIFA Kill Squad. FIFA Kill's team needs about 29 points. Des broke this down. The team at the top, Gentlemates, they only need about 25, and the Team Vision need about 30.
Ooh, Ravens. We lose Grimy, though. Unrational and Destroy, still here, still looking for numbers. Now, mind you, they had one of the bigger games of the day early on with their map win. And Destroy, you said it, Ghosh, was electric. You know they want to keep on having games like that.
It's worth mentioning, the Falcons are not even remotely out of this tournament. A top 10 team right now, even though they've been quiet. Feels like we're just getting started. I'm really excited to see what this Ravens roster can do. Like you said, they've elected to take the high ground position at this building. It's going to be a patient waiting game, absolutely, but we swing back over to 5 Fears.
LWL regained. That was who was nearby that building with Ravens Esports. For 5 Fears, they were looking pretty good on the overall leaderboard for a minute there, trying to hold true for North America. Anxiety. Now, mind you, they land over by airport just on the hangars, and as we swing over to BDS, Jukies, looks like Jukies of old, grabs a couple of kills, not done yet. Still need to hunt for the last remaining member of that Moonride team.
Nice. It's a great pickup. That's a nice wipe. They're going to take the north side of Boneyard. So essentially, if VP does elect to rotate north, pending the way this new zone looks here in about a minute or so, they might potentially fight VP.
Ooh.
We're still in a standoff in Boneyard. And Swag and FaZe, they were top 15 team after the last map. Now looking to continue to better their performances. They've got to keep going for kills. You've got the firepower to do it. It's just come down to positioning the last couple fights.
Well, Onyx staring at 5 Fears, but you also have FaZe. And I thought for a second there, Adrian was going to start breaking ankles. But for now, Bubble trying to connect with the snipes if possible. I could only imagine that FaZe is going to look to connect, but instead Bubble lays down Adrian.
Only needed about a nanosecond to find that angle. Adrian, of course, gets back on his feet pretty quickly, but hey, we'll take the resource depletion, especially when we know on our side that FaZe is very low on resources. They didn't even have full plates before engaging in this fight. This could be an opening signal flare for the 5 Fears to make the play. They do. At least big man, front man, gets into the building first. A little bit of backup from his teammates. I don't know that Bubble knows he's here. So a slow crawl, a slow creep, and maybe an opening shot. Yes, here comes the pinch. Perfect execution yet again. 5 Fears in final form as they pinch out one, looking for Abwiz, but getting shot in the back. Here comes FaZe, trying to get into the mix. Anxiety picks up the third. Down goes Abwiz, squad 36 off the map, but FaZe enacting a bit of revenge.
They're still not the only teams here. Now, if FaZe cannot finish off 5 Fears, my fear is that BBJ across the way looks to get involved with this. And Juju was tweeting, "We can win this." Based off their performances in those earlier games, they're feeling incredibly confident, and Rock Esports on your screen should as well. But a regain is needed for this team.
By the way, FaZe did fall to 5 fears.
Yikes.
I think the pulse check said it best. Some of these teams are peaking at the right time. That is absolutely the case. This is a brand new 5 fears team on big map, on LAN, proving the haters wrong. Could see them in the top 10 if they keep up this momentum. Swing over to 100 Thieves. We've got a nice move, but we're going to take a look at our map view. Take a look at where some of these teams are located. And obviously, finally, we're getting a Western zone. So, of course, my eyes are drawn to team number 4, one of our only teams that could potentially make a play for that match point threshold of 125 points. They need about 29 points or so. With a map like this, they've got a long way to go. If I am Team Vision, I actually much prefer the southern rotation. They already know that they can play through port. It's very open. They've already seen it. So let's run through port, let's get to zone, let's run through park, and then move on our merry way. But we need information, and we need it now. Hopefully we can do some of those recons and pick some of that information up to know where we need to go later.
Have they preserved the heli from prison, though, would be another critical factor in that rotation. Gentlemates are in a similar situation. They're just further north. For Rock Esports, we're still in that next circle. This is going to be an integral fight for them, but they have to take them down. This would solidify them the northwestern side of the circle, but they've got to get through Bodsy. Bodsy investing some C4s. Vision holding the back line. And Prodigy looking for the first kill of the game.
Slowly but surely, C4 could open things up, but how about Thermite to the face now with 1 HP and a dream? He doesn't even have a dream. He's out of here.
It's a nightmare.
A perfect cleanup. Man, these Thermites so strong if you hit them. Vision trying to figure out what to do, so we swing over to S8UL. This team has been playing spoiler to a lot of folks, but unfortunately, it hasn't proved to be successful in terms of their leaderboard progression. They've got a lot of work to still do. You can spoil other people's dreams, but you got a lot of dreams of your own to make true. And there's a nice take and a nice wipe to hopefully help themselves out in that equation. They're going to be moving into the zone here shortly, mostly for free after that team wipe. I'll be very curious to see where they go from here. This new zone will be everything, and Tiff, perfect read. They still have the heli, and they have a second one as well. No worries about this rotation. The only remaining question is, do they have the info of where we should go in the late game, or are they going to slow roll their way in?
Hopefully they've done a couple recons. They know exactly where they need to poise themselves. And we'll see from the heli view here, FIFA, our pilot, looking for an opening. Elsewhere, Gromalik at least wins the Gulag against Colony 2K. So they're still in the mix, still potential to eclipse 125.
I'm kind of holding my breath here, making sure that OP Mark doesn't hit some insane shot from the top of downtown. Or who knows, maybe even Bread somewhere around with the sniper looking up into the skies. Fortunately, it looks like Abwiz and co. They've already been to the Gulag for a while, so it looks like they're full wiped off the map if you're a fan of them. VP picking up a couple of their own. VP is nice and fine. They're chilling on the top side of Boneyard. If you're a VP fan, you don't need to hold your breath right now. They're pretty much wide out in the open on the top of Boneyard, waiting for this new zone. This next zone will dictate a lot for most of the folks. Right now, looks like the Falcons are on the hunt. This is traditional form for them. They went out and trained. Nobody really contested them. So they're going to go fight in Promenade West, and it looks like they're trying to fight Dizzy first.
Well, CT Black on your screen. How do you deal with the Falcons? The Falcons, who are no stranger to closing out on match point when it comes to LAN, when it comes to online. They are 3 of the best players at this format, but they are nowhere near 125. They have to turn things around, and they have to do it now. Potential for 3 on the board, and Shifty gets a little too much damage as he pushes through. We're gonna need to rely on the team still picking it up, still breaking it down, and here comes Biffle.
The closer now opening things up. Perfect execution. 3 go down. Nope, lose 1 potentially. Falcons should be fine. Ahsoka should be able to get picked back up. There is the full wipe, and they don't even lose Ahsoka. Everything's good. And it does look like VP, by the way, unfortunately, with our new zone, we have pulled more centrally located, which means VP will have to rotate from the north, as will many other teams. I'm looking at 5 Fears, who are all the way up there in hangars, going to have to come all the way down through Superstore to get into the north side of the map, and they're going to have to run through 100 Thieves who have already rotated playing north.
I am not worried about this. This is actually going to be one of the toughest fights for them. Not only do VP take out a team that was in their way, they secure Storage Town, but now BBJ has decided to move on in and take down VP if they can. Once they do this, then they can rotate, but it's just about 20 seconds before that gas starts coming in, so it has to be quick.
Yeah, it's got to be right now, and Believe knows it. There's an angle. Doggy, oh my gosh, he's got to have 1 HP.
Got to be quicker than that.
But again, in Storage Town right now, a very weird fight. It's going to be VP, who have actually lost one. It does look like we found the angle from Juju, who gets the cleanup. There's going to be a 3v2 with VP at the disadvantage, not only in players, but also positioning. They're on the far north side. You've got BBJ holding them in Storage Town, and then 100 Thieves technically with the most northern position in zone once you come out of Storage Town. But 100 Thieves is saying, off screen, I'm getting out of here. They're going to center. There is no one on the north side of this zone. Right now, this fight is all that matters if you want to play for the north.
I just saw our match 5 winners also get full wipe. Team StukeX out of here. The Wolf in trouble. And S8UL back to the lobby also. NA really struggling to catch a flow here. But you know who also got to rotate? They got to regain. Yeah. It's the Gentlemates.
Yeah, it's something that we're just now able to see. Look at where we are on the map right now. This is Promenade East, folks. This is not the north side of the map. The Gentlemates, they've been known to land in Quarry. We know they have the most real estate, but also they're becoming known for having the best rotations out of anyone. They've rotated from the northeast side of the map all the way to the south middle. They're here in perfect position. I don't know if it's recons or just a great position on the map. They are dead center of our zone. I can only imagine they got a ton of info because of their positioning at the very beginning of the map. They have great position at the end of the map. And we got a lot of kills lining up on the left side of our screen. We haven't seen yet, but Wars is trying to see Juju down below.
Well, Juju just took out Dongy from VP not too long ago, but he wants to stay alive here and put the pain onto Rock Esports if he can. But it is a 1v3 performance. My man needs to level up, do some Bankai training, and get out there.
Yet again, Tiff, every once in a while, you say stuff I don't understand.
I like Bleach,
people at home know what you're talking about. That's all that matters. Juju lying in wait by himself inside the building. They can't quite sniff him out. Juju just proned out in the middle of the room. What? I mean, okay. It looks like Bread did win his gulag, by the way, against Brack. So S8UL is not out of this lobby necessarily. You see DJ Moss lighting up the kill feed, but here it is. Juju by himself. He is a little snaky, but not quite snaky enough. That's 3v1. Obviously, Juju loses that. Stalled a bit of timeout. That is not a full wipe for that squad. BBJ live on with a floater in the skies. It looks like Rock Esports looking pretty strong on the north side of the map. VP do open up a rotation from Superstore down into apartments, so you might see these two teams fight again.
Additionally, StukeX lives on. Had a gulag, won it, back into the map. Can they get a full regain? Will the team of 3 make it towards the end? King AJ, we talked about them having that initial thoughts of landing at train station before the Falcons decided to reclaim their home. Well, look what they've been able to do with it. Sure, it's in map number 6, but it's not too late. We're almost on double digits, and flanked, you're the next victim.
Yeah, really good shout. They've got actually a lot of kills, you're right, double-digit points here. They were able to pick up flank, which they should, pretty much no problem. Take a look at the map feed really quickly, because again, Gentlemates, again, right dead center. This is who I was talking about, an insane rotation from the north. But New Zone changes things up. But can I turn your eyes to Twisted Minds? Also center of the zone, and actually in a better position in New, having hills completely to themselves here, Tiff.
Yeah, you also have, what, Team Vision right there. You've got the Falcons still alive right there. You do have to keep on focusing, but it's this squad right here on your screen that still has to work their way down. Hospital's going to be formidable, but if they have a vehicle, it'll help them in the open areas.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, VP can't catch a break on some of these rotations.
Definitely not.
A lot of folks down here already in New. VP got a lot of work to do if they want to get into in-game, but the Gentlemates are who I'm paying attention to in the middle. Of course, Twisted Minds, we've got to watch them, but it's the teams at the top of the leaderboard. Team Vision, Gentlemates, those are the squads that can potentially pass our match point threshold of 125 points. Here we go.
Gen G picking up some kills, and Rock Esports putting the pain down towards the Falcons. Wars with a thermite in hand. Alexa, I'll save that one for just a second. To the sky I turn my attention, but make sure you focus on the Falcons. You give them an inch, they're taking a mile, and who knows, they could take 300K later.
And you got to remember, too, Falcons are one of the only 2 NA teams even inside the top 10 at 8th place overall. But they only have 63.4 points going into this map. They need to double that in order to breach our threshold. Not going to get there this map, but they can certainly get a little bit closer with this map, especially if they're able to get this wipe and have a nice free position on the west side of the map.
That was a snipe. That one hurt. Good thing we have plenty of resources. We dodge the streaks that are coming through towards our building. And yeah, exactly. Soka grabs a window, and they're still going to keep that pressure on. My problem with this is they're not the only team. If one of them goes down, it's going to send that signal flare on up for another team to push on in, and Azen could have an angle.
Well, a quick update, by the way, BBJ is full out of this lobby now, believe falling out. Looks like in 29th place. Team Vision has one out on the south side of the map. They are chilling for now. Of course, we got to watch the Falcons here in the west. The most furthest west spot you can basically hold on this map. So patience, a virtue for them. They want to see more teams fall before they have to inch their way forward. They've got to wait on this new zone. VP has been in a blender trying to make it to zone. They do make it to zone, but they're missing a player and missing out on a ton of resources.
It's because it's Ravens Esports. They already picked up a frag onto VP, and they're not going to back down here.
Here we go.
You've got Optic on the other side, though, and they're going to third party this. They want some kills on the board. Imagine what happens when Optic gets at a TV station.
Would be really nice for them. They need the points. But Ravens, of course, the only other team that is inside the top 10 on the back of a banger map win. They've elected to back off. They don't have to take this fight. No reason to scam. But with new zone pull, folks, obviously you can see it on your screen. We got to pay attention to VP. Noobs trying to get the win.
Ahsoka?
It's Noobs versus Ahsoka in the Gulag, and Noobs just holds the angle. Noobs doesn't even have to blink. Lines him up. See you later.
I saw some tactical crouching.
A little bit of insult to injury, but back to the action we go, because our zone has pulled closer and closer to Twisted Minds. We are headed to the hills.
And they've been there for a few minutes now, laying claim to the space. They want to control that area, but not unless you've got Biffle. Biffle, he talked about it. Last year in Warzone Comp averaged 1.7 average placement. This has been a day out of the ordinary, and they're looking for a regain.
Citadel Gaming, Foulnet's coming in as a full team of 3.
Oh.
Got a collat in the competitions leading up to this. Talked to him before. A chance to prove the haters wrong in a 3v2 against the Falcons. They could play spoiler to the Falcons yet again in a brand new competition on land. Here we go, Biffle on 5. They're outside of the zone with the new pull. Hills is basically where you want to be. Both of these teams want to get there, but they got to fight through each other first. Shifty trying to line them up, but they are not scamming. They are playing this slow. I like this plan as far as off-screen.
Kromalock
The
down.
Gentlemates are out of here.
100 Thieves, they stay alive. They get into the top 30, and they send Gentlemates packing. I don't believe they hit 125, which means, you know, we've got a few more to go.
Yeah, this fight may be important, but the Gentlemates just died in 27th. There's no way they had enough points to make it. Could have 0 teams on match point in theory. You've got to pay attention to Team Vision. He's at the south side of the map. They are chilling. So this fight right here is incredibly important, and it's about to break out. The zone is going to force it to break out. Still a 3v2. We got another team entering the mix here shortly. Optic Gaming finding a nice team wipe off screen as we wait for Shifty and Biffle to try to make a move in a 2v3 situation outside of the gas. Where are these players? Everybody's skating their way into new.
We don't survive this. Surely we don't survive this rotation. Rocky Sports just up ahead are going to be looking for the angles. We still find wipes here, but Biffle's down, Biffle's out. Shifty has further to go, but ESC has played spoiler to so many of our heavy-hitting teams. And goodbye to the Falcons. Do you know who's still in it? You know who could still hit 125? Team Vision.
It's the only team that can hit 125 unless a miracle happens from someone else. We do see VP also wiped, by the way. To our top 15, 14 teams remaining. ZHR win map number 2, and now late rotate, trying to work their way through several solos. A full team of 3 with Gorka and Teamy in the middle. Twisted Minds still have a power position in the hills, but Team Vision have a wide open south side. You haven't seen them on your screen because they are chilling on the south. They are completely alone. You saw them for a glimpse in the minimap. It's all kills all day. This fly-through is showing the bloodbath of the north while Team Vision just waits on the wind to the south. This is utter chaos.
ZHR on your screen. They've won a map. They're trying to take out 5 Fears, but Scythe goes big. Scythe takes them out, and he keeps it alive for now. Twisted Minds, I see them. Gen G, dead center. You also have ESC in the back alongside Rocky Sports now.
Not anymore.
Oh, they're gone?
Yeah,
you tried.
Perfect lineup there. ESC plays forward to everybody.
Bye, Gen G.
Aiden picks up Gen G. Little PA to clean him up there after a C4 against Rated. A big pickup. Twisted Minds still maintaining position in the hills, but where does the zone pull? It pulls to the south. Team Vision wait on their win even more. This new zone is handed to them. ETC Thomas picking up a couple kills, but Twisted Minds have a long road ahead of them, and then they're going to have to walk straight into a full team of 3. That's Team Vision on the hills, hanging out.
How many kills do they have, though? You said earlier about 29 points were needed to eclipse the threshold. And if you're controlling space, controlling the leaderboard, they've got the space, they've got the circle, and they could potentially grab even more kills.
Oh, ETC Thomas was putting on a show there. Z-Smith cut down. Aiden's going to pick him up here, but the zone is going to force them out. They're going to be picked up in rotation. This is brutal for Twisted Minds, as it looks like ESC is going to hang out here and pick them up as they try to move through the gas. Smokes may help for a moment. FIFA's actually stealing that kill away. Team Vision, it's inevitable at this point. The freest win we've seen in a very long time. They got all of the zone pulls. They had the high ground. They had the south side of the map cleared out so early, and they're just shooting fish in a barrel.
My worry, Echo on 2, make it 3, give him a 2x multiplier, but was it enough, Goj? One question we get answered with this win from Team Vision is that they can close out a game. Now we need win condition.
Quick look over the shoulder, not a ton of celebration. A nice win. I don't think they had a lot of kills.
Wait, I was looking. I think I saw 17 elims, and that's not
That's
kills.
right, that's right.
That's not kills. So maybe double digits if we're lucky. What if they miss it by 2 points? Like 1 point?
I mean, it's definitely possible. I'm no mathematician, but I feel like they'd be celebrating if they breached match point threshold, or maybe they're just chill like that. Here's a quick look back at the victory moment. Like I said, one of the freest wins we've seen in a very long time. Looks like Lynn's on 3 going into this one. It just really did feel like shooting fish in a barrel. The fish shot back a little bit, but they're chilling.
They tried. They really did. But they've got the high ground to low ground disparity. Everyone has to run to them. They controlled the space. I love that they're running tempered. It allows them to get their plates back up in. And he just re-chows it as soon as he's back to full health. And they just keep on putting the pressure, not allowing anyone to gain space or any chance of getting their health up.
And there's the 4th there. And ooh, okay,
11.
Let's head down to the stage and figure it all out with Enigma.
Appreciate you guys. I am here with FIFA Kill, of course, of Team Vision. My friend, you come out on top there in that map. I mean, I guess break that down for us. How'd you see it out?
Oh, I mean, we had a bit of a slow start. It was like we always loot in advance off rip, get Lodi for free, and we just look for whatever's happening. But everyone's been kind of moving further and further away from prison the more the 20's gone on, because they just know we're gonna fly them. So slow start, went back to prison. We're like, all right, we're gonna have to play hard end game. I think we only have 1 kill, like 4th zone, but closing out with 11, took the win away from other people. We did as much as we could.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you do close that out with 11, so I mean, trying quickly to do the math, something I'm not great at. It leaves you just shy, I think, of the match point. So, I mean, what's the next map for you then? Is it a case of practicing for that match point because you'll think you'll hit the points, or are you going to go same game plan?
I mean, absolute worst case, we need 6 or 7 points. We need to hit match points, so we're ready to win the whole thing. But after that, once we've got our points for match point, then we just got to try and take as much points away from the other teams as possible. If we win that game, that stops everybody else getting a 2x, we'll take it.
Okay, I mean, definitely getting you squeezed out there, pushing up against other teams. You've been talking about how good you guys have looked all day today. And I've got a lot of love for you fellas, but this is a standard of performance even I didn't see coming. What has been the thing that's been happening today?
I mean, we said from the start of the year that we were never a rebirth team. So like our result at EWC was honestly better than expected. Like we really just formed a Big Mac team. So I think we got a lot of confidence going into LAN. We used to play on ping, turn up at EWC, start cooking everyone. And then obviously turn up here. We're feeling more comfortable on Big Map. We got an uncom POI and now we're just showing out on that 0 ping, baby.
Certainly showing out here on LAN, that's without a doubt. You've got a lot of fans, of course, who are supporting you at home, we're cheering you on. You guys will be looking very pretty on the leaderboard. But that's all I need from you for now, my friend, because we're going to send it back to the desk so they can break it all down.
Thank you, Enigma. FIFA Kill, one of my favorite people out there in the scene, taking a big W. He said it, look, EWC, we're just not a resurgence team. Okay, Big Map, though, is a different story, and they very well could just be mere points away from the match point, or who knows, even reached it. You never know. That was a big game coming from them. We take a look at our highlights, and again, so many big moments. This was the game of life for me. The game that made, kind of a lot of teams who might have been in the middle of the pack feel a little bit more comfortable. Obviously, talking Twisted Minds, maybe ESC. If nobody reaches match point at this moment, I think we've got a couple more who might be very close.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you always have to look out for in these match point tournaments, right? It's easy for us to focus so much on the top of the leaderboard, but all sometimes it takes is 20 kills and a win 40 points on the board to jettison your way up that leaderboard. And I love that you called that out because that is really what I did feel like here. Some of these mid-pack teams who have had some success throughout the day already maybe are starting to kind of heat on up, feel a little bit better. We saw some teams in some odd positions here around the map, like why are, BDS and Moonride like all the way over at green? I don't know what's going on there. And we see the Falcons even in this map as well do, I think, a little bit better job of just kind of slowly but surely taking their fights across the map.
Yeah, slaying out for sure. I don't know if they were able to reach the multiplier top 10, but they gave a good effort. Actually, as I take a look at this, we're down to 18. I believe they get fully eliminated shortly after that. Yeah, so I think they were just shy. But Virtus Pro,
huge.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, decent game. Scythe, as you said, this has you losing your mind. Let's push through one choke point. Scythe says yes, thank you, and it's gonna be 5 Fears picking up a couple more eliminations. We get towards the end though, top 3, and well, we know how it ended.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's listening into them as well, listening into that FIFA Kill breakdown, the way that they play. They've got a system, they trust each other very much, and I think that's the difference from the team that they had last year, if you were Lennon and FIFA Kill. This is a situation now where you've got Echo, very respected mind in the space, very comfortable coming up with game plans, and he says jump, they just get it on with it and do exactly what he's asking for. It makes them a very effective team, especially as we're seeing in those late stages.
Well, ESC, second place. Another team that came in, I believe, in 11th place, a little bit further down than they probably wanted to be. But they've had some tremendous moments throughout today's competition. Did someone reach match point? I don't know yet. We're going to have to tally the scores. Until then, though, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Game 7 coming your way. The World Series of Warzone is brought to you by AMD, the official CPU and GPU partner of Black Ops 7. Scuff, change your game. Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Corsair, experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Drop, customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
favorite tactic in Warzone is going to have to be swimming in the water. So what I like to do is I like to have a starter pistol or machine pistol, kind of swim with the fish, kind of just wait until enemies either land in the water or kind of come near and the zone pulls to it. And yeah, honestly, I just enjoy swimming in competitive Warzone.
My favorite tactic in Warzone is really just run it down, try to find like the best hot drop at the time. So like I'll get as many kills as I can in Superstore, then buy a loadout as quickly as I can, try to get like a UAV and just run at dots. You know, keep chasing down dots and get kills.
One of my favorite tactics in Warzone right now is to finesse people with the zip lines. I love to go up the zip, and I feel like people don't use this unless they're at the high level, but as you're going up the zip, you jump off and you throw a smoke so that it lands at the top of the zip, and then the people that are camping it, they can't see you at all. So then you'll jump off for a second, throw that smoke, and then you'll go up, and then as the smoke lands, you're like up there and you're just able to wipe out squads.
Yo, what Aiden just described happens all the times in my lobby. He said it was high level. My MMR is through the roof, boys.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
talking
sure.
rank. I'm at the highest peak. I'm playing against Aiden's all the time.
Earnings check, buddy. I slammed you in a tournament. You are not good.
You got carried by Dongi. You did nothing.
Chat.
No, actually, you did nothing.
I dropped 20 on Taylor's head.
Okay.
Dongi dropped 43.
Okay. Yeah, because Dongi came out of nowhere and was like, I'm dominating everyone. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and see if they truly are. They had a great game after all. Did it elevate them up?
Ooh.
Well, Twisted Minds are going to be at ninth. However, Team Vision, 118. Gentlemates, not the best game. Still in a healthy spot, however, at 104. But again, that was the game of life, Enigma. The game to get those who were struggling or a little bit further down than they wanted to be in a comfortable spot to reach the match threshold.
Yeah, absolutely. You've now got several teams that can make that jump. I mean, Rock Esports, they are going to be just over, around about 30 points behind. We've seen them put up those kind of numbers before, so this becomes a question of how many teams cross that threshold, because unless Team Vision have a dramatic failure here in this one, they will be making it. But it's still a case for all three of these teams where, you know, you've got to go out there, put up those early kills to relieve pressure for the later fights.
And one thing you have to remember here, Team Vision, they have an opportunity to do what the Gentlemates did at EWC, right? Which is, hey, you only need 2 points to cross that threshold. Go ahead, fry out, be on that leaderboard. Because reminder, folks, when we hit that match point threshold, when you have a team win, the rest of the leaderboard goes ahead and freezes. So even if you're not the team that takes the dub, you'll at least secure yourself a very high spot on that leaderboard.
Well, they're a team that don't have much practice, though, when it comes to closing out games. So
True.
I wonder if there's an opportunity here to kind of go, okay, let's see how that strategy would actually look, play around it, and then they've got that kind of in the bank for later on. What did work, what didn't work, rinse and repeat.
I think the game's about to start. What is it going to be? Game number 7. I'm ready to go. You're the host. Ah! You're the host. I'm about to go. How do I jump?
Just do it.
Wow, that was something. All right. Well, yeah, game number 7. I don't know who came out of the plane on that one. Might see Taylor Reflections elbow on the map. That's a free kill. All right, here we go. Plane line starting on the north, folks. I'm excited to get into this one. Players dropping in. It's going to be north to south is our plane line, and our zone fairly centrally located. No major advantages for anybody this time around.
Ghost, did you see my Naruto run?
I did, Tiff.
Did you like it?
I did like it.
Almost as much as 100 Thieves taking down Community?
Yeah, something like that. I think that's a good analogy.
How's yours is trying? BDS on your screen, though. They're giving us the lay of the land up there in the north, and we do see Gentlemates free and clear over in Quarry. For BDS, though, slowly climbing the leaderboard.
Looks like as we loot up, we take a look at some of our players. ATC, maybe a little popular to start things off, but a classic trading of blows at the top side of the map. It does look like it goes to the side of the 100 Thieves, though, as they pick up a wipe on COD Immunity.
I heard our viewing area go crazy for that one, so I think we got some 100 Thieves fans out there. Maybe we can get a couple more squad wipes. For now, Colony 2K trying to grab squad number 30 on your screen. Over here in Village, I do like Team Vision down in Prison. They still have the lay of the land with the circle kind of the way it is off-kiltered throughout the central of Verdansk. I do think we're going to favor the east yet again.
Headed back to the east. Got a long time before you have to truly rotate out. Still fairly centrally located. It's nothing important to start. So we'll pay attention to some of these teams that are just kind of hanging out. Not even really looting, just trying to get eyes on their opposition. And so for now, yeah, I'm not sure.
He wins the Gulag. Blast wins his gulag against Bodsy. So preserving Genji. Oh,
hello.
Scumming. A ground loot shotty straight to the face by ATC Thomas. A resurgence for Genji would be necessary here. For rated Nate Dogg Scumming. I'd bet on that team.
That's a nice take with ground loot. Sometimes people complain about shotguns on the ground. Sometimes they're very helpful.
Boom.
Little barrel stuff, that'll do. A lot of kills happening on the left, though. It looks like Tapulator's actually able to get a full wipe on King AJ Showstopper, so they're going to head to the gulag. Nice angle, Scumming. Able to find one, looking for the second. Actually gets the crack on the second as well. Nice pickup. Should be no holds barred for the rest of this team.
We're going to ignore that we missed that. He just really wanted to take the stairs. He's on 2. He'll get to this fight. Teeny tries to hold on. Ray. Hello?
Oh, Nate Dogg. Oh, golly.
Thank God. Thank God. Imagine Nate Dogg falls there, but it's fine. Genji will be just okay. LWL, they're going to burn their gulags, and VP still contending with ESC over here in Boneyard. But like we said a couple maps ago, they flipped the script. ESZ kind of took the south side away from them. And Sage, if they're not careful, King Jock's going to flank them.
And it does look like you said, LWL sent to the gulag. Optic Gaming is actually to the south side of TV Station, kind of in that neighborhood. Seem to have abdicated the main part of the TV station from that early fight. They want to kind of stabilize before they take real action. We stay on screen here with VP for a moment before we move on, as they're continuing to fight Frenchmen on the other side. I say the Frenchmen, there's a lot of Frenchmen on this map, and a lot of EU on top right now, but the Australians trying to join the top 10 leaderboard and trying to get closer and closer to match point. We could be here for a very long time. It is still anyone's tournament.
Enzo Heeds looking to put the moves onto B-Mark and Scopes. We ripped the plates off of one. We don't actually push off that just yet. Maybe if we would have got a knock there, it would have been completely different. Liam from LWL going to win the gulag against Melvin. We'll see how the rest of the team fares. Elsewhere, Twisted Minds is going up against Genji, and ZHR takes one of Lotus 8.
Continuing this fight, Zach. Going to try to get aggressive from the off angle. This should be a nice pinch. Shouldn't be any sort of an issue. They're going for the revive, which is a little bit of an interesting play because they're going to get punished for it. Not sure about that one. Maybe didn't hear the footsteps as much as they would like. A brutal one, but either way you look at it, a nice pickup for ZHR.
FaZe here on your screen. 5 Fears just below them. 5 Fears, a lot of people always ask me my opinions on them. Honestly, I think they're looking pretty good.
Top 10.
Top 10, that's what I'm saying. If you're all about proving the haters wrong, making names for yourself and saying, yeah, I did it on land, like, what are you going to do about it? It's 5 Fears.
Yeah, let me be very clear about something. Our leaderboard is insane. 6th through 10th is a 3-point spread, all in the 70s. Absolutely anybody's game. But at the top of the leaderboard, Team Vision only need about little under 7 points overall. Gentlemates still need 20 points or so.
Ooh.
Here we go. Gooey trying to enact a snipe, try to open things up, but we swing over to the team that matters, the team at the top by a sizable margin now. They need 6.4 points in total, so they know they can play slow. They've left prison and are fighting farmland.
Well, they have Inner Circle just ahead of them. Obs is going to have a killer angle onto Lennon if he's not careful. If he extends out too far to the right of that side of the fence, he's going to lose his face. But lucky for him, he dives inside, tries to read this, still looking for an opening for this team. FIFA Kill likely bringing up the rear. He likes to kind of play in a way that allows Echo and Lennon to go off as a duo, hit the frag that they need, and if something goes amiss, he can go ahead and hit a reset. For Twisted Minds, we've seen them frying out, but this is a big one. This is Falcons.
Twisted Mind knows that they need points. They left Hospital. They're going to go search for some semblance of kills. There's really nobody around Hospital right now, so they're down in Promenade. And who also has moved over to Promenade looking for kills? It's those that have free POIs, aka the Falcons from Train, and now they're fighting each other, getting shot from multiple angles, slowly but surely trying to find the opening blood to open up this fight. Z-Smith playing the Overwatch position as a 2v2 is happening inside the building. The Falcons have one set up on the off angle as well.
At least they have a trophy system down on the inside in case someone tries to go ahead and hit those thermites. Good use of the heartbeat sensor, the smoke, the disengage for Team Vision. Looks like Teamy's over here looking for an angle onto Echo. Obs, actually, are they rotating out? Are they not? You know what? I bet they realize this is Team Vision looking for kills, looking to eclipse the match point, and they don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, it just didn't look like a good fight for him. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks. I like it. But Twisted Mind's trying to relocate as well. And it looks like Gen G finally starting to play potential spoiler here. We actually have one flying over high, so they have all the information they want. Nate Dogg's gonna get in and say, hello there. Unfortunately, can't connect, and Aiden jumps on top of it. This is utter chaos, and Nate Dogg is somehow still alive while Scumman's weak. He's just gotta get out of here. I don't think he's gonna get this splatter.
He's trying really hard. Nate Dogg, you might wanna hit a 180 turn. I don't know where you're going. If you're listening to comms from Rated in the Sky, turn around.
It looks like our flyer has officially landed on top of the building. Twisted Minds feels very exposed right now. So they've gone into the bottom of fire to make sure they're not going to get third-partied or OP marked. It does look like OP marked is, by the way, doing the job that I was just talking about. Prospect cut down. Scummin, though, cut down from another angle. Wasn't expecting Aiden to find an angle down below. Uh-oh, Gen G in trouble. They're going to back out of this one. Twisted Minds took a bad situation and made it a good one.
They don't even need to back out. Remember, Nate Dogg was going the other way. He said, bye, Scummin, I'll see you later. A loadout does drop right next to theirs as well. So if they do want to kind of regain from that situation and get a free loadout, they're going to have to dive back down to where Twisted Minds was. For Rock Esports at the airport, they're not alone.
Obviously, this is where Rock Esports starts. This is where they intend to finish this fight. A 2v3, here's the push, barrel stuff, can't see through the smoke. Unfortunately, Nick Cool wins the fight somehow. A weird play turns now into a 2v2. One up in front, Prodigy just, I don't know why we're not shooting our guns. What's going on right now? Thermites are good, but not in a fight like this. Now, a 3v2 turns into a 2v1 on the opposite side. Wars finds an angle though. He lines one up, is able to get the full. Should be a free revive, though, so new 2v1 with a different player. Waldo a little bit weak, though. Able to snake around this box and able to stay alive now. A 2v1 that Wars does not want to fight. He wasn't able to get the knock before the shields were put in, so he's going to back out of there. Plates in. See you later.
Still nervous. We do get the buy off, so that's huge. FaZe is rotating in from dealership. You see Swag on the horizon. So keep tabs on them. It's a double buy, so the full team will be back on up. We talked about FaZe being right there to open the call and put the hurt onto Rock Esports, but 5 Fears is also still on that eastern side.
I'd be curious. It looks like we're not looking at the Falcons because they are free and clear, back up in train. Usual rotation, so we'll stay on with some of our top teams. Channel mates. Again, they need still 20-point game. They need a little over, actually, 20.4 points to breach the threshold. It's actually pretty difficult. They've done it, of course. Need a lot of kills and a multiplier. And right now, not a lot to write home about, but that's pretty usual for their early game. Pretty uncontested up here. And it looks like they threw some shots down range, but not enough to actually do anything about it, so they're going to get back in their cars and drive around, trying to figure out where to go from here.
Well, it's smart. They were putting some shots onto that map 5 winner of Team StukeX, but as you can see, that circle is starting to center on up towards Stadium. You've got a couple of teams on the horizon. Gentlemates keeping that rotation back up north. They're headed towards Quarry, where they started from. Something that they like to do is make sure they clear out one side of the circle, but they're not alone. A few teams there just by them.
Yeah, they got to clear out the top side. I really like that. They're going to probably push, maybe not all the way to Quarry, but try to hold this top angle, looking for this new zone. Of course, we've got to pay attention to all of our returns to form. You see the Falcons pushing back to Twisted Minds, both top 10 teams. Twisted Minds start in Hospital. They moved down into Promenade, took some fights, didn't get much, and went back to their POI. Be curious to see what happens to them. But we got to pay attention right here. We got to get back into the fights because VP might be in trouble. Here's a look at them. It's going to be VP versus FaZe.
They're just looking for an opening angle. You can see Noobs kind of shaping it up, keeping Swag on the horizon. Tons of heartbeat sensor utilization here, and it definitely helps, but it's not like he was able to get an angle. Is he going to go ahead and try to grab high ground? Oh, he's looking for it. If he can grab a pick, stack the numbers in their favor. You got Adrian across the way. Booyah's out into the distance.
Yeah, I like this backup here from VP. Superstore obviously can support a lot of folks. And when it looks like FaZe have got high ground, not a fight you want to take, or frankly, not a fight that will really you'll be able to take at all. We swing back to the Gentlemates. Again, looking for maybe their first kill. At least Hollow doesn't have a kill and hardly any damage. And S8UL are just driving around looking for something.
You got yeah, exactly. They're in the vehicle. You have utilities in pockets. Rock Esports, we're trying to regain. Looks like Five Fears is going to continuously push them out. I did see Raven Esports take down Biffle. Now it's Optic grabbing Soka. They're definitely in trouble. If I'm the Falcons, rotating in is tough. But you made it to center circle, but how long can you stay there?
That's right, Five Fears on the hunt as well. That yellow 7, watch out for them. They're a top 10 team right now. They're at the bottom of that list, but they're still top 10. And the difference between them and the Falcons in 7th is a little less than 3 points. Five Fears looking for a top 5 position. Five Fears looking for that threshold. Not going to get it this game, but can definitely get close. Again, it's Gentlemates and Team Vision are the ones that could potentially breach threshold unless somebody has a monster game. Maybe Rock Esports.
Maybe Prod on 1, Prod on the run. And I don't know if you're not going to be okay here. Because, yes, this is an open map. But we'll check in with them later because Team Vision, a team that has the chance to eclipse it, has been fighting this inner circle roster since the start of map number 7. And FIFA's on 1 kill.
Yeah, this is good news. If you're everybody else besides Team Vision, somehow Inner Circle, the Aussies have been invading Team Vision in farmland forever. And now Team Vision hasn't had a free rotate into zone. So it'll be the first time in a while Team Vision's coming in late to the party in zone number 4. And they gotta get through the Aussies first. Bray opens up an angle where he can get shot from and somehow doesn't go down, but will fall here most likely. Gets the plate in, but no! A perfect trade. Obs on the off angle, playing Overwatch position. Bray just gets the plates in at the perfect moment and stays alive. Now Team Vision still can't get through the Aussies. Inner Circle has come online and now they have the advantage and they know it. They're pushing the equation. They're trying to take down Team Vision. They're the team at the top.
Lennon commandeers a vehicle and says, no, we're out, we're done. Echo, get in, your Uber's here. Let's go ahead, hit the replay, see what's going on. Reflame, BBJ, drops Believe, looks for the full, gets it. Juju looks for a trade, but it's Reflame, Panda, and Dizzy there who end up on the win. VP are nearby, though.
Yeah, nice little replay there. Here's a quick look at VP. Top of apartments, top of the tourist block. Got a high ground position, just technically outside of zone, but they should have enough information to know they can creep in. The real question is not just the rotation into this zone, it's the next zone. If this continues to pull to the east towards Stadium, yet again, VP will have a very difficult rotation going through several teams and frankly, wide open spaces. Vehicles are necessary for rotations and Team Vision knows it. Able to grab the players and move on their merry way, but now at the bottom of Stadium, now it's time to slowly creep into new.
Well, FIFA did win his gulag, so he grabs an extra kill there. We want to join up with Echo and Lennon. And them focusing on hitting the rotation early is brilliant, right? They're not going to get held by the teams that are already making it to Stadium. Instead, they can do the gatekeeping because Team Flanked still has to rotate out of farmland. They're dealing with their own kind of troubles out there for now. But whatever remnants survive and try to hit this, we can pick those up, hit threshold.
We do see Teeny wiped off screen. They might be out of this one. S8UL yet again find themselves on the fringe of the map, this time fighting Gentlemates. We've seen this fight before, and unfortunately S8UL gonna get the wrong end of the stick yet again.
Ooh.
S8UL cannot find their way to zone. They continually get stuck on this exterior position where they can't find any path that is free. Coming through the quarry side rather than a southern rotation early is proving disastrous for this roster.
Team Vision. Peculiar fight for this one. Onyx is also in Stadium. And that one feels close to home, right? Echo on Team Vision. Played on land back in the Copperbox Arena alongside Bumble. A little friendly banter.
Look, FIFA Kill regained here and got to the top of Stadium and doesn't have a great gun to work with from distance, getting information, but we go to Kizzy. Kizzy unfortunately getting slammed as flanking J-Tech and DJ Moss coming online. They've been slowly creeping up the leaderboard, picking up kills like this. That's a next team wipe. Unfortunately, Decky's here to get the third party. Perfect timing to come in and clean up this team. But a thermite from the back, flanked, finds an angle. Flank could play hero for his team. He's gonna win the gunfight and he doesn't. The Germans yet again on top. EU stays on top of these fights.
And if you think back to their interview after their win in map number 5, they just sing the praises of each other. And that chemistry, the clutch potential that every single one on that team has, leads to moments like that.
This new zone will dictate everything. Do we head to the east? Do we head to Stadium? Do we head to downtown? Do we head across this ravine? Do we head to the Superstore side? Twisted Minds, are they gonna have to rotate far? Let's take a look at them. On the edge of zone and still on the edge of zone and not in new. We head to the neighborhood just on outside of Stadium is where our circle will lead us and likely be the end. TV station barely inside the north side of that zone. TV station currently occupied by Unity, Marco, Sancho, Mayhem, Swizzin. They're gonna be chilling on the north side. Looks like maybe fighting a team while the Gentlemates try to find an entry point through the north. And they're actually gonna bypass TV, come in from an angle and go straight to the center of zone. This is what they do every time. Talk to me about how valuable vehicles are, Gentlemates. Good grief, they go dead center, but they still gotta fight.
They waltz right on in, but it's not gonna be easy. You can see Andre grabs Gromalok, immediately entering. Andre Moonride, they're laying claim. They want to control this space. They want to take the Gentlemates down, deny them the chance to get to Threshold. We know the clutch potential that we've seen from Hollow. We know Enkyo is fiery, but you have to get through them.
Body stacked up. Here we go. Enkyo picks up one, almost picks up the second. A little bit weak. They got to back off, and Enkyo does as well. Here's the trade. Trish trying to get the fall, and he can't get it. They just need a couple kills, and unfortunately, they're getting cut down. They're not completely out of this lobby. It doesn't look like it, but they are in deep trouble. Going to be very difficult to put up a 20-point game, Tiff.
Well, here comes StukX on 3, also wanting to show you the importance of those vehicles. Thank goodness for the Gulags here for Gentlemates. He's got Big Man on the other side. 5 Fears looking pretty good. NA versus EU.
A 1v1, 5 Fears, a top 10 team. The Gentlemates top 3. This is a fight. Is a must win if you want to breach match point in a barrel stuff.
Okay.
It's not even close.
Clean, clean. Can we get another one, please? 5 Fears, top 10, sure, but having some troubles here in map number 7. Gentlemates are going to have a heck of a regain. Even winning the Gulag and getting back into the max, you talk about free real estate, there is none. There is not a clean space to hit the ground running here. So Enkyo needs to take down Panda to give them a fighting chance.
There we go. Young gun Enkyo, known to win his ones. Panda, fantastic left-hand competitor. Here we go. First blood goes to the side of Panda, but a barrel stuff. Oh, no! Those first couple shots made Enkyo just weak enough to lose it. The Frenchmen have a style in the Gulag. They almost get both, but they still have life in this lobby, at least for a nanosecond. They're in deep trouble.
Yeah, no money. Hollow's alone, but this wouldn't be the first time we've seen him make a crazy solo play. So I think he has the potential to do it again. Yeah, they've been here. They got to the middle. The center of the circle keeps tying up on them, but Twisted Minds, they've got to work for it.
Yeah, they've been having to work over and over and over again. We pull a little bit further to the east, so Twisted Minds still outside of zone, but they're finding kills along the way. This is a gigantic game for Twisted Minds. If you're a Twisted Mind fans, you're loving it. Here's a quick look at the zone. Look at Twisted Minds. They got to rotate. Look who they have to go through.
VP.
VP holding edge of zone. Should see this fight here shortly. Look at where the Falcons are. Really strong position in the bank as well. And you see Team Vision having to come in from the east side of the map through Stadium. You know they don't have great resources as well. Of course, all eyes are drawn to the Falcons, but you've got to watch this Twisted Minds roster. It doesn't look like they're going to go through VP. Instead, they're going to rotate all the way through the south side. The problem with this, yes, there's a lot of room, but unfortunately, there's a lot of teams as well.
There is 29 teams left in map number 7. About 22 minutes into this match, and I couldn't even tell you who's going to win this one, Goj. The way the circle pulled, Path and Neighborhood. This is a good rotation for Twisted Minds. I say that, and I see one get picked off.
Yeah,
I see Almond get picked off. I am a curse.
Well,
I have a death note.
It's what we were talking about on the map view. Like, they saw real estate, they saw buildings, but unfortunately, there's too many teams there. They get cut down. I will say, still a decent game. Yes, Diane 29th, but Twisted Minds, they had 13 kills between 2 players. If Aiden had 0, still a decent game. We go back to Team Vision, though. They only needed 6, and Lennon gets 1, but can't get the full. Echo's got to find some kills.
Elsewhere, Believe, I think, just hit a PA of the century. I just saw the entire kill feed light up with a PA from Believe on BBJ. We'll check in with that later. Hopefully they're mounting up kills, but this is a team that can go into WinCon here in map number 7.
Lennon is just finding any piece of cover he can get his hands on. FIFA can't get over a small barricade. Somehow Team Vision may not hit our 125 point match threshold. Match point threshold is 125 points. They needed 6. And right now, Lennon and Echo have 1 point.
Tough.
20 teams still alive. Holy cow. Quick replay here. Got to make sure that Team Vision stays alive.
There it is.
Oh, gosh.
They were just all turtled up, prone behind
We're back
us.
into it, though. Team Vision out of here. A nice PA in the replay, but Team Vision not going to hit match point. Holy cow. We got a lot more games to play.
Optic getting crazy. Noobs just... Don't look at me. This is my bush, and I am just going to stay here. Tried to make it towards the end. They don't. But this squad, BBJ, have the chance to climb up that leaderboard. They're playing as a death ball, playing together, and making sure that they approach the fights. They stack them in their favor. And Bread, through the fire and flames, starts to lay the groundwork towards that circle. But they're not alone. There's 5 teams just around them.
Falcons are in 7th place going into this one. They need a 51-point game to breach match point threshold. Can't imagine we're going to see it, but they do have a decent power position here with a couple kills, and frankly, maybe just a couple. Biffle on 0, a player on 1.
That's tough.
And unfortunately, they're actually not in zone here, just barely going to have to jump out wide out into the open. This zone is insane. These buildings barely in. You see Renzo, looks like they're wiping BBJ with some C4s. This rotation is going to be brutal. OP Mark squad down to 2, down and dead. The Falcons open up their own road. They said, I'll pave the road myself, but they have so much further to go if they want a chance. And we still got 8 teams as look at Destroyer and Unrational in the kill feed. Now on screen, Shifty trying to play spoiler to another NA team, and they're able to do it. The Ravens down top 10.
They're paving their way to the circle over the bodies of their enemies. I thought Optic was in a solid position. Turns out, definitely not. You said 0 kills, you said 1 kills. Now we're starting to stack them in our favor. And as soon as we get that 1.8x multi, it's going to keep climbing. But you have to lay the groundwork. And you've got BDS, team number 8, closest to the space. But Optic have to move also.
BDS are staring at Optic. Optic are pinned on the edge of zone. They've got to swing through smokes and just force this building. Unfortunately, it's going to be insanely difficult. You see FLS go down, so Optic doubles back. And unfortunately, they're running into the Falcons. Optic trapped between a rock and a hard place. They do make top 5, though. It looks like no. Falcons go down in the 6th place position. Sorry. Optic goes down to 6th place position. We are into the top 5. The Falcons have made it somehow into a 1.8x multi.
He's going for it. Gui wants to take down Biffle. He's got the sniper. He's looking to connect it. Onyx on the other side. We've got different little areas of cover. Soka grabs Abwiz, Disrupt, gets a couple more kills to add to their tally. Each one of them worth 1.8. Does he grab even more? Bubble last alive for Onyx in a burning building. He pushes up. He climbs up the ladder and grabs a couple kills. He says, if I'm going down, screaming.
BDS have the perfect zone pull. This would be the biggest scam in a very long time if they don't get the win. And Soka's just running up at him, and he takes down Jukies. Looking at a distance, gets shot in the face.
A 2v1v1.
From a millimeter away. BDS down to a duo. Ahsoka as a solo. The closer, can he do it? Against 2 players, the odds are against him, and they're too much to handle. BDS on top. Gui gets the final kill.
Another one for EU. Map number 7. I don't know if Enigma hosted a little rally before today's events, just cheering on some words of wisdoms for the boys across the pond, but whatever he did, it's paying off.
A huge win for BDS. And here's a quick look back on that victory moment. Of course, look at Ahsoka and Biffle down in the trenches there trying to shoot back. Bubble picks up a full team wipe on a team that could potentially play spoiler off the distance to BDS. Hisoka is able to pick up a kill here, and again, a top 5 position means 1.8x multi. The Falcons were in 7th going into this. BDS have a lot more room to work on this leaderboard, but this is a nice value add. Let's head down to the stage after that victory and hear from BDS.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Jukies of BDS after a big map win here. My friend, break down that final play. How have you sealed that one out?
To be honest, we just had to make sure we were getting in the end zone because we know what we can do. To be fair, I was surprised that we didn't get there a bit earlier, but we saw that the yellow building was a bit clear. We cleared it, and then we just got the zone pull, and we just sorted it out, you know.
Yeah, just locked it down there at the end, made it nice and simple. I got to say, obviously, this is a hell of a story for you this year because, of course, you know, there was some talk at the back end of last year, and it's a case of you've walked into this team now with GUI, with FLS. What's it like playing alongside these boys?
I mean, there's always talk every year, to be honest, about me. I bet you're surprised to see me up here. Now I'm lucky to be picked up by the lads, obviously representing Team BDS, one of the best orgs in the world. This kid's on fire tonight, and my man's yelling very good today, so hopefully we can see it out.
I mean, yeah, you guys are indeed putting up great performances. Good to hear that, of course, through the 3 of you here, you're sitting up very well. Because last year, yourself, GUI, and FLS were part of the greatest performing EMEA team. And EMEA are really putting on today as well. And you 3 now, obviously, of course, a huge part of that. How does it feel to step out here on LAN? No ping, not playing till 4 in the morning. That's got to be giving you that bit of buff today.
Well, that's one thing I want to say, by the way, because I don't know what time it is back home, but shout out to everyone that is staying awake watching all of us, by the way. A lot of the Europeans, I know it's very late, but we all appreciate you staying awake. But yeah, it's great to be on LAN. This is what I do. I'm used to this. I didn't even have a team until 2 hours before the qualifiers, you know, 2 hours before they picked me up. And now look, I'm shining again, so let's go.
You are indeed shining again, and you are putting on. No, you know what? Again, I've always said this, and I was one of the people that, you know, had a couple of things to say last year. But this man stepping up and delivering alongside 2 fantastic players. Really proud of what you guys are doing out here, and long may it continue. But is there anything that you want to say for the last bit of words before I throw it to desk?
It's not over yet, innit? There's a few more games left. You know, hopefully we get match point next, and we see it out after that.
Absolutely. Job's not done. Well, I hope you fellas get there and we can watch you guys continue to light up what has been a fantastic afternoon. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it back to the desk.
Hey, thank you. Enigma out there on the stage. A fresh win for Jukies and his crew. Of course, BDS, big moves. Jukies, a long-standing competitor when it comes to not only the World Series of Warzone as a whole. You don't have much to say about how they took the win other than just we got the job done. But the job isn't done just yet in terms of them getting up into the match point threshold.
Yeah, have you heard his spirits are high?
That's
he says,
right.
We want to hit that match point threshold. We want to go ahead and close it out. And I think they can, right? They did a lot of work in that map to get those points on the board. But they weren't the only team who were also trying to make that happen. We're starting to see some of these fights on top of airport roof really happen game over game. We've seen Rock. They love to hang out there. They love to play from this type of area. And it seems like they're finding some more kills as well. And they are one of the squads that's right in contention.
CT over here. That's Reflame on your screen. Again, I've been casting over him for the longest time. Lovely to see him on the World Series of Warzone stage. Honestly, I wasn't expecting it, but yet there he was. A competitor that's good at one game can definitely be good at multiple. He's just a rare breed. But it was Falcons who also had a big, tremendous game too, getting second place, but they had to battle against the likes of Jesus and crew, J-Tech, right? All of them putting up a big fight.
And this is where you have to be worried if you're a competitor in this lobby. We've seen this time and time again where we get to game 7, game 8, and the Falcons are starting to figure out the map. They're figuring out how they want to start working around it. This is where they start to climb up the leaderboard little by little. And a map like this was beautiful by them. They don't manage to get the win, but what they do manage to get is a lot of points on our board.
A lot of points indeed, and obviously Bubble as well in third place. Big moves coming out from them. One of the best games we have seen from them today, but it was BDS who stole the show.
Yeah, it was indeed, and this is a team that it's come together in a weird way. The last year, FLS and GUI, they were part of that best performing EMEA roster. They end up dropping Clav in the end and bringing in Jukies, who's added a level of firepower to them. And you heard it in the interview. Look, last year I had words to say about the way that he played. And I think it required a strong leader, a strong set of boys around him to really help him play in. You may have listened in the past. They argue big time. They say things to each other that are not nice. Definitely not for broadcast. But I think that helps. I think that helps temper Jukies down a bit, keeps them a unit and helps them improve. And that's why they're delivering today.
Listen.
Sorry, I thought you really wanted to hop in there, baby.
I was thinking about, it was interesting because we were so hyped about this, Lennon, FIFA Kill, and Juki's team last year, and then when it kind of came time to the World Series of Warzone, they were a complete dud, really nowhere to be found, right? And it's been really fun to watch, basically. That team kind of went through a little bit of turmoil. They separate, and now they're both finding success here in World Series of Warzone this year. Obviously, with Team Vision performing very well, potentially crossing threshold, we don't know. And also now with Juki's and BDS has some new teammates, and they're now performing very well indeed as well. So very excited to kind of have that little bit of a storyline coming out of the EU region.
Yeah, definitely. So EU region. Hey, man, it's finally your time to shine, Enigma. Again, me and Dan, specifically Dan, more like 99% of it, me 1% of it, has been just taking you into the fire every year, bro. About EU. Look at EU now, baby.
Look, I don't want to count my chickens just yet. Let's make that very clear. All right, let's calm it down. Let's relax. I see you got esports posting on the timeline. Let's slow that down right there. All right, let's actually get across the line first. But no, very proud of my region. Of course, we sacrificed a hell of a lot to get here, quite frankly. Finishing tournaments at 5 in the morning, playing off paying, stuff like that. It's all because we love this. We love what we do. A hell of a lot of passion coming through. And you can see that when they see the opportunities that they've got to come and perform on something like this and deliver here today.
That's right.
Great stuff.
Well, like you said, don't count your chickens before they hatch. I mean, after all, you do have Falcons who's on the come up. Twisted Mind, let's not forget about them, right? You have some very dominant teams who had a tremendous storyline at the top of the show. They're going to continue to be a storyline until a team reaches match point and this entire tournament is over with. We got a lot more still to go through. The question is, did anybody reach match point? We're going to find out after the break. Many teams have the goal of reaching match point, but for now, only one has achieved that goal. Team Vision, FIFA Kill, Echo, and Lennon.
Have crossed our threshold. The only team to do it by, admittedly, a very small margin. But that doesn't matter now because they are the team. All they need is a win, Enigma, and they will be our World Series of Warzone champions.
They will, indeed. But what it, of course, paints, and as you saw in the imagery there, is a huge target on your back. Everyone will be fully aware that you have the opportunity to end the tournament right here, walk away with $300,000. And I'm seeing a lot of names in that top 10 that will refuse to let that happen. So they are the team to chase down.
And this is where, finally, the World Series of Warzone starts to turn up the heat, baby. Because we start getting into our favorite time, which is where we go one more game, potentially, right? This is where every game that we go, more and more teams are going to join Team Vision at the top. What a fantastic way to enter our top team for crossing the match point threshold.
That's right. It's a Western out here. It's them versus the world. It's Team Vision, and everybody is looking to gun them down. But they're not going down without a fight. This is a big moment, not only for EU, but also this entire roster. I mean, you think about FIFA, how long he's been competing at EWC, World Series of Warzone, and now he has a chance to win? My goodness, his head is going to be as big as the world.
I mean, look, the one thing is about like what this now means for them as a three. We've talked about their storylines. Of course, FIFA Kill, this is a redemption arc. For Lennon, this was a proving point. But for Echo, this is almost an example of who he has become. He's well respected globally in the sense of, and that's hard, by the way, for European players to get an amount of respect that he has over in NA, because he's a great mind who understands the game incredibly well. Well, now you go to that point where your mind matters so much more than the slaying prowess of your teammates, because you've now got to put your team in the best position to close out. You seal that deal, you rewrite history. You'll be the first team from EMEA to seal a major.
And the thing is, though, you have two very talented squads hot on your heels.
Yes, you do.
We just saw Team BDS win that game. I believe they're only about roughly 12 points away from crossing match point threshold. And only a couple more points for 15 needed to cross is the Gentlemates in third. So you are not going to have a buffer if you want to try and manage to extend this tournament, right? You might only have one shot if you are Team Vision.
Well, it's time to take a look at our Corsair players' stats. Who's been leading the charge in today's competition from an individual perspective? Inkyo at the top, FIFA just below him, and followed by Gui at third. Who else do we see?
I mean, what I'm seeing is nearly 26,000 damage out of Gui. The hell is that figure that we're looking at on our screens? I'm going to ask someone to triple check that because that's ridiculous. But that is a man who is not only putting up kills, but also helping his teammates, supporting them so much. Incredible stuff for sure. Obviously, a lot of the rest of the leaderboard to talk about there, but that's the standout figure for me. He's really helping his team succeed.
Hey, we know one thing we love to see. That's Gui with a sniper in hand, and I got to imagine that's how he's getting there. He's just throwing shots down range, baby, and he's trying to crack plates wherever he can.
That's it, but you also have Biffle down there looking to come up. Obviously, Falcons coming off the back of a second place, maybe joining match point, but it's going to be a lot longer than what we're seeing Vision if they're already there. Now, I do want to say Echo has also had a phenomenal game in fifth there with 26. Really, the entirety of this Vision roster has just performed exceptionally well. No surprise. Why? I mean, they're obviously at match point already. They're taking today by storm.
It's also just very weird when we talk about this team and we're looking at a player stats card. Lennon isn't even on this list.
True.
It's FIFA Kill and their IGL Echo who are up here, who are finding the kills, who are dealing the damage. So kind of is a very interesting scenario to me to see that.
All right, well, it looks like we're getting loaded in potentially into our next game very shortly. Now, let's set the stage. Once again, we just said it. Team Vision, the first and only team currently on match point. If they win this next game, they are officially your 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Champions. If they do not, more teams are inevitably going to match where they are currently at, past the 125-point threshold. We're talking Gentlemates. We're talking potentially Twisted Minds in a little bit, maybe Falcons, right? Starting to come up. Who knows how many teams we'll have at the very end. Go back, though, to Vegas. It ended the first ever match point. It ended on map number 6, I believe it was, and that was Falcons. As soon as they were the first team, they closed it out. No drama, no other rosters to make it. Vision could do the same here, but they're going to have to pull it together and pull it together quickly. It would be phenomenal if they can do so, but again, like you said, teams are on their heels. Now, I want to take a trip back to EWC real quick. Remember, Falcons, they were not on match point.
Yes.
But what did they do? They hunted down the two teams that were and eliminated both of them. Do we see a return of that villain arch?
I don't know, because I think that right now they're a little bit out of the picture, and they need
Yes.
to make sure they get into match point contention. I think at EWC they were right there, thereabouts, so they were kind of like willing to make sure they could get to that line. I think right now they need to focus on just getting themselves to that point, and maybe at some point realizing, okay, this is where Vision like to play out of. We'll just look to cut them off on rotation later on.
Well, and also Falcons, they've kind of had this idea of their contests don't always go their way. So you have to imagine, Hospital is at least kind of close to train. So if they lose that, they have to regain. They still have a general side of that map that they know how the flow kind of works. For them to land on Vision, they got to go all the way to the southeast of Prison and now have to play out of that POI to make it happen. So do I think it's a 0% chance? No. Do I think it'd be smart if your team Falcons? Also still no. I think they know what they have to do to try and get back into this game. That last game was everything we needed to see to feel confident about the Falcons. And so I don't think they necessarily drop on them, but we can never count out what's going through the brains of Soka, Shifty, and Biffle.
That's a fact. Now, for those teams, though, I said at the beginning of the show, I'll say it once again, those teams who are not in contention currently for the match point, they're way far down. Do they want to get bold? Do they want to challenge Team Vision just to extend the tournament? Maybe we have 30 teams on match point. That would be historic, but it's possible. As you can see, we're loading in, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to no jumping this time, mind you. Just told by production. Okay, we'll keep both feet on the ground. Hey, check this out. We're heading into the next game. Vision have a chance to secure it. Will they be able to? It's up to them to decide. Let's bring in our casters. We've got Goj. We've got Spider Tip. Let's see if they can get the job done.
Holy cow, folks. If you're a fan of long tournaments, this might be bad news. Team Vision have breached the match point threshold, and Dandra said it perfectly. It's a bad idea for anybody to head to Prison. This is going to be a wild one. If there's one team that can close games out and get victories, it is absolutely this roster.
But what does that say about the Falcons? Biffle earlier today stating the dynasty coming to an end. I think, he did say the word think in there. He soft launched it. He goes, I think I'm done. You want to end out on top. You want to pull the hat trick. You want 3-4-3 World Series of Warzone global lands. However, they could eclipse 125 in this lobby, Goj.
All right, well, I will say something's a little crazy about this plane line. It starts in Prison. The plane literally is saying to FIFA Kill Squad and everybody else in the lobby, anybody want to get out? First stop. Anybody want to go chow them? It's not looking like it's very likely. Team Vision, they drop into Prison. They seemingly are alone. The plane will bisect the map from southeast to northwest, all the way to Dam. And for now, Prison is unoccupied by anyone besides FIFA Kill, Lennon, and Echo.
Falcons business as usual, just ahead of Citadel Gaming, whose POVs we are currently on, just hovering over train station. We saw Biffle, the potential for the last game, currently situated in 5th place overall, 27 points away from win condition. A team on your screen, Rocky Sports.
There we go. We've got a lot of folks that actually could potentially breach this threshold with a decent game. A great call out there, top 5 team. Falcons, 27 points is what they need. 25 if you're StukeX, Decky, and Lays. And the Gentlemates, of course, only need 15. Whereas BDS, who jumped all the way to 2nd place, they need a little bit less than that, but we got to fight on our screen as Vombot actually finds Unrational.
That was not
crazy.
Not forgiving for Unrational there. Out in the open a bit too long. Vonbot cleans it on up. However, Ravens Esports, they're in 10th place overall.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily super close to breaching 125, but it wouldn't be uncharacteristic of Unrational to put down a 50-point game.
Yeah.
We've seen it on a ton of online tournaments. Possible. It would be a huge game. Not unlikely.
All right, chat and the people at home that are watching, I need you to give me a bit of trust right now. If you don't see Team Vision on your screen, that's because they are not in a fight. If you do see them on your screen, it's because they're in a fight. So be ready for a lot of action. Of course, our players also streaming their POVs as well. We take a look at the Frenchmen, who need about 15 points, a little bit less, and it starts right here. Unfortunately, I don't know how you didn't hear that player behind you. A barrel stuff in the back, execution style. Inkyo goes down, and now Gentlemates in a bit of trouble. They have moved out of Quarry immediately. They're all the way down on the south side of the POI. Looking for a fight.
Oh, no. First squad? Breaking down the Gentlemates?
What? Not even a squad, a solo. Axadays says, whoopsie daisy, see you later. Gentlemates head to the gulag.
Okay, they're just going to the gulag early on to get some kills. All is well. If they wipe one squad, they only need 12 more points to hit win condition. It's totally fine. But the Gentlemates, we talked about it at the top of the show, they have an issue with closing things out. And for the largest time today, they were in the lead. They were at the top of the leaderboard, and now they're situated in third.
Well, we got to get out of here. We got to get over to Team Vision. They're fighting people. They're not even in prison. The zone has pulled them out of them. Where are they? I think they're fighting in port, from what I could tell. Try to get eyes on them as fast as possible. Stukex, Lays, and Decky, of course, top 5 team. They're super important right now. But if Vision's in a fight, Team Vision in port, where are they? What's going on?
The gulag. Raul on the other side. It's not going to be an easy win. Community versus Gentlemates. Raul closes to the middle. Hollow wants to lay the groundwork, but takes a nade to the face. This is going to open the door for Raul to push and takes down Hollow. One down, Gromalok. Can we take down Blast from 100 Thieves? Couple shots go the way. The Molly not going to connect. Oh. We take it to the face. Grom at half health. Grom to the middle. Grom with a knife to the face. Enkyo, though, does win his gulag, hits the buyback. Hollow alongside him. It's not over yet.
Fortunately, it seems to be at least over in terms of being sent to the gulag for FaZe. They're down there as well. Don't worry. Team Vision is still alive. They're down in port now. They've moved up from prison very quickly. Everything's seemingly okay for the most part. So we'll pay attention to Lumber for a moment and watch a couple people loot and then figure out where we want to go from here. Skinner just picking up anything he can get his hands on as Decky, Stukex, again a top 5 team, come into view for a moment. I don't think they're going to stay here, though.
I'm starting to get nervous with my premonition when I was talking to Sir Taylor early on yesterday when he asked me who I thought was going to win and then shied away when I said... when I didn't say the Falcons. And I was like, if you guys can't get to match point threshold in 6, I think it's going to be someone else. So if Team Vision takes it, as you see them down in port, they're covered. There's a ton of people down there. I am so worried about that area of the map. It will not be easy for them to chow that. But Ghosh, it's still such a fresh map.
Yeah, again, port, super important. We'll keep our eyes on it. We'll take a look at it right now because they're staring at their opponents with an advantage. They've pushed out Scopes and Knight to the left side. And so far, so good. An early rotation out of prison was the right move. Again, we hyped up their IGL. 2 members of the old guard, Lennon and FIFA Kill, been playing this game since launch. And over 5 years later, have a chance to close out World Series of Warzone right now. They've got some opposition on the other side, but you're right, Lotus 8. This isn't looking good for anybody right now.
Oh, but Echo, he says, you want to drop Lennon? I will make it payback. Now, Lotus 8, I do respect that they were trying to hold from that angle. Unfortunately, if you're going to keep peeking from that angle, all you're leaving exposed is your face, and it hits 10 times harder. So Vision picks up more kills, and they keep on moving. You know, FIFA won the Code Bowl, Ghosh.
Listen.
FIFA won the solo YOLO.
We casted over this guy winning everything this weekend. If this guy clean sweeps in Vegas, he better head to the tables. Holy cow.
A little roulette action?
I don't know what it is. Continue to watch out for other fights that are happening. Of course, train station where the Falcons land. This time it looks like King AJ actually shooting back. Falcons have won this POI over and over again. King AJ's team, this time fighting back a bit.
Biffle has to answer back. The Falcons have to hit match point at this point in time, because if they don't, I worry that other teams are going to eclipse it. BDS, Gentlemates, even Team StukeX just needs 25 points. There are so many teams that could breach it. But, you know, I thrive in the chaos Ghost. I really would love to see at least 7 teams on match point. I want one more game.
Look, I think there's a lot of folks that want one more game, and certainly the Falcons are one of those. Biffle, since the disadvantage, and backed off. This is a great play from him. There's 2 on the other side, and now he's got an angle. They push out thinking Biffle's alone, and whoopsies. Ahsoka standing here and saying, come on, guys, you can't fall for that. You think we're going to let that happen? No way. Showstopper goes down. The Falcons, untouchable right now at Train.
Shifty pops up to the top, uses the heartbeat sensor, looking for King AJ, the last alive from this roster. But this battle of NA versus the French, of Dongy versus the French, he wants to take them down, find those kills, end the Battle of Boneyard once and for all.
The Battle of Boneyard.
Sounds like a Western.
Yeah. Well, don't worry. We got a lot of Western vibes going on right now in the stadium. It was a very cool segment we had, but I was about to say, yeah, they were fighting here for a moment. I think they actually lost Echo for a second. So we'll take a quick look at them. They have fully restabilized. However, they are outside of the zone. They did not win out in port. Several teams have moved into this area. Of course, a team that's always here, eclectic, Savvy Ultras, Kibby's, Jesus Jr. in the area. A lot of work to do. We'll check back in with them when they go for that rotation. But for now, VP maybe in a bit of trouble, because it looks like Team 47 is right behind them.
Sage on the horizon, just a bit further north. ESC still in the mix. They look like they rotated on out. But for CT Black, they might get into the action. Fraud? I wish a C4 connected to that vehicle. Not for Nickel Colony 2K's face, but just because I think it'd be interesting. Not gonna happen though. They're getting pushed down to storage.
Yeah, getting pushed out of storage for now. And again, Rocky Esports really have been putting on a show, but again, not surprising. They're in 6th place overall. Definitely could make a move for a match point threshold. 125 points, not too far away, and I swear.
Wait. VHR?
Every time the kill feed lights up, that entire team getting wiped by a vehicle in C4, that's just a clip waiting to be put on the timeline. We head over to Rocky Esports, though, a top 6 team. Again, they need a little over 25 points, definitely within their wheelhouse to get a win. They've already put up a banger. They've already gotten a map win. We know they can do it. Right now, inside the top 5, it's all EU and the Falcons. Patience.
Well, Rocky Sports sees FaZe over at dealership, but we're going to turn to a different portion of the map. Over to Lumber we go. And for Team StukeX, who are inside the top 5, 25 points are needed. I see Lays on 1. At least Ominix on the horizon. Could it be a potential 3 kills for this team? But did you notice how the pacing of our lobby has halted?
Yep.
There's still 47 teams up 11 minutes into this game.
I'm going to ask a big favor from production here. Take a look at who's rolling into the view. I was about to shout them out, and now they're on your screen. FIFA Kill, Linen, and Echo have grabbed a Polaris, and they've driven all the way from port, past farmland, all the way to Lumber. Talk about a rotation on the edge of map. Still not technically in zone, but a lot easier to work with.
This is trusting in your IGL, trusting in the calls and getting information, doing some recons, getting your cash up, playing off those UAVs. Because if you are going to rotate all the way up, claim a central spot on the eastern side of the circle, wait for that team to the fight, because they're not the only ones that are going to be making a similar rotation. This time from the north, team flanked, dropping it down. So they must know that we need to play from this side.
Yeah, the Polaris is doing God's work right now on these rotations. Lumber is a little occupied, so they're going to try to move. FIFA Kill does have an Overwatch position. He's actually going to stay here, outside of zone.
Typical.
As the other 2 try to look for an entry point. Now, FIFA Kill could make an entry point by maybe getting a knock. But we'll check back in with them once the action is started. For now, we head to Gen G, who are sprinting through Promenade East in a vehicle, holding the flag, trying to get some info and trying to get some money up. That most wanted.
They put a target on their back, and instead they want to get more action out of it. First squad on your screen, and
yikes.
FIFA does a ton of damage from afar. I already said Team Flanked has moved in, and they're laying the groundwork because it's J-Tech that picks up Omnic. Now, Reaper has to contend with 2 different teams, and this gives Team Vision the potential for the smartest third party in existence.
Yeah, it's just a perfect read from this team. Lennon's able to move up because of the chaos. You love it, Tiff, and it's working out for him. The third party, it's not really to fight, it's more of just to get into zone. Here's a look at a FIFA kill, tagging everybody up and actually knocking one. FIFA kill from distance is dangerous. It's opening things up for the rest of this team. There's a reason FIFA kill's at the top fragger. One of our top slayers on the day. It's because of these moments. Echo does get punished, but a nice trade. These guys are in final form. This is scary. This new zone is going to be everything as we see a lot of action in the kill feed.
And they're doing a recon all as well. So not only are they getting the kills, they're getting the information of where that circle is inevitably going to pull to. This is critical, right? But it's still favoring that eastern side. But we're going to have a massive gamble here in just under a minute when that circle goes to pull yet again. Do you commit to the stadium side? Do you hang out in
look
Lumber?
At this zone. Look at this zone. Obviously, here's our team to watch. They're in Lumber. There's a lot of folks there. Everybody else on this side of the map is going to have to rotate in, but we almost don't care about them, okay? Take a look at them on your screen now. All of these teams have a long way to go, but we are paying attention to this. Lumber, Team Vision, the only team that's passed our threshold. Of course, we've got the Gentlemates up here in Quarry. They've got a wide open space on the north side. Reminder, they regained there. They got wiped early. They do not have a lot of points, and they need 15 to breach our threshold. Everybody else, look at VP here, already inside of zone. We're still missing a lot of folks that need to get into the mix, but of course, we've got to keep our eyes on the top dogs.
And they got DJ Moss just across from them, Team Flanked, still living, still being a thorn. And they're going to have to take each other out. Only one can survive from this eastern side, depending on the pool. Everything rides on that decision. For the Falcons, who are still in train station, who need 27 points to hit win condition, they are going to fight their way through everyone. And that long rotation of the next circle could bring all the kills they need.
Yeah, or they get wiped early. We'll see what happens for them. But here we go. Team Vision, they're not going to stay on the edge of this zone. They know it will not pull there, so instead we're going to rotate closer to center. Decky finding a couple kills that are certainly needed to breach our threshold. Again, they're a top 5 team.
Need 25.
Need 25 certainly within their wheelhouse as well. But BDS actually didn't have a chance to highlight them on the map. They're dead center, and they only need 12 points. BDS could certainly pee past threshold if Team Vision get wiped, maybe here.
Oh, Swizzin. Swizin's got the high ground, and we know how important it is, and FIFA has to deal with the biggest enemy here, the rocks. But he goes ahead, he hits the wipe, he grabs Marco from behind, hits the full, and Mayhems has already ran screaming away from Team Vision.
These guys look unstoppable right now. They've moved in closer to center of zone. They've got a nice high ground position with the rocks. You can actually play these pretty easily. As long as they don't get sniped, should be fine. And yet again, C4's cleaning everybody else up. Kami just got a 1v3 against Rock Esports. Rock Esports, I think, out of this lobby on the back of Kami by himself. A sub taking down EU's finest. That's wild.
I'm all about sticking together and playing close, stacking, deathballing, but that is the issue, right? You end up all close together, 1 C4, you're in the gulag. Thankfully, Prod wins. That's his first kill, too.
Yeah, only Prod wins, by the way. All 3 got wiped, and Prod, the only one with the gulag remaining, most likely, wins his gulag, and he's back onto the map. Here we go. Gonna have to restabilize Rock Esports again, a top 10 team. And 6th overall, and they needed a big one. I don't know if they're going to get it. Here's a quick look at what happened. It looks like they were in a vehicle. And C4s, how about 3 of them?
Did I not ask for this? But it was Rock Esports on the other side of airport. I was like, just imagine, intrusive thoughts. They just throw a C4. No, that's karma. Instead, they get C4'd.
C4s are doing insane work. We got to pull stats from that somehow in the back, and maybe we'll post it on socials later. It was another wipe of C4s on main. Vehicle's insanely valuable, and unfortunately, there is one small thing that can stop them. It's C4s, and multiple of them at the same time. Here are the Gentlemates. They fully regained from the north side of the map. They've worked their way from Quarry into the Quarry offices and aren't going to be stopped. This player up ahead of them is floating. There is no one on the north side of this zone. This next zone pull will dictate a ton, but Team Vision is by themselves near center zone. They know where this new zone is. Team Vision in new, and the Gentlemen still have a long way to go.
A difficult day for VP. It is so tough for them to catch a flow. 35 squads remaining. Hopefully one member of VP has a gulag, but for now, Rock Esports done and dusted, out of the lobby. Gentlemates hitting the buy station for a bit of utility, and Team Vision, they've moved into circle. They're alone on their side, and they're controlling space. This should send a warning signal throughout the entirety of this lobby. But guess what? No one knows where they are.
S8UL, this time no longer on edge of zone. They make it inside, unfortunately still get cut down. Brax on 2. He and Ryda in deep trouble on this rotations. So we head to VP.
Must win.
It is a 1v1.
Wait, Soka?
Former teammates, Sage versus Soka in the gulag. This is a must win for Sage. He finds the angle, he gets the first blood, and he gets the kill. VP will not fall yet.
Ice is up and gets back to Verdansk. What's the cash look like? Not good. And I think I just saw Shifty go down as well. Does Shifty have gulag?
Looks like Biffle into gulag first. Shifty lying in wait. Ryda versus Biffle. S8UL versus the Falcons. But back to action we go because the Gentlemates are at least causing the blender this time around. Hollow picking up 1 on Orland, and that's Moonride's team in deep trouble as Novo Esports out. Sage gets wiped, and it looks like VP yet again are off the map in 31st place. They cannot get anything going from their win in map number 1. We're in map number 8. This is a totally different tournament.
It's heating up, and Hollow's on 2. They have to hit WinCon here. And they also, someone else needs to win this map or Team Vision end the tournament here, and everyone's just vying for a bigger payout.
Again, we're not looking at Team Vision because they are alone, folks. There is no one near them. Gentlemates needed 15 kills. And the best part about Gentlemates' draft spot is even when they get full wiped as they leave to go get kills, they can just regain at Quarry for free. They have fully regained, fully restabilized, now own the north side of the map. Gentlemates easily could pass the threshold with a decent game here.
Keeping tabs still on Team Vision. And you see, back to the Gentlemates. ESC on the horizon, Master 5K on that gas line. Likely gonna be picked up, should be okay, but we're gonna bring the streak down on our face because here comes the push. Niasen into the realm of Enkyo. King Chalk could be the next victim.
French on French violence, but the trading of blows, we lose Hollow. That's bad news for Gentlemates fans. You need all 3 up desperately, especially with these zone pulls that you're getting, constantly having to go to the south. Our zone now bisects Stadium, and there's a couple shacks, and that's about it. Decky's team also a chance to make it past the multiplier, actually past the match point. They need the multiplier. And Panda may be in trouble as a solo, but his teammates coming in from the top rope to hopefully help. Can they get here fast enough? Decky on 4, making big plays. Decky, no, gets cut down.
Reflame from the top rope with a steel chair straight onto Team Stukex.
Won't see the Germans past our threshold. But there's few other teams that can certainly do so. Inkyo, Gromalok on the edge of zone and a long way to go in wide open spaces. There is a team in the center of zone as well, or at least inside this new zone. BDS, Blue 8, should see them here shortly. They've been here for a while. Another team that can breach threshold.
Master 5K down, and CT trying to stay alive. Millsy with swing. It's looking windy, and Skinner falls, but Millsy gets the clutch. Keep your eyes on Team Vision here, because not only are they controlling this side of the zone, but this is the only buy station that's readily available. So if you're the Gentlemates and you want to get your squad back to full form, you almost have to rotate over here to hit this buy station. But FIFA Kill is keeping on the oversight.
There are 21 teams still on this map, and that is going to dramatically drop here shortly because I think 18 of them are in Stadium right now. FIFA Kill squad.
It's a packed house.
Are chilling up on high ground here. The Gentlemates just below them. Everybody else is inside of Stadium in utter chaos.
Well, you have to look at it in terms of resource management. I saw a cluster strike. They've got a vehicle. They've got the ammo boxes already down. They don't have a ton of cash, and that's okay because they've already used the buy station. They hit it. But the Gentlemates are on the horizon, prone, down, in the grass, throughout a couple trees. If they just go silent here and they crest this hill, they can easily take them out, especially if they all push one at a time. But the smokes, that's going to give them away.
100 Thieves out of the map. BDS holding position. Now barely outside of new. Here's a look at zone. Everybody in stadium, good luck. I don't know what to tell you. Talk about a layer cake. How many more layers can you add to a POI like stadium? The Frenchmen have somehow made it into zone, and they're hiding behind a log right now.
Falcons are out. They take community with them. BDS finds the Gentlemates. There's only 2 alive, and they're trying to finesse the area and keep it moving. Juki's on the other side. Team Vision just behind them, but they're in the circle. And they're looking for top 10, 1.6 at a bare minimum.
Gramalak has a solo. He's got to pick up a couple kills here, and he's got to make it to top 10 at least. Team Vision, a full team of 3. They do not have zone, and they do have an angle to get into zone. It might be BDS. It might be BDS, the only team that can play spoiler, but no, Grom's gonna play spoiler to them. BDS had a perfect position, but Gramalak's been hiding behind a log. Talk about a bush Wookie, more like a log Larry. The Frenchman alive and spoiling all of BDS's hopes and dreams. And all of a sudden, Team Vision have a full team of 3 in zone, and everybody else is crawling out of stadium, running for their lives.
If they control this side and the pool favors them, everyone has the exodus out of stadium. Everyone pulls towards Team Vision.
This new zone is only Team Vision.
It's diabolical.
Bodies are falling left, right, and center, but we almost don't care. FIFA just sitting in the Polaris.
He's using the third-person view. He's using the third-person view of the vehicle to look at everything surrounding them. We're into the top 8. It doesn't matter about multipliers anymore. All that matters is converting this, winning the map, and ending the tournament.
It may fall on our lone Frenchman. It may fall on the Gentlemates to try to stop the bleeding.
Onyx on the other side. Imagine Bubble stops it. Bubble can't because Clutch Belt takes him out. Not a wipe for Onyx, but close.
On bot coming out of stadium. Gramalak unfortunately can't be the one to play spoiler. It's gonna have to be somebody else. He's just picking up any kill he can get. He makes it to top 5. That's a 1.8x multi.
No,
but it might be all Team Vision all day. I said this was bad news for everybody else, folks.
3,
and I'm gonna be honest.
V1. This is gonna be the easiest win for Team Vision. Disrupt takes out Clutch Belt. They take out Vonbot, but it's been a long time coming. FIFA kill, wins the Code Bowl, wins the solo YOLO. Echo puts himself in a poised position, and the Bradford Biffle closes it out here in game number 8. The only team on win condition. The next team to convert it. Gosh, what is this?
I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't even close. Absolutely flawless from Team Vision. The old guard become the new. They've been here since the beginning. And now they find themselves on top over 5 years later.
The celebrations are endless. A near perfect 3-day series for FIFA Kill.
The boys have done it. Unbelievable.
$300,000. 6 figures per player. Let's run it back.
Tiff, this is insane.
Watch out. Bring it in, bro. Come on.
It's the freest win with a team on match point like this. Everybody's in stadium. And we heard briefly there, let them fight.
FIFA's calling from the vehicle what's going on because he's using the view. What is that egg? Lennon, hello?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, It's a perfect rotation from them, but they didn't do it without at least some sense of a fight. They had to get here. They had to do that recon to find this zone. They cleared out the map. They clear out the final player. They don't even get shot at.
And here goes the finishing move, the final nail in the Dynasty's coffin. A new emerge, throw it down to the stage.
FIFA, your 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Final Champions, Team Vision! My goodness. EU has finally got the job done. FIFA, Lennon, Echo. My goodness, what a moment this is, Team Vision. You fought so very hard to lift that very trophy. FIFA, we start with you. What is this moment like? I mean, you go back in time, solo YOLO winner, but you've been playing in all the World Series of Warzones. You've been dreaming of lifting this trophy. There's only been one team that's dominated now. You are the team to finally lift it. What's going through your mind?
Oh man, just like all the months of work and like doubt and stuff. Like, you know, last year I was thinking about retiring, and then the boys hit me up. We were one of the last teams to form. We're like, let's just run it back, give it one more try. And then to actually finally do it, big bag. Just, you know, there was times where people thought, you know, maybe we weren't a top team, and to prove more wrong and ace it like that is just crazy. And yeah, I mean, I wasn't even gonna play this year. Now we finish on top of the world, you know, so it feels great. I appreciate everybody who supported me through it, my teammates, they're unbelievable players, my girlfriend, my dad, my family, all the Shed gang. I love you guys. Thank you for always being there. I'm gonna take this baby home. Come on.
You said you weren't going to play this year. I remember this conversation, actually. It's an interesting one. What got you back into it? Who do you owe this trophy to?
Ooh, I mean, it's a little bit of the Shed gang. My chat really missed me competing the few months I took out. You know, my family, my support system around me gassed me up, and then just these boys hit me up right at the last minute, and I was like, me and Len are a nasty duo, and Echo's got a big old brain on him, so we actually might be cooking up, but now we come away with 300K, so I guess we were right.
300K, but also, again, the only other team, the only other roster to win this very trophy. FIFA, congratulations. Lennon, can I get you up here, please? You lost your glasses during the celebration, rightly so, baby, but you got the trophy. You said it was your dream to win the World Series of Warzone. You thought about it, you dreamed about it, now you're living it. Tell me how you're feeling, brother.
I'm just speechless. This moment is everything I've dreamed of. Yeah, I'm just so gassed. You know, I think I've almost lost my voice. I've been screaming, but I'm so happy.
And you should be, brother. I mean, again, such a big moment. You've been working so hard for this, and now you finally got it. It's got to feel, you know, out of body, right? I mean, obviously, you've had a big support system, not only from your fans, from your family, from your friends. Talk to me about who guided you to get to this moment. Why are you here today?
Big shout out to my mum, my girlfriend. Sorry. My mum believed in me from young, so it's kind of good to win. Big shout out to my family, my supporters, and yeah, sorry, just don't know what to say. That is a massive moment.
Well, dude, I mean, come on. You're the best in the world when it comes to Warzone. Your dream has now finally been fulfilled, and I'm so utterly proud of you. Echo, if you don't mind, come up here just real quick, brother. I just want to ask you, what does it mean to join this roster? They believed in you. IGL, potentially one of the best IGLs now when it comes to Warzone. What's the feeling like?
It's insane. It's just insane. I mean, we've had, out of any other team, we've probably had a lot of differences, a lot of, like, you know, I want to win so much. Sometimes people think that I'm being mean or like aggressive towards my teammates, but I just want to win that bad, and I got two teammates that also just have that desire to win.
Well, now that you have the floor, who you shouting out in this biggest moment of your Warzone career?
My whole family, my girlfriend, my dog. Like, it's just everyone who believed in me to keep doing this. I got so many people backstage texting me, like every one of them. I appreciate everyone.
Well, Lennon, Echo, FIFA. Oh, one more thing. Hold on. This might be a little crazy. FIFA wants the mic one more time.
I was just going to say, I know it's late for all the EU folks. Thank you for staying up. We had to bring it home, and you're welcome for an early night, I guess.
There you go. Boys, one more time. Lift the trophy that you fought so hard for. Team Vision, your 2025 World Series of Warzone Global Final Champions.
Unbelievable. They've done it, and the emotions were outpouring. You could feel the tears. You could feel the emotion. I mean, Enigma, obviously, this is a team we all cheered on. They're hometown heroes for, of course, the EU region. Yeah. But these are also some of the most storied Warzone players of all time.
No, absolutely. I mean, for Echo, we barely knew his name 2 years ago, and now he's proven himself as one of the greatest IGLs out there. There's not many people that can sit there and say they've taken home a major, and he now joins that list, and he's, spoken there about the kind of difficulties they've had to overcome and face, and they've well and truly done that. For Thief, he's had some tumultuous stuff personally. He also had a lot of questions asked for him about whether or not he was going to compete again because of the passion being sucked out of him, but he was adamant that he wanted to do it. He really wanted to improve, and has shown that this year. And for Len as well, you and me stood in the bar last year, my friend, with him. We were hyping him up when he wasn't sure if it was for him anymore. Talking about he can be a superstar, not just the sidekick. And, well, now look at him, stood there among his peers at the very top. What a performance.
I think that might be the first time I've seen Echo smile in 12 months, dog.
Every time so stone cold.
I've seen him, he is just all about his business. I know how hard he has worked to be here, and to echo a lot of the same sentiments, just to see Lennon and the growth he's had. Think about it. We had a viral clip from him yelling at his mom, and now he's here thanking her on the biggest stage in the biggest moment.
I'm telling you, man, 2 of the 3 players have been playing since the very beginning and are household names. And then Echo comes in, IGLs this team to victory. When you heard him shouting him out, Echo was a key piece of the puzzle that spelt this whole story for them. And Tiff, you've known Echo actually for a long time.
I wouldn't say a long time. Look, I've been around for a minute, okay? I'm basically a grandma. But I did write a message just about, 10 minutes ago? I said, Echo carried me to a match win in a tournament. Echo can convert this. Oh, Dandro was there too. We were the team.
I did nothing. We were the teammates.
We were both dead, and Echo steamrolled the lobby and won it. And they convert the next game. So, congratulations, Echo. All the work grinding definitely paid off.
Well, a fantastic job from them. We've got to take a look at our top plays of the day, all presented by AMD. It's been a banger day, and I frankly thought it was going to go like 15 games.
Same.
But, Team Vision saved us a lot of time.
No, they do indeed. But, of course, checking out these plays through today, we've had some insane moments. Warzone always delivers when we get to the global finals, and today was no exception. C4s were certainly a story thread of the day. I mean, I think we saw about 9 different times where multiple teams were blown out.
Also, that's also reminiscent to early for dance as well, which is hilarious.
This right here, though, I thought Howlo was going to clutch it. And if he did, I probably would have lost my voice like Lennon, but he was so close. Doesn't quite pull it off, though.
Absolutely wild day here. I mean, and even just for the Falcons, even though they are in a great spot, at the end, we thought they maybe could absolutely come on out and take it. They still had some fantastic moments all throughout the day, still showcasing why they are some of the best shots in the game.
The zone pulls were really tough for them. That, I think, was the struggle for them the majority of the day, but it's all about closing it out, and Team Vision did just that.
Yeah, a celebration that we will all remember. An interview we'll all remember, and a team you certainly can't forget. Really excited for these guys. Really excited they were able to close it out. I guess a perfect weekend for FIFA Kill. Insane stuff. We got to take a look at some of the stats from the day, all presented by Corsair. Some of these stats are insane. Obviously, we gotta give some love to Inkyo. The Jillo mates put up some crazy numbers today as well.
Yeah, look, there's a reason we're all gassing him up. There's a reason why he's the man who's on so many people's lips, right? Because he can put up performances like this. The team get close to match point. I don't know if they ended up crushing it in the end, but either way, he was a huge part of their drive up that leaderboard. 34 kills on the day to top a lobby of the best players in the world. An insane performance.
A lot of the top EU are here on this list, right? Well, we're looking at. I'm actually trying to look. How many NA do we have on this? We have Biffle and Almond. And that is it. That is insane to me that we see just those two. And the fact of the matter is, like, on those two squads as well, like, obviously, Biffle, he's the X factor. He can fry, but to see that Almond is the top fragger for Twisted Minds has me a little surprised, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit surprising, but of course, Biffle, a top fragger on the day as well. We're actually going to bring in Biffle. He's here standing in the wings. The Falcons, a pretty solid day, my friend. Like you stand here in the middle. Biffle, it's good to have you here in the booth, man. A wild and wacky tournament is what it felt like to us. What's the feeling that you're feeling right now after what maybe was a top 5 finish, but we're not even really sure?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm honestly just, obviously isn't the outcome that we wanted. I think we're in 5th place going into this match, and we really thought there was going to be a different team to con them, because we were looking back in the plane and seeing like some people drop, but I guess it wasn't them. But yeah, I mean, it was a tough tournament for sure.
Well, and look, man, I think at the end of the day, you guys had a lot of adversity today, and you still put up really solid numbers. And as much as I want to keep talking about that, there's really only one question that I have, and I think we're all wondering at home. A decent tournament from you guys. Is this the end of your career in competitive?
Yeah, I think this is it for me. Unfortunate the way it went out, but I mean, it is what it is. We couldn't adjust to the play style that, you know, it turned out to be on land, but, you know, it happens.
Yeah, it happens. Well, Biffle, I know this is the end for you, man. You've had an insane career. I'd love for you to just turn around and take a look at the screen. I think we've prepared something pretty special.
It's been a pleasure to compete against you over the years, and looking at you and how good you are, and how consistent you've been over the years has been an inspiration for me to keep going. So if you're not playing anymore, then I give you a lot of flowers for your career. I think you're the GOAT of Warzone. So hopefully this tournament sets a fire in you and we get some more years in you, Biffle.
It's your boy So Good. You know how I feel about you, man. All the long nights, the long talks we had for the last 2 years, bro. I appreciate everything you've done, man, for the scene, for everybody. Enjoy retirement, but I'll see you next championship. I'll see you, man. You know what's in the works, but love you, bro. And let's get this up today.
Listen, bro, you've been my best friend for about 10 years now. We started this whole thing together. We've been with each other through it all since day one, and now to finally see you from $1 GBs to now, you know, being here on stage. I'm sad to see you retire, man, but ultimately as your friend, I want to see you happy. And so if this is your decision, I'm sad to see you go, but you are literally the Warzone GOAT. I don't care what anybody says.
Been best friends with Biffle for a very long time, and seen you grow from the very bottom, and just honestly, you've been dominating D with every team you've been on. You will always be forever my GOAT. I honestly do not know if you're gonna retire, but if you do, I just want you to be happy and just know that you'll always be my GOAT. And everybody else that you've been, everybody who watches you, like, they look up to you. I'm a Biffy for life. I love you, D.
Thank you, Biffle! Biffle, my man. It's crazy. We're finally here.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
Honestly, a little overwhelmed. I mean, it was a tough tournament, man. We really tried our best. We just, like I said, we couldn't adjust the slower play style. You know, it really was against us the entire tournament with the way everything played out. But yeah, man, I really just want to shout out to Polshek, man. Hector's been my boy for the longest, and you know, all the guys over there, you know, my best friends. Yeah, shout out the stream, everybody supporting. Thank you guys for always coming through to the stream, showing love during the tournaments and everything. Thank you guys, for real.
Biffle, man, you're the GOAT. Everybody says it, everybody knows it. You may not feel like you finished out on top in this tournament on our leaderboard, but you're finishing up on top. The top earner of all time. This tournament does not change that. Any final words for the broadcast here?
I mean, just thank you to everybody supporting as always. I mean, I really hope that Warzone can go far with the way everything is going on. Yeah, I mean, that's really it, man. I mean, just thank you.
Well, hey, you're done with your maybe competitive career. You got a long road ahead of you, I'm sure, of content creation. If there's one single viewer out there that does not know who you are, shout yourself out one more time because you got a lot more content to go create.
Yeah, I mean, twitch.tv/DSBiffle. You know, my YouTube DSBiffle as well. I mean, I'm going to be uploading content, doing everything, still streaming Warzone, still streaming, you know, Call of Duty, everything. I'll be there. I'll be grinding.
Appreciate you, man. Thanks for hopping in with us. An absolute fantastic tournament for everybody at home. And, of course, a even more fantastic career for DSBiffle. But for us here in the booth, it has been a fantastic tournament and one that has turned heads around the world quite literally. This has been the World Series of Warzone Global Finals for 2025 here in Vegas. But for us in the booth, that's all we've got for you. So I've got one more quick reminder that for the people at home, we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. I'm sure we'll see you for a lot more Warzone soon.